Afternoon once again from the Right Side Broadcasting Studios. I'm Matthew Alvarez.
And I'm Bobby McNeely. A pleasure to be with you, Matthew, on day 2 coverage of the 2024 Republican National Convention from Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
That's right. Today's theme is Make America Safe once again. And of course, a great night last night, Bobby, when President Trump walked out there in front of 20,000 people at the Pfizer Forum in Milwaukee. What an awesome moment that was.
Oh, amazing, courageous. I think it gave people goosebumps just to be there. I'm sure the delegates had an exciting time. I was actually watching some of the video from the Georgia delegation, and there was dancing. State Representative Ray Martinez has quite the moves, especially those country music songs. And what a great band, too. That's Six Works?
Yeah, Six Wire.
Six Wire. They're outstanding.
Yeah,
wow,
I'm sure they'll be there today, of course, playing music between the speakers. And you're talking about the country thing, Texas with all the cowboy hats and cowgirl hats.
Right. They always have a uniform approach. They've been doing this for many, many years now. And I think they're the most color-coordinated delegation and one of the largest on the floor.
Exactly. And they all stay together there for the entire time. You always see the hats. But at the end of the day, every state representative, 6 territories, a beautiful day, a wonderful start to the RNC convention. Of course, we'll be going back there live as soon as the session starts. You've got the clock right there, 2 hours and 58 minutes and 33 seconds.
Can't wait for them to gavel in. And that gavel, speaking of that, when the RNC chairman came out, what a large gavel. I think it's bigger than Speaker Johnson's gavel.
Exactly. It was pretty large right there to the right on that podium. Some great moments. I mean, we had a historic situation, of course, over the weekend. Then 48 hours later, another historic situation where you have President Trump being the third, it's a three-peat for him being the official nominee of the party, and then, of course, J.D. Vance being the vice presidential pick.
Right, and the first millennial to be on a major party ticket, born in 1984. He's approaching his 40th birthday on August 2nd, and what an interesting pick, given that it seems President Trump is going towards his 2016 strategy, focusing on Midwestern states, Mid-Atlantic states, and working-class neighborhoods in order to broaden and unify a populist movement that has seemed to be adopted by the Republican Party.
So J.D. Vance, the vice presidential pick. Of course, a lot of chatter on Truth Social and X about everybody's opinion about it. But you know what? At the end of the day, a lot of support for J.D. Vance. And then there are some that are saying other things. But at the end of the day, we know we have to move forward as a country. And we have a great pick there. So here we are. The RNC roll call is complete, of course. President Trump, the official nominee. And today, we're going to dive into a lot of the crime statistics around the country.
Right.
Because today, obviously, is Make America Safe once again. As you see that photo of President Trump there, Don Jr., Eric Trump, I believe that's Lara Trump behind J.D. Vance. A wonderful day there yesterday in Milwaukee. Of course, we'll be tossing as soon as there is a live feed. Once again, there we'll be going there live. I'm sure people are getting ready and excited.
Oh, no question. And I think it's really interesting to reflect on yesterday, certain interviews that took place. Lester Holt did interview President Biden. President Biden seemed very combative during that interview, trying to make a difference between the bullseye and the crosshairs. But of course, there's a lot of talk of tampering down the heated rhetoric that takes place. We know the history of Congresswoman Maxine Waters saying, "Get up in your Congresspeople's faces." So it's been very interesting to see how the left seemed to really jump on the choice of Senator J.D. Vance, saying he'll be just a younger President Trump, that he won't do what Vice President Mike Pence did on January 6th. I'm not sure, an interesting correlation and connection, but just a few hours goes by from an evil assassination attempt, and you see the far left trying to divide America once again.
Exactly, and you see the strength right there as President Trump stands there yesterday. Not too long ago, of course, that was just last night, pretty late when he was out there. It was around 10 o'clock Eastern time and then onwards to 11 when he made the entrance there. And I know that we were looking at that footage earlier. I know you were, when it comes to what that moment was like, Bobby. So let's take a look as soon as we can get that clip ready. Because, I mean, the moment of him walking in there, and that's, I believe, obviously, Bobby, that's why you're saying, you know what, we should have that in the show today. Of course we should have that in the show. That was the big moment yesterday. So as soon as we get that, we'll be tossing that soon.
Oh, very nice. And that's Yeah, really been a moment. I was just floored by, I think, the celebrations. It was somber, but then there was so much fun on the delegation floor that I really was not anticipating for the first day of a convention, given what had happened in Butler, Pennsylvania on Saturday. And I enjoyed the balance of, really 5 to 7 minute speeches by big profile, big name people, also everyday Americans who came out to say why they're supporting President Trump. Many had not been political in the past, but then to interwork with the wonderful music that happened there too. It seemed like a very celebratory opening day at the Republican National Convention.
And for some people, it might have been kind of surprising because on the heels of such a terrible event, some 48 hours, now 72 hours, pushing 72 hours ago. But that's the thing. That's what's awesome about President Trump. He keeps on going. He is Teflon Don. The country sees that. The country responds to that. But he also, in a way, has inspired and created so many people that are outsider type individuals, especially people that run for office now and those that are already in office, like MTG and Matt Gaetz and others, people that just have the heart of the nation with them, and they actually represent us there, and that's pretty awesome.
Well, and speaking about making America safe once again, we have situations in the New York District Court today. We have Senator Bob Menendez, a Democrat from New Jersey, has been found guilty on all charges. His team will appeal that ruling. But you have to, of course, people are always innocent or presumed innocent before they are guilty. But here's a man who's been in government for a long, long time. And we'll see how this plays out. But there's accusations, and now having been found guilty by a jury of his peers on bribes from Egypt, foreign countries. Clearly, people in Washington, D.C., in the swamp for a long period of time, whether Republican or Democrat, have sometimes been bought and paid for by foreign entities serving others outside the United States. And that puts us in a safety crisis. National security is going to be talked about today, and that's a focal point, just another major story to break in the last few days here.
Exactly. So many headlines and so many stories happening in such a short amount of time. Right. But of course, the biggest headline of all right now, President Trump being the official nominee, of course, the RNC this week. And obviously, we're still reeling with what happened just less than 72 hours ago. So the nation's healing. We're moving forward. And this week is the time of all of this is interesting because now we've got these days to heal as a party, as a country, and move forward. I know there's a lot of rhetoric, though, on both sides. But at this point, we go with strength and resilience. And again, I bring up the point from MAGA Inc. yesterday, them talking about the fight, and that fight is bringing an electoral landslide for President Trump to make America great again and hopefully unite as many people as we can in this country.
Oh, no question. And that's really what I found yesterday was a resounding sense of a somber nature, calm, peace, but also fun. And what an incredible, I would have loved to get the decibel count in that stadium, in the Fiserv Forum, when President Trump came walking out, and quite in the fashion he likes to do it.
Well, we do have somebody with Right Side Broadcasting Network behind the scenes up there, covering what's going on. Maybe we can get her to get the app for Thursday and get that decibel count when President Trump does his speech.
I think we'll be sending those texts, and I'll reach out to the Georgia delegation, some friends from Illinois as well. And I caught my college roommate, a good friend of mine, was right in line as President Trump walked out yesterday. So I'm sure it's a homecoming for many folks up in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Again, the birthplace of the Republican Party, 1854, Ripon, Wisconsin, a party dedicated and created by abolitionists, removing and attempting to remove slavery at the time from the United States. Also, fierce opponents to polygamy, which was a practice that was growing throughout the United States in the mid-19th century. What a venue to host it in, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Exactly, right up there in the state of Wisconsin. So before we continue with our live coverage here, we do want to thank some of our friends over at the Birch Grove Group. You might have seen the Philip Patrick interview live just yesterday. If you want to watch it again, all you have to do is go to day one with the RSBN content on Rumble or on YouTube or wherever you watch. You'll see some great information if you need that step-by-step detail, but you can also get that by texting Trump to 989898. If you're looking for any kind of tax-sheltered IRA, or also realizing that it's good to have gold or silver and precious metals as a backup for your financial plan, you can get that info kit sent to you. It's text Trump to 989898. And another great product, of course, the Wellness Company with the emergency kit.
Absolutely. MakeCareGreatAgain.net. As Dr. Peter McCullough, Dr. True Pinsky, these gentlemen were dedicated and still are dedicated to the medical profession, putting out great products that actually can beat COVID, can actually make sure if you get a virus, you will be safe and sound, whether it's hiking, whether it's home. The pharmaceutical companies want to keep you sick. They're a big business to make sure you stay sick and stay in hospital. So this is a great pack to make sure that you're safe at home. MakeCareGreatAgain.net. You can see that on the screen there. Code RSBN for 15% off. I'll be sure to buy one myself.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking about the same thing. I mean, having one in the car, at the house, workplace. I mean, if you can get one and afford one, great. You can use that RSBN promo code for 15% off. You see that website on your screen, MakeCareGreatAgain.com. MakeCareGreatAgain.com for 15% off. Now, yesterday, the moment we were all waiting for, President Trump entering the arena. Bobby, why don't you pitch to it since you're the one that got it ready for us?
Well, it was an exciting evening, and what an incredible few hours that was started in darkness on Saturday evening, and now to see President Trump come out in such a courageous way with his ear wrapped. We're going to go right to that last night's opening of Donald Trump, 45th President of the United States, coming into the Fiserv Forum.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Lee Greenwood.
Hello, RNC. Is there any doubt who's going to be the next president of the United States? Prayer works. This nation based on faith. Prayer works. Because he was sure, as Donald Trump turned his head just slightly, that the bullet missed him just enough to save his life to be the next president of the United States. We have believed for so long that God will make some changes in this country, and he's about to make a change in the current administration and send them home. Thank you for being here tonight. Tonight we make the decision on what's right for America. More prosperity, less gas prices, less food prices, help for our veterans, and God bless our military wherever they are in these United States and abroad. There would be no wars.
Ladies
there wasn't
and
any when
gentlemen,
President Trump was
please
president.
welcome the next
And he's gonna be
president of the
president
United
again to fix every
States,
problem.
Donald Trump.
If tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd worked for all my life, and I had to start again, just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. To be an American, where at least I know I'm free. I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. Sing it! God bless the USA. President of the United States. He is here tonight to show his courage, his defiance against somebody who tried to kill him. You will not take this man down. He has the courage, the strength, and he will be the next president of the United States.
And what's so special about RSBN is that you don't miss a minute of coverage of the entire convention. Other networks will cut away, and sometimes they have interviews, sometimes they have other things, but you will not miss a minute of the Republican National Convention.
Exactly, and some breaking news into the RSBN newsroom. President Donald J. Trump and Vice Presidential nominee Senator J.D. Vance to hold a rally in Grand Rapids, Michigan this Saturday, July 20th at 5 p.m. Eastern. This will be President Trump and Senator Vance's first rally after officially accepting the Republican nomination for president and vice president of the United States of America. Once again, this Saturday, July 20th, 5 p.m. Eastern, President Trump will hold a rally in Grand Rapids, Michigan, and of course, Right Side Broadcasting Network will be there. That news just coming right down the pike there, and obviously just 7 days prior at that point would be the incident in Butler. But as we move on from that this week, it shows strength, it shows resilience, it shows a united front, and of course, a lot of perimeters of security all over the place there in Grand Rapids.
And no question, we are thinking that it's going to be some sort of increase with that. You know, on Monday, the House Oversight Committee will have a hearing asking Secret Service what is planned to do in regards to what happened last week in Butler the last couple of days. I'm sure that they are prepping in anticipation of this. It shows the courage of the Trump campaign to move forward. And I just wonder what kind of perimeter and different preventions will take place in order to keep the presidential and vice presidential candidates secure.
Well, you brought up a good point yesterday where, you know, when Obama was speaking in Chicago, there was a huge glass kind of barrier there. And then when President Trump spoke on January 6th, there was also a huge glass there.
Right.
Will that happen again? Who knows? Maybe not. But the point is, that's out of our, that's like, that's not in our wheelhouse in the sense of that's a higher pay grade than us, of course. We don't know the security plans there. We obviously know that there will be plenty of it there. So yeah, so that breaking news just into the newsroom, 5 p.m. Eastern, July 20th in Grand Rapids, Michigan. President Trump and the vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance, will be there in Grand Rapids. Of course, we'll have live coverage right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Speaking of Live coverage, 2 hours and 40 minutes and 15 seconds until we're going to the RNC there in Milwaukee.
For session 3, and I'm curious how the delegates are enjoying their day. Last night was sure to be an exciting time and great camaraderie, a homecoming for the Republican Party in Milwaukee, Wisconsin for the 2024 convention. I also heard today that Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle did zoom in to lawmakers talking about these different security items. She has been interviewed. She did say that the buck does stop with her. This is in hyper focus today as the theme for the convention of day 2 is making America safe once again.
Exactly. So we'll be getting into some of those crime statistics too around all of the cities. I mean, you don't need us to tell you. You've been seeing it left and right throughout the country, various areas of all sorts of crime, including the carjackings, robberies, homicides. Let's just go to the nation's capital. Washington, D.C. has experienced a 38% increase in homicides, 74% increase in robberies, and a staggering 166% increase in carjackings.
Oh, it's frightening. And you got New York City here. They've seen a 75% surge in carjackings and a 42% rise in grand larcenies. Atlanta has witnessed a 66% increase in carjackings, 16% increase in aggravated assaults. Chicago has faced a 40% increase in robberies, a 24% increase in assaults, and a shocking 155% increase in stalking cases. You have Philadelphia. They've endured a 135% spike in retail theft and a 152% increase in carjackings. I mean, these are shocking statistics.
And then, see, yesterday we were looking at the economy, right? We were looking at Make America Wealthy once again. And we saw in the Consumer Price Index the same thing. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, this is obviously much worse, right? We don't want, obviously, a lot of this crime going on. Mm-hmm. But yesterday with the finances, the skyrocketing fuel prices and the airfare. So not only is the economy and the situation under Biden in shambles, then, of course, we see with the statistics we were just referring to. So a lot of skyrocketing everything, but in the wrong direction, Bobby.
Oh, exactly. And I think you can point back to these majorly blue cities with very far left mayors, very far left DAs who have a mission to change the justice system in order to try to put President Donald Trump behind bars instead of enforcing the laws on the books and taking care of their citizens. I mean, it was very interesting to watch. Tucker Carlson had an interview with Dennis Kucinich, the former mayor of Cleveland and a congressman from years ago. And he ran again last year for mayor of Cleveland. And he was the youngest at one point, would have been the oldest if he had taken office. But he told Tucker, you know, we have differences. You're a conservative, I'm a liberal. That doesn't matter when you're managing a city. It's about infrastructure. It's about making sure people can get to and from work safely. Making America wealthy again, making America safe again are intertwined. Bringing more money home, it can be the result of having a safe city, having infrastructure, public transportation. This all matters for Americans living in our largest, once beautiful cities.
Exactly. We have a lot more to get to, a lot of interviews. We have live interviews coming up within the hour here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We will be talking with Pastor Mark Burns once again here shortly. But before we get to that, let's talk about the wellness company and letting you know that MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Once again, we shared with you the broadcast earlier before. We'll get back to the wellness company in a second, but American Financing is also awesome right there. I mean, you can save an average of $854 a month. These guys know what they're doing. They're going to help you get that financial peace of mind, Bobby.
Well, and with Biden inflation has gone through the roof, whether it's groceries, gas prices we talked about. You go to Sam's Club, I go to Costco. The lines can be 20 to 30 minutes, I kid you not, to just try to fill up a tank of gas. Everything is affecting your wallet. So why not try to save an average of $854 a month? I could use that.
We all could.
Right.
Every one of us would love an extra $854 in that checking account. Also, another great sponsor and a great partner with us is BelleWood Designs. You know, you were talking yesterday about this. It's, you know, what is it, an average of, 6 minutes before law enforcement sometimes can get to you?
Right, and that's the scary thing is that law-abiding gun owners, they follow the law. They want to keep their weapon safe. They store it in a lockbox. Sometimes in the middle of the night, God forbid someone breaks into your home, you need quick access to defend you and your family. And that's why BelleWood Designs has not only very attractive lock boxes and safe boxes, but easily accessible ones so you can reach your firearm at a moment's notice.
So you see the information right there on your screen. You can actually get 10% off using a promo code RNC. BelleWood Designs, a great product right there. It says "We the People" on it. What better than that, other than maybe a Bible scripture with it? You know what I mean? But right. We the people, the Constitution of the United States, Declaration of Independence, and all the great documents. But that is a beautiful thing. A government by the people and for the people, right there, we the people. So BelleWood Designs, give them a look there, BelleWoodDesigns.com. Use that promo code RNC for 10% off. Now, we know that the vice presidential pick, J.D. Vance, according to some reports, is prepping for his speech, which will be, I believe that's going to be tomorrow, though, still.
Yes, as he formally accepts the nomination for Vice President of the United States. And that was an invigorating moment on the floor with all of the delegates. You had Bernie Moreno, the U.S. Senate candidate running now for Ohio, introduce his friend, Senator J.D. Vance. And what an exciting moment for the Ohio delegation.
I remember a trip in Dayton, Ohio. It was in March of this year, and Bernie Moreno was there, and he did a pre-programmed speech, and he was a great speaker. It was great to see a number of Ohioans there, and it was right outside of a fixed base operation, one of those airports that are more for the corporate jets and that kind of thing. So Trump Force One pulls up, President Trump comes down, he's pumping his fist, the place is going wild, the flags, the wind, it was just a wild moment. But I say all that to say that President Trump at these events obviously is a rock star, and we're looking forward to seeing him in Michigan this coming Saturday. If you missed it and just are joining us, July 20th, this coming Saturday at 5 p.m. in Grand Rapids, Michigan, J.D. Vance, Donald J. Trump will be at a rally there. So Michigan, get ready. It's going to be a great day there as we support the party and the ticket moving forward. And some of the other things that we need to do moving forward, of course, is pray, pray, pray.
Amen. You can never go wrong with prayer, with communicating with God, and that's what's been so exciting in the last few hours. Even though it was so tragic what took place on Saturday, what did the American people do? We've turned to prayer. Yesterday was a beautiful moment of Catholic bishops, Eastern Orthodox priests. We had Protestant pastors. We had Harmeet Dillon. She is an RNC member. She ran for chair just a year or so ago, and she is of the Sikh religion. Recite a beautiful prayer, and to see the delegation all bowed with hands and minds, thoughts towards God in this profound time for the Republic. Think about this. If the United States Supreme Court did not make their ruling, President Trump could have been in jail on January 11th with the New York charges. He then almost loses his life 2 days later on July 13th. And now we have, gosh, what I mentioned before, Senator Bob Menendez now found guilty on charges. This has been a roller coaster time for the United States, but it is more than just a human battle. It's a spiritual battle that's clearly taking place.
100%. If you were watching our breaking news coverage on Saturday, Pastor Mark Burns actually, I called him on my phone. We were having some technical difficulties, but I wanted to hear from someone of faith. And you know, Pastor Mark Burns hopped on that call, and it was a powerful prayer that he had. Now, this interview we're about to show you that I did with Pastor Mark Burns is prior to the Butler incident, but still a lot of good nuggets of faith and encouragement. So here's Pastor Mark Burns of South Carolina. Talk and give speeches, you finally hear common sense and strength over weakness.
Absolutely. I mean, America wants strength. Again, this is Ronald Reagan's famous line, peace through strength. And Donald Trump has taken that with the Make America Great Again that also came from Ronald Reagan. And he is lighting it on fire, telling everybody that we have to be strong And that is the way that we keep peace. I mean, you see what has happened, what Joe Biden's weak leadership. The world does not respect America. Iran attacks Israel. China has surrounded Taiwan. Of course, Russia has attacked Ukraine. There's wars and rumors of wars. This is because they do not respect America.
And today's daily theme at the RNC is Make America Safe Once Again. Isn't that interesting that when President Trump was sitting at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue at the White House there were no new wars started. Everybody stayed in line, didn't they?
Well, because they feared America. They feared the power of America. Right. And we didn't have to use it because we took out, President Trump took out people like Soleimani. He reminded them that if you strike against America, we will chop off the head of the snake. We don't got to drop a whole bunch of bombs. We don't have to send a whole bunch of American troops. We will cut off the head of the snake. And you cannot hide from America. When you attack America or American interests, they knew that Donald Trump is not a talking head. They know Donald Trump actually does what he say he's going to do. So therefore, people did not attack American interests. There were no wars under President Donald Trump, and we were not at the threat of a nuclear war with Russia. That is happening today under a weak Joe Biden.
And talk to us a little bit about any of the personal interaction, if you'd like, with President Trump. I mean, at the end of the day, we know that faith is a huge deal to the president. But also, what really fires you up when we're preaching on a Sunday? What's one of those messages that the people really respond to?
Well, I mean, again, the president, I don't get too much in his personal faith. I do talk with him on a personal level, and that is private information. But I can tell you, he loves Jesus. He loves God. He loves it when I lay my hands on his life. He loves it when those that are called by God are laying hands on his life. I'm one of the very few people that are blessed to speak with him on a personal level. And he is a man that many people don't believe. He really, really loves God. And he is convinced that he needs the hand of God over his life in order to carry out the assignment that he's been made. And I remind him all the time that though you slay me, yet still will I trust you. And that's what I keep repeating. Though you slay me, though he's coming under attack by the left, by those that are supposedly never Trumpers on the right side, but yet he's getting attacked from the media, constantly getting attacked by the Department of Injustice now, his family, everywhere he's getting attacked, money getting attacked. But though you slay me, yet still will I put my trust in you, God. And I believe without a shadow of a doubt, he believes that and he knows that. And that's what enables him. I mean, when you talk to him, you don't even think that he's under so much attack because he just has that kind of faith to know in the end, the hand of God is on his life. It's going to work out for the right.
Amen. And a lot of scriptures run through my mind when you're talking about that one there. Fear not, for I'm with you, or be courageous. And Psalm 23. I mean, there's so much in there of strength and of power and of belief. And Pastor, let's just dive into that real quick. Let's circle back to the question from before. People that are very concerned about our country right now, let alone the election coming up. But what are your words of advice to them?
Well, remember that the hand of God is upon America. For those of you that are believers, you pray and believe. Don't be worried. Jesus said, don't worry, for tomorrow should take care of itself. Don't worry, that's a lack of faith. No, we believe that we are the head and not the tail. We believe that we are above and not beneath. We believe by the faith and the blood of Jesus that God is not a man that he should lie, nor the son of man that he would change his mind. His hand is on America. It's on you, the believers, everyone that's watching this broadcast, doing this RNC coverage. You are a child of the Most High and living God.
So Pastor Mark Burns there in South Carolina, of course, in touch with the president, I think on a weekly basis. So always good to have that spiritual aspect to your life.
Oh, yes. And what a great interview. It says, be not afraid, exactly 365 times in the Bible. Once a day, be not afraid. Great, great commentary from Pastor Mark Burns.
Definitely. So today is day 2 at the Republican National Convention there in Milwaukee, the Pfizer Forum. Have you ever been to Milwaukee?
I have been to Milwaukee many times. Usually I go over to Miller Park, which us Cubs fans like to call Wrigley Field North. We do a little bit of tailgating, enjoy the more cost-effective brews, and the Brewers, a great team, but they are hated rivals of my Chicago Cubs.
I hear you. I have not been up there to Milwaukee yet. Maybe someday I will, but I'll tell you what a day it was last night, or a night it was last night, for day one there at the RNC. So the Pfizer Forum holds around 16,000 people in the arena there, and then on the floor seating, you're adding about 3,000 to 4,000. So about 20,000 people witnessed that last night, and of course millions across this country and around the world have seen that shot there, the video of President Trump walking out. Probably hundreds of millions at this point, if not 1 billion people have seen the video of President Trump walking out there. It was kind of a Rocky IV kind of mentality, in the sense of when Sylvester Stallone, walks out and the place is chanting USA. And I said this last night at the end of the broadcast, and I really meant it. I want to say it again. And I know you resonate with this too, because when we're out there, Bobby, it's like we hear the chants of USA from all of you, we the people that have been to these events, right? And so last night when that happened again, when he walked out, it was like all of us were there with the people in Milwaukee.
And you see this throughout every community in America. Even though mainstream media will tell you that we're divided, we don't get along, it's just not the case. In Dunwoody, Georgia, just outside of Atlanta, Marcy McCarthy, who I interviewed, the DeKalb County GOP chair, was speaking on how fun that 4th of July parade was. 3 miles of people just loving their country, turning to God. And this is before all the events that took place just 3 days ago.
Exactly. I was just going to ask you, which Rocky movie is your favorite?
Probably Rocky IV.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I love the Rocky films. And we have not talked about this prior, so we have quite a wavelength of kind of knowing. We knew we were going to wear striped ties together today.
Exactly. I don't know how that happened
yeah,
either.
That didn't. But Rocky IV is a neat one. And think about media from the 1980s. This is the United States in a Cold War with Soviet Russia. And he talks about and if I can change, you can change, everyone can change. And there's unity in having civil disagreements, having a national identity. And this is our moment as Americans to reclaim that, to reclaim what has been our birthright for 248 years, having just celebrated our glorious birthday on July 4th.
Exactly. So if we look at the 20 promises as we take a look there, it does say Monday on the top corner. So that might be from some video from yesterday. Correct me if I'm wrong if that's not okay, that's that shot, okay, for yesterday. But we want to talk about some of the promises, of course, with the GOP platform right now. And we were discussing number 8 there, and you were saying, prevent World War III was part of it, right?
Right. And again, today is the theme of making America safe once again. We've seen an extraordinary 4 years of foreign policy from the Biden administration that has clearly made the world unsafe. We have money being sent over to the Ukrainian government, and whether or not you personally support that, we have open borders that are not being sealed. We have people hurting here at home. We have people like Laken Riley, who was killed by an illegal alien while jogging right outside the UGA campus during the day in the afternoon. A terrible tragedy for her family. But you see so much suffering, so much unnecessary death because of poor decision making from the Biden administration. It harkens back to Robert Gates, the Secretary of Defense for George W. Bush and Barack Obama. He said in his memoir, Joe Biden has been wrong for the last 50 years on foreign policy. I mean, that's an extraordinary statement for someone who is quite an American diplomat and quite bipartisan.
Yep, that is exactly right. And before we get to our next point, we do have to thank one of our great sponsors, the freetrumpbook.com. freetrumpbook.com. Mike Huckabee, speaking of great patriots right there, is the one that created this book for the youth. Now, we were talking yesterday about how a lot of the schooling can be indoctrinating the youth about Donald Trump.
Right, and some people will ask me, what do I do to make a difference in my community? And I like to remind them that everyone has a sphere of influence. And if you want to be a hero, run for the government offices that are closest to your neighbors, to you personally. That's school boards, that's city councils. We've seen throughout the United States the struggles in Virginia, the Justice Department coming after these wonderful American patriots, Republican and Democrats, independents alike, who do not want pornography in their minor children's schoolrooms, in their classrooms, in their libraries. It's really a simple ask and very bipartisan. But that's courage to step up in your community and say, you know what, enough is enough. I'm going to protect the children in my neighborhood, and we're going to teach them actual history. And that's why the Free Trump Guide is a wonderful way to do that.
And around 4:45 Eastern, we're actually going to have Ryan Walters on live with us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. He's actually an Oklahoma superintendent, and he's going to talk about how parts of Oklahoma, some of the schools down there, are allowing the 10 Commandments to be posted in the classrooms. As you know, that happened in Louisiana as well. But they're also teaching the Bible in Oklahoma. They passed this to be okay. Now, here's the thing. They're teaching them every other book, so why not teach from the greatest book on earth?
Oh, absolutely, and a historical document. Whether or not you believe it is the Word of God, it is a historical document. You can actually go to these places, and we, of course, pray for Israel and what has happened there with incredible onslaught from Hamas and still a continued threat from Hezbollah. We pray for these wars to end. And what's interesting is my mayor actually went on a bipartisan delegation, a trip that was sponsored by Combat Anti-Semitism, a wonderful organization, nonprofit that uses private funds to educate not only American citizens but elected office holders. He went over there recently, did a presentation last week, and I was floored by the pictures, the photos that he captured that were not shown by the mainstream media. Bullet holes, people being burned alive in their homes in these small villages throughout Israel. So we pray for the peace of Israel, and as Christians especially, we are commanded to do that.
Amen. Judeo-Christian principles here, what we're founded on in this nation. So,
Amen.
Tax Network USA, also another great sponsor. If you have any back taxes or missed filing, or as you were saying, maybe overpaid some taxes. Yesterday you're talking about that. You never know. So 800-357-1415, Tax Network USA. You get some great information, great assistance with this crew. Again, it's tnusa.com/RSBN to get more information. So Tax Network USA, a wonderful partner with Right Side Broadcasting Network. And while you're at it, if you're on your phone, if you're watching us maybe on a big screen somewhere and you have your phone there with you, maybe text RSBN to 801-801. If you text RSBN to 801-801, it actually gets you to a page where if you'd like to donate to the network, you can. We're not bought and paid for by any of the woke corporations out there at all. Every sponsor we work with are patriotic companies made in the USA, mostly hire either veterans and others. So these are some awesome sponsors, but also for the lights, for the camera, for the crews all over the country that we go to, for rallies and events. You can donate if you like. If it's $1, great. If it's $100, awesome. But the point is, if there's anything you can give, great. If not, we still thank you for watching. We're with you. And if it wasn't for you, we would not be here, obviously, because we, the people, are who we cover when we're at the event, right? We interview the people, and then we see the president. So.
And that's been a real privilege to do. We want to thank our sponsors once again for the generous ability to be on air with you, the Patriots watching. But we also do at Right Side give you every single moment of Trump rallies or different conferences throughout the country, things that a lot of the mainstream media just will not cover, or they might give you a tiny bit of it. We'll give you the full coverage, and that's why we're so honored this week to bring you the 2024 Republican National Convention from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. A huge homecoming for former Governor Scott Walker, for the Wisconsin delegation. I'm sure they're having a wonderful time. And as I mentioned yesterday, with all of the turbulent times and with what happened on Saturday with President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, they ended up going on Sunday night to a red, white, and brew celebration, just really loving on America and the fellow delegates.
And that's what we saw yesterday in Milwaukee, of course. Everybody there celebrating. You saw President Trump when he walked out to the arena. One of my favorite moments of the night was towards the end when there was a Catholic priest, right? He was imitating President Trump.
Right.
You know, you think at a benediction, you think, okay, we're going to pray right now. And before he did that, why don't you give it a shot? He said something like, you're going to be blessed beyond belief, you know?
Blessed beyond belief, but that's where I'll stop.
Okay.
It's fun, though. We were talking yesterday about the brilliance of humor, the brilliance of celebrating with family and friends. My family likes to play charades. We like to have laughs and humor, and we poke fun at one another. Some of my best friends, we hit each other, you know, peacefully and patriotically, of course. But humor is healing for the soul. It's biblical. Jesus and his apostles, they broke bread together. They shared in fellowship. He spent that unique time with the 12. The 3 became the 12, became the 72, and changed the face of not only Western civilization, but the world. Our founders were inspired by the Word and made it happen. This one nation, indivisible, under God, with liberty and justice for all. And now we're here at this pivotal moment, this time in history which we were all made for. We were born for such a time as this, and it's a pleasure to join you, Matthew, in this mission.
Yeah, it's great to be here, and you know, to share with you, the American people, what's going on. We're going to be showing you the entire RNC third session. But to that point, last night after the priest prayed, and then also before that did the impersonation of President Trump, there was a camera angle that went to President Trump's reaction, and it was priceless. It was great to see him laugh. He had a big smile on his face. You know, and obviously has gone through so much for this country and is going to keep on going. And we're going to be right there with him as we are today here on day 2, 2 hours, 14 minutes until we throw it to Milwaukee. I'm sure we're going to have a live video from the Pfizer Forum prior to that 2 hour 14 mark. Again, we do have a couple live interviews on the way. We've got, is it Senator Roger Marshall from Kansas?
Yes, a medical doctor and someone who was actually spoken by name by Teamster President Sean O'Brien. And Sean O'Brien mentioned last night during his speech that a Teamster has not addressed the Republican National Convention in 121 years. So his international presidency, this leadership, really an important pivotal moment. And we'll ask Senator Marshall about those things, because it's interesting to look at the evolution of the Republican Party from even a few years back. Sean O'Brien mentioned that there was some opposition to him being there, that the hard right and the hard left really didn't want him at either convention. And President Trump specifically opened the door. This is even more important because Reuters they reported earlier yesterday that the Teamsters would give a no endorsement, but then their president showed up last night thanking and supporting President Donald Trump, and that is a change of policy in Republican politics that goes on nearly, as he mentioned, 121 years.
And though we are talking a lot about the RNC and this week, we haven't lost sight of the investigation into what and how that happened in Butler on Saturday. Of course, the videos you guys have seen of the shooter on the roof. I mean, at the end of the day, how in the world, first, does someone get that close? Second, why was no one responding when the people themselves in the moment there for what? Several minutes. We're trying to let people know that there was someone on the roof. So a lot of questions to be answered there. And then also, you were saying there, Director, what's our next piece that you said we have? Okay, cool. All right, so we were talking yesterday about the Teamsters Union.
Right.
You know, there was a pretty awesome soundbite that I'm sure you saw.
Oh, yes.
And then tell us about what you saw with that part of it last night. I mean, obviously, they came out, you were saying earlier, too, we were talking about Reuters, right? Usually Reuters is pretty on point with some things. Mm-hmm. We know they're still left-wing, but you know, when it comes to some facts, they usually get it right here and there.
Right, they're very careful to report on those things. You know,
right.
It's a very strong written media source, and that's why I was thinking, wow, this is still a win for President Trump, given that Joe Biden has built his career as being Scranton Joe, the third U.S. Senator for Pennsylvania. even though he was a U.S. Senator for Delaware, of course, but his whole career has been built on, I will support the middle class. Clearly, Sean O'Brien is not too happy with the Biden policies.
Exactly. So that Reuters report, you were saying that they were not going to vote for anyone they were going to be bipartisan. They were not going to go.
A no endorsement at all.
Exactly. And then what happened?
And then the Teamsters International President Sean O'Brien came out and gave a resounding speech. And to your point, I think President Trump, on the backdrop of this violence, really was taking it all in, seemed to be holding back tears. It's moments like this for us commentators, political commentators, journalists in our careers where we live for these moments of, wow, you see an individual really soaking it all in, taking it all in, being the tough guy, actually holding back tears. But I think he was actually very much moved given his career and his work, even though he's been the big boss, even though he's been the CEO. President Trump truly moved by Sean O'Brien's words and keynote speech last night.
All right, let's take a listen to that speech, and here it is.
Care about getting criticized. It's an honor to be the first Teamster in our 121-year history to address the Republican National Convention. Several months ago, I asked the RNC and the DNC for the opportunity to speak. To be frank, when President Trump invited me to speak at this convention, there was political unrest on the left and on the right. Hard to believe. Anti-union groups demanded the president rescind his invitation. The left called me a traitor. And this is precisely why it's so important for me to be here today. Think about this. Think about this. The Teamsters are doing something correct if the extremes in both parties think I shouldn't be on this stage. President Trump had the backbone to open the doors to this Republican convention, and that's unprecedented. No other nominee in the race would have invited the Teamsters into this arena. Now, you can have whatever opinion you want, but one thing is clear. President Trump is a candidate who is not afraid of hearing from new, loud, and often critical voices. And I think we all can agree, whether people like him or they don't like him, in light of what happened to him on Saturday, he has proven to be one tough SOB.
And Matthew, isn't that an interesting summation of that speech? He's talking about the hard right. He's talking about the hard left. The typical political class of Washington, D.C., the swamp, the deep state that wants to prevent new voices from coming in. And what a testimony by Sean O'Brien, the first international president of the Teamsters to address the Republican National Convention, and the first, not even the president of the Teamsters, just a Teamsters member to be there.
Exactly, and the SOB thing was accurate, and you hear it from someone that is tough as nails, let's be real, right? I mean, up in Massachusetts, Boston area, this is not an area for any weakness.
Right.
Any part of the country, really, we all have to be strong, regardless of where we're from, but that is something that it's in the water up there.
Oh, there's no doubt.
So when they see strength, they like it. And obviously, as we said before, President Trump is Teflon Don. This guy, the alpha male of alpha males, let's be real about that too, right? Very strong person, and that's what we have right now. We're moving forward with peace through strength instead of weakness through chaos under the current administration. But it's a time to heal up, it's a time to gear up, and it's a time to move forward, and that's what we're doing.
Right, and you can see with his policy choices, not only from this platform that is so easy to follow, so easy to read, you could take it at face value whether or not you agree with it, but it unites so many Americans. And I think that was essential to his choice in Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio. It's a geographical pick, a strategy of getting these Midwest broad-shoulder folks, these union-supporting blue-collar people who are traditionally conservative, to go with more of the Republican lines. It reminds me of the Reagan Democrats from the 80s, a very similar coalition. Also, you look at the age. A millennial being on the ticket, a young Republican. I saw throughout Instagram and throughout the post yesterday that the young Republicans are celebrating, oh wow, we're being brought to the table. This is someone who can defend President Trump's legacy for potentially years to come. A newcomer to government, someone who was a complete outsider just like President Trump, but also had this interesting upbringing. If you've read Hillbilly Elegy, his book about coming from Appalachia to living out the American dream, to meeting his beautiful wife through law school, I believe it was, a successful person in her own right. She had clerked for Chief Justice John Roberts on the Supreme Court, a beautiful young family. And what was really touching about Senator Vance mentioning that President Trump took the time to speak to his 7-year-old son. Really an amazing moment after he was, mind you, shot less than 48 hours prior to that phone call.
That's the way he is and how he acts is just awesome. You think about all of those great times in the motorcade where he just stops at these various restaurants and that kind of thing. Obviously all pre-planned and everything sometimes, but at the end of the day, you still have the great moments there with the American people. It reminds me of Philadelphia when you and it was Nikki and Stanzione, yeah?
Yes, sir.
So Bobby and Nikki are out there in Philly, and before the event starts, as you guys saw, President Trump stops at a Philly cheesesteak spot.
Right.
And, the people there love him. And that's what we're seeing across the country. If we could take a look at the video once again there of just yesterday as well, when President Trump was walking out into that Milwaukee arena there, the Pfizer Forum, it was quite awesome. We'll take a look at that video in a second, but also I wanted to thank one of our sponsors before we get to that video, a group that is from Spring, Texas, and also this company, Angel Pace. They also hire military veterans. So it's awesome to see a product that is locally made. Then you're hiring great people, right, and a great product right there, especially for those of you that are looking for that kind of miracle cream.
Right, and this can prevent those burns, those wrinkles on the face. I have eczema, or at least did, so sometimes I need that on my hands. This is a great American-made company, and I love companies that just hire our veterans because they've put on the uniform, they've made the ultimate sacrifice, and it's great to employ people who are truly, when I think about the military, when I think about those in uniform services, they're loyal, they love their country, they love their communities. Why else would they do it? Exactly. It's really remarkable stuff. So hire these guys because they're hiring some great people to work for them.
Awesome. Angelpace.com/RSBN gets you a promo code. Now, if we had a bottle of it here, I don't know, I'd have to have my wife come over and just let her use some of it because I'm not going to use too much lotion on my hands right now, but you know what? Maybe I'll give it a shot. Angel Pace looks like a great company right there. So angelpace.com/RSBN, wonderful company. Again, from Spring, Texas, they hire veterans. Angel Pace Miracle Cream. This stuff is a good product, and that's what I'm reading left and right about. So I'm probably going to have to get some of that now that I said that and give it to my wife to see if she likes it, but I'm sure she will.
Well, and we have Birch Gold. We're talking about safety today, Make America Safe once again. Yesterday's theme of the RNC was Make America Wealthy Again. They go hand in hand in this situation because if you look back at the Nixon administration, the Henry Kissinger foreign policy was to remove us off the gold standard. There's a lot of debate over that. We'll be talking about that in the platform as well. But for the last 50 years, the United States petrodollar has been the traded global currency. We now have Saudi Arabia working with the BRICS nations, namely China, namely Brazil. We are losing our influence throughout the world, therefore our safety. So you want tangible precious metals like gold and silver to hold in your hands. Sometimes you're not happy with your 401k. You're not happy with where your IRA is going. You can convert that into this tangible gold. So please go to Birch Gold and text Trump to 989898. You can see that on the screen. Text Trump to 989898 and get some gold and financial security. We have a packet here as well.
Yeah, this is what you'll get in the mail if you request one of these. This is the info kit. This will be also a digital copy sent to your phone right when you text Trump to 989898. They'll line up a call with you, and then they'll send you the information that you're looking for. As you have any questions, they're there for you. So text Trump to 989898. And Bobby, we were talking about angel paste before, and I was thinking about, well, angels, and I believe in angels, and I think that there were definitely angels there on Saturday, as was God with what happened. But we do remember, of course, Corey Comparatori, 50-year-old out of Sarver, Pennsylvania, a great patriot who did lose his life there, and 2 people that were injured. So this is not something, in the news business, Bobby, this is, as you have worked in Anchorage and have worked around the country, a lot of times we talk about these really, really horrific and horrifying incidents. And what happens is in the news media, it seems like, especially in local news, you kind of just cover it and then you move on to the next story. And it's like, are you a human? Like, you hear these terrible stories, but these are actual people and actual lives. So we're with the family, we're with this country moving forward. And we're not just saying that for any attention or anything. This is all about our faith and our country, and we are in as a unit together. So again, the Bible says from God to us, if you're a believer, fear not, for I am with you. And I believe literally God with you. You either believe or you don't. And I think we could keep seeking God. The Bible also says you seek and you'll find.
Amen.
So, all right. I know we're on the preaching soapbox there a little bit, Bobby.
Well said, Matthew. I thought that was beautiful.
Thank you so much. Let's get to the 20 promises in just a minute after the break. It is 4 o'clock. This is day 2 for the Right Side Broadcasting Network coverage of the RNC from Milwaukee. We'll be right back.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I'm the host of the Let It Be Heard show here on RSBN channel. I would love for you guys to check me out. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, YouTube. We release episodes every single week regarding culture, Bible, social issues, politics, current events, anything. So if you're into any of that stuff, I highly recommend you check me out. God bless you guys, and stay safe out there.
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale, and here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, you get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My Slippers and Sandals as low as $25 a pair. And for a limited time, when you order $75 or more, your entire order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside
Bobby McNeely, and we're happy to bring you coverage of the 2024 Republican National Convention. Session 3 should gavel in just about 2 hours here, and I'm sure the delegates were just so excited. You could see on the side of your screen there President Trump walking in last night after the would-be assassination attempt. He is unfazed, definitely moved, but that is just clearly a man of courage, of fortitude, regardless of your political ideology or belief system. You have to admire something like that.
100% strength on full display last night as you see President Trump walking up those stairs and waving to the people, and with that fist pump that he did with the same right hand there in Butler, Pennsylvania, there with the patch on his right ear in front of about 20,000 people at the Pfizer Forum. We're looking at another great day here at Right Side Broadcasting Network as we bring you live coverage wall to wall with the RNC. Every speaker, every moment, you're going to see it right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. So please share this link with your friends and family out there as we are live. 1 hour, 55 minutes until Session 3 starts there in day 2. Once again, we're here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and we do want to thank the Free Trump book as well, one of our great sponsors, Mike Huckabee in Hendersonville, PA, in Nashville. I don't know why Pennsylvania just popped in my mind. I think it was from Butler. But at the end of the day, in Hendersonville, Tennessee, where he has an awesome, awesome show there. And this is a great book, isn't it, Bobby?
Oh, it's fantastic. I got it for my nieces, and, you know, it's just beautiful to share this American history with kids. You know, you look at things like the 1620 Project and people who are trying to give a revisionist history not only through our schools but out in public life, and quite frankly it's just not honest, and they teach this hatred of America that's just really disgusting. We are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Have we been perfect? No, but gosh, throughout the centuries, throughout the decades, we have worked towards a more perfect union where peace, liberty, justice will kiss. And we're seeing that now as a time such as this, a time which we are born to support us, we the people, these patriots collectively together to celebrate our history and to move forward from there, because you don't know where you're going unless you look back at your history.
Exactly, and so this is historic right here. This book is going to give you all the information about President Trump, the truth about his great things that he did between 2016 and 2020 and the policies that actually worked, including peace through strength and all of the MAGAnomics that we're going to hope to see here in this country and get back to making America wealthy once again. And this book is one way, just one way to help by sharing this with the youth, because at the end of the day, they're teaching, a lot of people are teaching all sorts of other books out there, but freetrumpbook.com, that's the one to get into the hands of the youth. And we mentioned this earlier, at 4:45 today, Bobby, we know that Ryan Walters, this Oklahoma superintendent, right, all about the 10 Commandments being in the school building and also the Bible being taught in schools. I mean, again, they teach all the other books. Why not the best book in the world?
Right, and again, if you don't believe it's the Word of God, it's still a historical document. Everything that's there has happened. You can go to these religious sites. You can experience where Jesus walked, where his last days were as he fulfilled his mission from the age of 30 to 33, those 3 years so crucial to the whole of Western civilization. Again, whether or not you believe it. But what an opportunity to share that with your children and share that with neighbors, family, and friends.
It's going to be awesome. So that's at 4:45 with Ryan Walters. Also, the Tax Network USA, we were talking about that earlier, and you were saying just in case if you overpaid any taxes.
Exactly, and the first day of the RNC session yesterday was Make America Wealthy Again, once again, Make America Wealthy once again, and today is Make America Safe once again. I think these major issues that umbrella so many different topics and the public discourse that we're having, and these two issues are gigantic. So something like a Tax Nation USA Incorporated group is great to talk to if you need consultants in this realm to make sure you're not overpaying in taxes, make sure you're financially secure because of all the unsteadiness and all of the turmoil going around the world.
Exactly. And again, it's simple. The filing, if you missed the April 15th deadline, of course, that was in I believe that's the first financial quarter, correct? But at the end of the day, if you missed it, you guys can call 800-357-1415. They won't share any information with anybody else. You'll have a private phone call with them. They will assist you, get everything, get all the ducks lined up so everything works out there for the financial side, especially with Tax Network USA. And we were talking earlier because today is Make America Safe once again for RNC Day 2, of course, live coverage there. And you see that countdown clock at the bottom of your screen, 1 hour, 51 minutes. Bobby, we're talking about Philadelphia. You were there recently.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Talk to us about what it was like. We know the crime stats, and we can share those here in a second. But also, what did it feel like to actually be in Philly for that rally a few weeks back?
Well, I can tell you, it really did feel unsafe. We stayed safe as a crew, as a team, and of course, you have to watch out for one another and your coworkers. We were actually near the Betsy Ross house where we were staying, and this backdrop of just American history. Once America's capital, as Washington, D.C., was being built. I mean, literally the birthplace of freedom, of the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution. Graffiti everywhere, homeless everywhere, and I'm just thinking about, why are we printing all this money and sending it over to Ukraine? And God be with them, God be with the people of Russia, of Ukraine, and surrounding countries, Poland and Belarus. We reach out to you and want an end to this conflict. There's no question about that. And a lot of the Biden policies have led to this turmoil, have led to failed ceasefires. And I think, why aren't we taking care of our people here at home? Because there's many dimensions to homelessness, mental illness, abuse, drinking, addiction problems. But it's so sad when you engage and speak to these folks who maybe have faced war, maybe they're veterans, and they're out on the streets and we're not taking care of them. I mean, it really just, it makes me, I know we're talking about being not afraid, and of course we have to as Bible-believing Christians, but it just makes my heart hurt to see what's happened to our American cities. And we look at the stats right here. Philadelphia has endured a 135% spike in retail theft, 152% increase in carjackings. Why do people think that they have to turn to such turmoil and crime in order to get by?
Exactly. And you're touching on the faith and the Bible there. And a lot of times, I think sometimes, I'll share this personally, that yes, you pray, and yes, you believe that, God or angels or both are with you for protection. But the point is, also, we have to be smart, right? We still have common sense. So it's like God created us with that common sense, and we'll obviously desire for him to protect us. And that's how we move forward. And we were looking at, go ahead and share a couple things if you wanted to. I thought you were going to say something.
Oh, just with Philadelphia?
Yeah, sure.
Mm-hmm. Well, it just, it was really a striking thing because that was a huge theme in President Trump's speech on June 22nd. He came out there too right at the beginning and said, oh my gosh, Wharton, the Wharton School of Finance, my beautiful Philadelphia, where I went to college, where I went to school, the backdrop of where our founding fathers made a stand and created this beautiful constitutional republic that is one nation under God. It harkens back to the legend of the gentleman who approached Dr. Benjamin Franklin as he came out of the Constitutional Convention when they had adopted the Constitution. And he asked him, Mr. Franklin, what did you give us? What kind of government did you give us? And Franklin responded, well, sir, constitutional republic, if you can keep it.
Exactly.
And, wow, are we in the midst of that right now?
That, again, we brought this up yesterday at the end of the Gettysburg Address with Abraham Lincoln saying, a government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from this land, as he was out there in Gettysburg making that speech. So that's what we're looking to do, is restore the republic, restore the constitutional republic here in the United States. So I just want to say real quick, that breaking news within the hour was that President Trump and Vice Presidential nominee J.D. Vance are holding a rally in Grand Rapids, Michigan this coming Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern. Of course, we'll be there live with all of the coverage from the beginning to the end when it comes to the people all the way to the president. So obviously a big day there, some 7 days after quite the terrible incident in Butler, Pennsylvania. Now let's talk about, you talked about Philly and you had the stats there. We've got New York City. They've seen a 75% surge in carjackings and a 42% rise in grand larcenies. Just imagine if you and I went to, say it was 42nd Street, right? And we went down on the subway and took the A train or whatever, and just imagine what that must be like. Just in the back of your mind, you know that people are pushed onto the tracks. You know that there's crime that happens with stabbings, robberies. I would not like to be living in New York City right now. That's my opinion. I love New York City. My mom's from Brooklyn. My dad was born in Manhattan. My sister born in New Jersey. Nikki Stanzione out there, hello, from New Jersey. And by the way, she has to say coffee correctly.
Oh, we had this debate in Philadelphia because I go more coffee because it's my Chicago accent, and she coffee. So we had plenty to discuss regarding that, and she's a pleasure to work with, and we look forward to seeing Nikki, very soon again. She does a remarkable job out in the field, and it was a pleasure being out there with her in Philadelphia, PA. And
definitely, and also Vanessa Broussard out there. I remember she was in Vegas with Paul and Gracia when it was like 100 and whatever degrees out there. Obviously, Vanessa Broussard will be actually here tomorrow and on Thursday to join us with coverage for RNC Day 3 and 4. But back to my point about New York, though, being in the Bronx, we know that there was a lot of people there for President Trump, so it was quite the event there. The safety aspect actually felt pretty safe. It was in a park area, a lot of security around, and some great patriots. I remember taking a photo of three Hispanic people with their arm in the air, pumping their fists with MAGA hats on, and it was quite awesome. So the Hispanic population in the Bronx is a huge population, and a lot of them were there for President Trump and not for someone like AOC.
Well, it's so exciting to see that, because whether it's New York City or even San Francisco, you see the President Trump's policies raised wages for everyone, regardless of racial background, economic background, but especially for poor middle-class Americans. This affected Latino and Black populations. And that's why I think you're seeing in big cities like New York and San Francisco right now, the red MAGA hats. Clearly there's a cultural movement happening.
Exactly. Let's move on to our next couple sponsors. If you can repeat, Director, as we move forward for the next two. Okay. So we want to thank the wellness company as well. MakeCareGreatAgain.com. You'll see that information there on your screen. So it's like ivermectin, a Z-Pak, amoxicillin, other products that are actually going to kick that bacteria or that virus right out of your system.
Oh, no question. It's been practiced for years. We got Dr. Peter McCullough, Dr. Drew Pinsky, who have put in their careers, their lives on the lines. I remember Dr. Peter McCullough's testimony to the Texas Senate in the height of COVID, simply telling the truth, because the big pharmaceutical companies, they're not going to tell you the truth. It's not health care. It's keep Americans sick care. They want to make money, so go to makecareagain.net and keep yourself safe, keep your family safe, and give those life-saving alternatives a chance to make sure that bacteria, that COVID virus does not get you.
Exactly. MakeCareGreatAgain.com. That's the website there. A great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and Birch Gold Group, of course, a very strong supporter of the network, but also they're doing great things for the American people. There's a lot of financial backing that you can get through Birch Gold. So having gold or silver or precious metals as a backup to the US dollar, also a tax-sheltered IRA and assistance with 401ks, all of that financial jargon that some of us clearly maybe sometimes don't even understand, you can get all of this broken down for you by going to text Trump to 989898. All you got to do is text Trump to 989898. Joining us now from the Looks like from the RNC floor there is Representative Andy Ogles out of Tennessee right now. Sir, thank you so much for joining us. Tell us what it's like in Milwaukee so far.
Well, you know, it's an amazing time. It's electric here. And look, this would have been an exciting time regardless. And it would have been a well-watched convention because of all of the excitement of the vice presidential pick. But, you know, post-assassination attempt of Donald Trump, the eyes of the world are on Milwaukee. They're on Donald Trump. They're also on J.D. Vance.
Yes, sir. And speaking of Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio, the vice presidential pick, how do you feel about the selection? How do you think that will balance the Trump-Vance ticket, the Republican message overall? And how important is it to retain a majority in the United States House of Representatives and then gain a majority in the United States Senate in the coming election?
Yeah, no, a great question. And I think you go back to that stage in that moment when the shooter tried to kill the president. The Secret Service took him to the ground, and he stood up and he raised his hand and he made a fist. And in that moment, he told the American people that he was there, they didn't get him, and he was going to keep fighting for you. And I think adding J.D. Vance to the ticket is, again, sending that message that he picked someone who's a fighter, someone who's articulate, but he also comes from a humble background, comes from Appalachia, who was very successful, becomes a U.S. Senator, and now has been tapped to be the next Vice President of the United States. And so that is the American dream. And again, J.D. Vance is incredibly articulate. He's incredibly likable and the youngest VP pick since Nixon.
That's right, at 39 years of age. Representative Ogles, can you talk to us a little bit about the volunteer state in the sense of what constituents want there? What's going on in Tennessee?
Well, look, you know, Tennessee is a red state. We're very pro-Trump, and my district particular is very pro-Trump. But, you know, I think Tennessee's like the rest of the country. They're tired of the open border. They're tired of the fentanyl crisis, 11, 12, 13, 14-year-old girls being raped by illegals. They're tired of the crime. You know, 30% increase at groceries when they go to the store. Rents are higher. It's harder to get a mortgage. They want the America that Donald Trump gave them. And the Joe Biden administration has failed. So this is about, and let me back up just a second. You know, there's moments of time, those speeches that I have a dream, tear that wall, tear that wall down, Mr. Gorbachev. And I think what you'll see on Thursday when Trump delivers his remarks is a speech that will be historic. It'll be about unity. And because so many people are watching that otherwise weren't, he'll be talking to those people and earning their vote because they know America is broken right now. They know the border is wide open and they know their community isn't safe anymore.
And Congressman, can you speak to, especially for the viewers at home who may have not been at a Republican National Convention, what is the delegate process like? How is the delegate experience given what happened Saturday in Butler, Pennsylvania? You know, as we're watching even all the way from Auburn, Alabama at our studios, we're seeing such a jovial nature to it considering the seriousness of the backdrop. Speak to the platform committee, how that was decided, how this very straightforward platform came to being. Are you enjoying the process compared to past conventions?
Yeah, so talking about kind of the tone of the moment, you know, you had this very serious moment. Obviously, we know the president is okay now. So there's sense of fear, but then there's also a sense of relief. And so I think that allows people to enjoy the moment. So the delegate process, so yesterday they did the roll call and the chairman, you know, Michael Watley and the team chooses what order they go in. And so I think 1,200 was the magic number. Florida was the state that when they called the roll, and they go through an official proceeding, that was the state that put him over the top, Trump's home state. And of course, there was a roar, et cetera, about picking Donald Trump. And I will say that last night I was doing a TV interview with one of the stations there, and I'm sitting on kind of one of the upper balconies, and I'm wearing a headset, and back behind me is this crowd, and there's this energy, and it was almost like I was at a rock concert. There was so much excitement, so much energy, so much enthusiasm, and I think that's because, you know, we see this opportunity in our country where America is coming together, and they're coming together and seeing that they want real solutions, not just platitudes, They know the southern border is open. They want a secure border. So as we've gone through this process, so Donald Trump was selected as the nominee last night. He nominated J.D. Vance as well. And so as we go through the week, there's going to be a lot of talk about J.D. Vance and his wife, their backstory, which I think the more they find out about them, the more America is going to fall in love with them, which is, again, a problem for the Democrats, is that you have Joe Biden. I'm not trying to be rude, but he gets lost in the Rose Garden. He has to be led off the stage. Meanwhile, President Trump gets shot. He stands up and he pumps a fist and says, I'm going to fight for you.
Representative Andy Ogles from Tennessee. Sir, thank you so much for joining us. And actually, before you go, can you actually talk to us about yesterday's Vantage Point, though? What was that like? Describe the feeling of when President Trump walked into that arena. What did you feel?
Well, you know, again, everybody knows that the president's okay now, but to be able to see it and to know for your own eyes, right, and to just see him walk out there with confidence. Now, look, let's be honest, anytime you're shot, I think there's a lot of tough conversations that have to be had around the Secret Service and the mistakes that were made and who should be held accountable. But for Trump to come out after having just been shot and to do with such vigor and confidence and to just, again, reassure the people here in Milwaukee at the convention. But again, it's important for Trump to project strength so that Putin sees it, so Xi sees it, so the Ayatollah sees it, because this is about leadership. We are where we are today because of Biden's failed leadership. And what you're going to see coming out of this convention from Donald Trump and J.D. Vance is a message of unity, a message that delivers solutions, but strength. And we are better when we're together and when we're strong.
Amen. Representative Andy Ogles out of Tennessee. Sir, thank you so much for joining us here at Right Side Broadcasting.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So obviously powerful words there by the representative out of Tennessee there, Bobby.
Oh, no question. And he is hitting on the theme of make America safe once again. Representative Andy Ogles from the volunteer state, the beautiful volunteer state of Tennessee. So, yeah, really important times, and it's nice to hear from our lawmakers who are right on the ground at the convention.
Exactly. So, to your point, making America safe once again, you see law enforcement all the time when President Trump is deplaning Trump Force One or when he gets onto the plane. Before or after that happens, there's always a line of law enforcement that want to take their picture with the president or shake his hand. And that shows that the blue supports President Donald J. Trump.
Well, and you've had a movement ever since BLM that you've had the far left trying to take away the union rights of police organizations. So that's what's been such an interesting move of public labor unions, as we saw yesterday with Sean O'Brien, the international president of the Teamsters union, coming out and supporting President Donald Trump. A huge shift in policy recently for the Republican Party, but you know, traditionally police and I think you still have the firemen's union. I don't want to speak for them, supporting Democrats historically. 121 years since a Teamster has been at the Republican National Convention, let alone their newly elected leader. And that is a sight to see when the law enforcement is lined up and President Trump takes the time to shake all their hands. This is a leader who cares about the men and women in blue.
Exactly. And it's interesting because you see the amount of law enforcement, but these are people from all backgrounds.
Right, exactly.
It's not like it's just one race or whatever, because we know that the left likes to pin everybody against each other. It's none of those things.
Right.
I was doing an interview with Star Parker. She's the Cure Policy Director. So that is a Center for Urban Renewal and Education, a think tank in D.C. A Trump supporter, someone that was sold some of the lies from the left in the sense of she's African American, but who cares? Black, white, Hispanic, any race. It doesn't matter because we're all God's children. We're all here together, right? And what she said, I watched the interview again today because I was sending that clip to her press person. But the reason why I sent it over is because they requested it. But the point is, she said President Trump is multi-ethnic background, basically. He's someone that doesn't see any of that. He just goes with it because it's all about we the people. And we the people doesn't see any color at all.
Amen. And you look at it too, you know, even currently the police chief in Milwaukee, the mayor of Milwaukee, both African American, and it's their qualifications that put them there, not the color of their skin, not even necessarily their political or religious background. And I think that's what's been the danger between the Trump administration versus the Biden administration, and two records that you can compare right now in real time. In a few short months here, weeks, we're down to weeks of picking the next president of the United States, and it's been the increase in the DEI hiring from the federal level. Then in some cases too, and we could talk about this down the platform, but I think it's almost an essential part of making America safe once again. Keep men out of women's sports. I mean, we have to talk about that too, because girls have to deal with biological men coming into their locker rooms. That's ridiculous, on top of people trying to get scholarships for sports. This is all about keeping American families safe, and the DEI hiring process has clearly turned everything backwards.
Exactly. We don't want any DEI hires, especially flying airplanes or in law enforcement. We want people that, no matter their background, if they do the job well, that's who we have to hire.
Absolutely.
And that's what President Trump will have going forward with this 20 promises. You mentioned keep men out of women's sports. That's number 17 out of the 20 promises. There's so many. Let's go to 18 real quick before we get to a couple more sponsors. Deport pro-Hamas radicals and make our college campuses safe and patriotic again. There's a whole thing, wasn't it out of North Carolina, where the students held up the American flag as some of the protesters were trying to take it down. I believe they're actually going to be at the RNC this week.
Oh, that's exciting.
So
Wow.
that's pretty awesome as well. So let's thank one of our sponsors, American Financing. So week to week paychecks, or maybe every 2 weeks you get paid, or maybe freelance where you get paid once in a while. At the end of the day, American Finance is going to help you out, kind of organize a little bit any of the debt that's going on. They can actually help you save an average of $854 a month, and they do it by looking at the equity of your house, and they'll give you more details on how they complete that process. But American Financing is going to help you come alongside you to help your financial situation.
And look at that, $854 per month on average. I mean, that's a huge savings for most families. They're saying over 70% of American families are living paycheck to paycheck currently, with Biden inflation really being something that's terrible in America. We keep printing money, and we're sending so much of that over to Ukraine and foreign conflicts that America First is no longer a reality unless we put the former president, Donald Trump, back into office. We have two very different sets of records that are up against each other come November, and it's our choice to make that happen. But in the meantime, American Financing, protecting you, a great American company.
And speaking of great American companies, angelpaste.com/RSBN. You get a discount off of this great lotion product right there. angelpaste.com/RSBN. So this company from Spring, Texas. I've not been to Spring, Texas, but I've been to Dallas and other places in that great state. But the fact is, they hire veterans to make that product, to ship that product. That's pretty awesome.
That's fantastic. And you love to see things like that, because when our men and women come home from deployments, they may be looking for a career change, they may be exiting the military, and there may be a question as to where to go. And we have some companies who really step up for them. Angel Paste is one of them. And I was just telling you that I got a little bit burned going out with friends on a boat. It's summertime down south, gets a little hot, that sun is vicious. And I bought this aloe, and it had all these chemicals in it. And it was also not made in America. Just nice to have a made in America product that is not only safe, but worthy of our veterans, and willing to hire them, put them to work.
Exactly. So it's angelpaste.com/RSBN. Get that product. It's a good one. And you might have to get some to help out with that sunburn.
I'm thinking so. I peeled pretty well, so it's gone now, but you never know. Summer's not over with.
That's very true. We're still in the middle of July right now. Speaking of boats and having a good time, any boat parades? Have you been to any boat parades with?
I have a couple of times.
Okay.
And I like to talk about this. So this is down in Florida.
Okay.
And this is off of Sarasota. It's actually when I was down there visiting with my Truth Social friends, and I used to work for that company, a wonderful company, and we're still very active on Truth Social, and that's where you can find us at Matthew Alvarez, at Robert B. McNeely. Please follow us. We'd love to follow you and hear from you. But those are a lot of fun, and they're a great way to not only build camaraderie, but network amongst the MAGA movement, like-minded folks. But it's also important, too, that flags alone, signs alone, and boats do not vote. So you got to make a plan to vote, even a few months ahead of time, whether that's mailing in, going early, you want to go the day of. That was President Trump's clear message. Right before he came out last night, he had a pre-recorded message from Mar-a-Lago that just stated, look, make a plan to vote. We normally like to vote as Republicans, as conservatives on Election Day. So that's great and dandy, but just in case you can't make that happen, make a plan to vote. And wherever you live, there is early voting that takes place. There's mail-in, so take advantage of that.
Exactly. And number 19, to your point, out of the 20 GOP platform is secure our elections, including same-day voting and voter ID, paper ballots, and proof of citizenship. But for this election, President Trump says if it's early, great. If it's on day one, great, of the election, just vote, vote, vote.
Right, and I am going to portray that meme peacefully and patriotically, but I don't know if you caught this. It shows Mel Gibson in 3 different of his classic films. I believe the first one is What Women Want. It's me voting for Trump in 2016, and then it goes to 2020, and I believe that's the Patriot, but it's when he's, but before they go into battle, me voting for him in 2020, and then finally Braveheart, me voting for him in 2024. But what was funny, Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson in North Carolina, running for governor, actually coined the term yesterday in his keynote speech, our Braveheart of this time,
right.
Donald John Trump. Pretty amazing to make the comparison to William Wallace of the 13th century.
Exactly. American Braveheart, of course, President Donald Trump, the strongest political person of our time. And a lot of other strong characters like President Jair Bolsonaro of Brazil. I know he's not the president now, but the people of Brazil wanted him to stay in, Viktor Orban and others. So leading the way, leading the charge, and he's not going to quit. And I remember there was a time in Miami, Florida, when we had a rainstorm, a thunderstorm. Vanessa Broussard and I were live there in Miami, and there's this huge storm coming through with a rally. But President Trump didn't stop. I mean, the storm clouds and the wind, and he stayed in that moment. And I remember posting something on Truth Social about that President Trump doesn't quit, and either will the American people.
Right, and you think about when the storm clouds gather far across the sea, let us pledge allegiance to a land that's free. We are America the beautiful. And Donald Trump has embodied this new nature, this new spirit, I think a different side that we may not have seen in the past from him. Very reflective on what had taken place in the last few hours. A man who clearly thought that he could or should not have been in that moment, but God, angels protecting him. He just had tilted his head to look up at that screen at that podium. Had he not done that, it might have been a very different situation, and we could have been looking at a situation in the coming weeks of having 2 presumptive nominees not be the nominees of both major American parties. And not to speculate, but there is much discussion over whether or not Joe Biden will still take the nomination for the Democrats. It was Politico just reported today that Nancy Pelosi is actually making fundraising calls throughout the country, trying to undercut the sitting president, the incumbent Joe Biden. And who knows? It just seems it's very interesting right now. These California Democrats, whether it's Gavin Newsom, Adam Schiff, Nancy Pelosi, seem to be pulling the levers of their party's policies, their party's stances. And it's ironic given that California is really not in the best economic health, mostly thanks to Governor Gavin Newsom.
And well, I think when you hear Governor Gavin, as President Trump calls him, Gavin Newsom, I think that what they want to do is make America California.
Right, exactly. And there's some where that used to be a middle-class tax haven. People that moved there in the 1950s for opportunities. It was almost a second gold rush. And look, in the period of roughly 75 years, they've destroyed it with far-left policies, with an incredible amount of inflation. Just the price of gas there, and some of these national policies are of course affecting that, but it's the DEI, it's the transgender politics. It's not putting smart people in places of influence, not bringing people to the table, but rather shoving down their throats left-wing goofy policies, and someone like Governor Gavin Newsom, who clearly has mismanaged the beautiful Golden State.
Exactly, and this is all about common sense versus whatever else is going on the other side, I guess, right?
Right, exactly. It's lunacy.
All right, it is. And, the Right Side Broadcasting Network, of course, is happy that you are here with us here in Alabama, but we are going to be showing you some live pictures soon from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Of course, the Pfizer Forum for RNC Day 2. Going to be a great day there. We're looking forward to it, Bobby. Some great speeches, I'm sure, tonight. Last night was out of this park. Amazing seeing President Trump walk through that tunnel. If we could show that video again, that'd be great to see it. And as we mentioned earlier, it was like a Rocky IV moment of him just walking out and being like, here I am, the champion. And he is a champion.
Well, he is a champion, and he's a master marketer. And whatever people feel about him, whether they like his personality or they don't like his personality, you like his policies or don't like his policies, I can't imagine why, because this platform is so clear-cut, and we saw what the Trump administration was able to accomplish 4 short years ago. I mean, one of my favorite parts was his 2016 Republican presidential rival was Governor Jeb Bush, former Governor Jeb Bush, who said, you'll never get to over 4% GDP. That's not, we don't have that kind of economy anymore. And I'll never forget that tweet from Governor Jeb Bush to President Trump saying, congratulations, Mr. President, you accomplished that. And I think we'll see that tonight because, you know, former ambassador and former governor Nikki Haley is going to speak tonight. She will have a keynote. I'm sure it's about the safety apparatus of this country, given that she did an outstanding job as the ambassador to the UN, and perhaps maybe even though they had somewhat of a heated primary battle, will she return to her former position? I think we could speculate on that. That's a possibility because she did so well in executing the Trump foreign policy of peace through strength.
Exactly. Instead of weakness, chaos through weakness, which
Right.
what we're seeing right now. So peace through strength, of course, is the way to go. I was laughing a little bit on the inside when you said something about Jeb Bush. I was thinking about when, you know, in some of the debates, and he would call him a low energy Jeb. I'm sorry, that is hilarious.
Right.
But at the end of the day, you know, we got to move forward. Some of those zingers from President Trump make people laugh, and that's part of the common sense too, in a way. It's a regular guy.
Well, and
that's the point.
And I think that was the biggest difference of what you saw in the 2016 convention. The Ohio delegation really did not show up on the qualms of and the requests of. You had John Boehner, former governor, who ran for president, who seemed to be upset that Donald Trump, the populist, was the presumptive Republican nominee for president of the United States. Now, fast forward 8 years, what a unified movement, what we saw last night. He's brought together traditional Republicans, populists, union leaders, everyday Americans, the single moms who are up there, including Amber Rose, who's a rapper and a model. People saying that my community doesn't accept me for accepting Donald Trump's policies, but clearly they're using their spheres of influence to spread that message and to break bread with folks and to not cease friendships or get rid of family members simply because you disagree politically. You know, Jefferson and Adams, you have to think about that relationship. They went from being friends to hating one another, coming back to being friends again, and dying 5 hours apart on the 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. This is a divine, God-inspired nation, and I think people are waking up to that.
Yesterday, what was going through your mind and your heart when you saw the states of Illinois, where you're from, you live in Georgia now, when you saw your delegation, right, go up there and say they were standing behind Donald J. Trump, and then also what was your initial reaction when you saw on the heels of the terrible incident in Butler? What was that like for you, Bobby, when we saw President Trump come out? So the delegation and President Trump.
Well, it was a very somber moment for me. I'm getting somewhat teary-eyed here, but I'm going to try to prevent that, just as President Trump tried to prevent those tears from coming out, because what we saw there yesterday was our founders' vision for this country. Delegates, whether they're elected or appointed, each state is somewhat different. But for me, the states that have been near and dear to my heart, which the only 2 states that I have actually voted in, Illinois, my home state, and now Georgia, my adopted home state, just to see my family and friends and neighbors who are out there on the delegate floor was pretty inspiring for me. The moments right after, I was actually watching RSBN right up until that moment. Then a friend called me who I was with earlier on Saturday and said, "Are you watching this right now?" I turned it right back on. and my heart dropped. It was almost like my throat just dried up. It was a nervousness initially. I went to see a friend's band that night, and I'm glad that we continued to carry on as Americans. I had some interesting conversations just waiting to see my friend's band perform at a local pub, and those surprised me a bit, with some people saying, well, he says what he says, are you surprised? And I thought, oh, wow. Now, I didn't know these people, but you don't want to see any kind of violence in political discourse. It's not what we're about. We are a nation founded on that First Amendment of free speech. We need to have that dialogue, and my hope is that that unity comes back again. We're still waiting to see that from some factions in American society, namely the far left, but my hope is that we saw the somber reflection, we saw the prayers yesterday, and the delegates are clearly turning back towards the Lord.
Amen. Producers, can we please pull up the video or the photo of President Trump yesterday saluting Lee Greenwood, if we have that. If we don't, we'll still continue on, of course, with our question and answer real quick here. But there's that image yesterday with the saluting towards Lee Greenwood. So last night then, when you see him after 48 hours after the incident in Butler, what ran through your mind and heart at that point? Because I know, just as I do, and just as you guys do, we love this country. We love the ground. We love the actual dirt, the land. We love the land. Think about it. We go on a long trip, or somebody goes on a long trip, and then you finally come back to America. You just wanna be on that ground.
Right.
And so I know you love the country, Bobby. So tell me about yesterday, though, when you saw President Trump walk out there.
Oh, it was such a beautiful moment. It actually, I think, went better. You're anticipating what's going to happen, because at the first convention where he was the nominee, there was the smoke and mirrors come up. It was almost like a WWE set, a little bit of surprise, his shadow.
Awesome.
It was a lot of fun.
Awesome.
But we saw that was a different form of President Trump, where this was that reflective, that really wonderful moment. And as we were talking about yesterday, we were thinking, if he does come out, because we did not have prior knowledge of this, maybe a 5-minute ovation, and people were just standing and clapping. And I think it's reinvigorated the movement. It's recommitted people, because that's the fear of what takes place in immediate aftermath of violence, is that, I need to disengage. I should be reclusive. I should just go back home, mind my own business. No, these are the moments that you really need to step out and be uncomfortable. Go to church, pray with your neighbors. And last night for me was just very inspirational, and it made me proud to be an American.
Amen, amen. And Mike Lindell makes me think of Mike. I mean, talk about a courageous individual.
Absolutely.
He always talks about courage and giving people hope, and he does that. So we love Mike Lindell, but we also love that photo right there, where President Trump, and then you see J.D. Vance to his left and our right here in the studio, just pumping his fist and saying, you know what, I'm here, I'm staying here, I'm not going anywhere, and we're going to keep on keeping on. And that is the fighting American spirit that President Trump has since day one, before he was even president. You mentioned this yesterday.
Right. It's so true. And someone who has been, a mentor for many, someone who has not been afraid to tackle different issues. And that's why I think it's interesting, because these are both outsiders who are now the official Republican nominees for president and vice president of the United States. But what's interesting about President Trump's history, he's dealt with so many city councils. He was in real estate, a builder, dealt with business people, dealt with unions, dealt with international regulations. Mayors turned to him in the 1970s and 80s to solve problems, like the ice skating rink in New York. He got it done on time and under budget. And you know what's interesting, too? Go back to 2016. He's debating Secretary Clinton. And what was so interesting in that moment of two fierce rivals, Secretary Clinton was prompted with the question of, what do you most admire about Donald Trump? And she said, his family, his children have an immense amount of respect for him. And I think we know this because he would bring his kids, put hard hats on, and have them meet everyone at the construction sites. They learn the business. You see people like, I hate to say it, but you look at, members of the Biden family who have taken advantage of government access, business access, big business access, and have not necessarily, gotten there on their own. And then there's President Donald Trump, who said, "This is what I expect from you as my children," and you just put your money where your mouth is, and you see, words and talk can be cheap, but it's those actions. And we haven't seen anything quite like this. I mean, I guess since the Reagan assassination attempt. I mean, it really is. Every president is threatened. And that's why we thank our men and women in uniform. We thank our Secret Service. But wow, what a courageous moment of fight, fight, fight. Telling the Secret Service, wait a minute. And just reassuring people that he was okay in a scary, scary situation.
Exactly right. And it is always fascinating to see documentaries about President Trump and his early days in New York, being from Queens and then rising to the real estate mogul and Trump International hotels around the country, golf courses around the world. But, to go from that to The Apprentice, then from that, he says, you know what, I'm going to give this a shot. And he did. And here we are. 2016, he obviously wins that election. To everybody's surprise, you were talking about the debates against Hillary Clinton, right? And,
right.
It was always interesting. Every time that, she brought up a point, he would go, wrong.
Right.
You go, wrong. I mean, the stuff you never have seen before from anybody else.
Right.
And that's what's awesome.
And there's something there that's really remarkable with him. I don't know if we'll see another presidential candidate quite like President Trump, but you've seen with this process with the platform committee, this is the MAGA agenda enshrined, the peace through strength, the making America wealthy again, making America safe once again, making America strong once again. And of course, on Thursday, when he formally accepts the Republican nomination for the third consecutive cycle of presidential elections, make America great once again. An exciting time. I'm really interested to hear from some of his employees too. Like Carrie Ruiz is on the schedule. She's the golf general manager of Trump National Doral. I'm just really interested in hearing from everyday Americans, and of course the elected officials. Outstanding last night. Really enjoyed Congressman John James talking about, I may be the first Michigander to vote for a Buckeye in a while, but clearly it was amazing to see the camaraderie and the unity within Republican ranks and those who are traditionally not involved in American politics.
Exactly. And before we get to some more of there is a star-studded list, but you know what? The star-studded list is the everyday Americans, as to your point.
Absolutely. They're the ones that put the bread on the table, take care of their families. These are your neighbors. They are sitting next to you in the church pews. And I really reflected deeply on this on Sunday. I have the privilege of singing with a beautiful choir at my home parish. And my priest took a moment to just simply talk about peace and unity and watching over former presidents, current presidents, future presidents. It really inspired the congregation to just give an extra hug, an extra handshake to those we break bread with every day, and especially on the Lord's Day on Sunday. And then he paused for a moment and said, I want to thank our servants. And then he just said, Donald Joseph. It was a profound moment of unity, a profound moment of praying for those, whether or not we agree with them, and hoping the best for our nation. Because again, we are one nation united under God. This constitutional republic only works if we turn back to Him. Be not afraid. The Lord is King and in charge. There's no question about that.
Amen. And with us, with you, and with anyone around the world that would ever seek Him or believe. So we have to get to a sponsor, and then we'll get to some of the, and I was talking about some of the RNC speakers. They are we the people as well. I mean, just because, they have the good heart and the good mind and have common sense, like Donald Trump Jr. and others here. So we're going to get to, Tucker Carlson's going to be speaking, but we'll get to that in a second. Let's talk about BelleWood Designs, another great company, a manufactured product right here in the US of A. You see it right there inscribed on the outside of this case is We the People. A great product there, Bobby. You could put your firearm in there, and instead of, have it hidden somewhere else, you have actually better access with something like that.
Right, and sometimes the average response time in America for any police department is around 6 minutes. Sometimes 6 minutes is too much. If there's an intruder, God forbid, comes into your home, it's nice to have safe but also easy access to your firearm to defend you and your family. Some of these lock boxes, you just don't have the time to go through the code. So it's nice to have an American-made company who's on the up and up, who understands gun safety and the crucial nature that might happen if you're in danger.
Exactly. So it's BelleWoodDesigns.com. Use that promo code RNC for 10% off. We are live here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Of course, looking forward to day 2 getting kicked off at the RNC. That's session 3 there. So I know that they will smack the gavel there and
right. Smack the really big gavel.
Yeah,
I want to know who chose that. That's something that I'll be asking the delegates on the ground there, because that's one heck of a gavel. A lot bigger than Speaker Johnson's gavel.
Sure. And also Franklin Graham, Lee Greenwood, Alina Habba, Tom Homan, Chris Jansen. You heard him play some music during some of the musical interludes yesterday during the event. So a lot of people to get to. Obviously, Charlie Kirk spoke yesterday. We're waiting on Dana White with the CEO of the UFC. We heard from Bob Yununu, the CEO of Goya Foods yesterday. By the way, a shout out to Goya Foods. I used to live in New Jersey when I was younger, about 5 or 6 years living there with my family. And Goya had a plant right there. And the rice, the beans, the chicken, all the food, always a good product there. So it was kind of cool to see the CEO there. Also, my grandpa's from Cuba. That's where I get the last name Alvarez. So Cuban food. I love Cuban food. And we can talk about that another time. We have Italian and American food and all that.
And
so.
we're two foodies. We broke some bread last night. Had some a delicious meal of Texas Roadhouse. Another great American company.
yeah, definitely. And always, isn't it interesting? The whole crew here, we had Texas Roadhouse yesterday, and isn't it funny? Everybody where you guys are watching from, like, Texas Roadhouses are always packed. It could be a Tuesday at 7 o'clock. There's 500 cars in the parking lot. Sheesh.
That's so true.
But Lone Star, shout out to you too, and others out there. Outback. Are there Outbacks anymore? I don't know.
You know, here and there, I know, and that's what's sad about inflation and the times we're in. A lot of these name brands, I know, like Red Lobster, we grew up going there. That was my grandma's favorite restaurant. A lot of these amazing chains that really brought different kinds of foods to all over the United States, who really were the first to be out there. And I think of a brand like that because it's like, if you weren't living by water, you're not going to eat a lot of seafood. Well, Red Lobster changed all that. A lot of these places are closing their doors. So, be good, be kind to your neighbors, be patient with people, because there are people going through some really economic hardships. And again, yesterday, RNC session 1 and 2 day 1 focused on Make America Wealthy once again. This really ties into the theme of today, Make America Safe once again. Our safety and our wealth go into our prosperity as a country. And speaking of that, we want to thank another major sponsor, Birch Gold. For 50 years, the United States petrodollar, it was traded on an international scale, and now Saudi Arabia is turning to the BRICS nations, namely China and Brazil, to trade the petroleum. And this is really a dangerous moment for the United States.
It exactly is. You're exactly right. Trump to 989898. That's all you got to text is Trump to 989898. Those BRICS nations, we do talk about them a lot here, but that's what these people are trying to do, is take the dollar and devalue it. So you're talking Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and many other nations. Philip Patrick said the other day, I think it was 30, 40 other countries are trying to also latch onto that situation. So it's a good time to get some gold, silver, and precious metals. All you got to do is text Trump to 989898. You're going to get an info kit in the mail or a digital copy right there on your phone. You got to start the process by texting Trump to 989898. Let's talk about the border real quick before we get to the top of the hour. 5 o'clock on the East Coast, as you see, about 64 minutes until day number 2, session number 3, right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. This is the great Bobby McNeely. I'm Matthew Alvarez, live here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. So some of these promises, which promise would you like to tackle right now? There's so many good ones on there.
There really are, and being that it is the safety theme, I think you have to look at number 8, because this really ties into our border as well, which is at the top of the platform. But number 8 says, prevent World War III, restore peace in Europe and in the Middle East, and build a great Iron Dome missile defense shield over the entire country all made in America. I mean, this has been the biggest security promise perhaps since the Star Wars program that Ronald Reagan had pushed, and his work in peace through strength, dealing with a Cold War Soviet Russia. The biggest difference now is the capability, the reach that we now know the Chinese Communist Party has. It flew a balloon all over the United States. For some reason that was not ordered to be shot down, but it was confirmed as a spy balloon. God knows what else was attached with that. And it's the Chinese Communist Party, its government, buying up farmland around our military bases. I mean, this is scary stuff that is going to put the entire country in danger, but it also ties into the fentanyl crisis, where we see over 100,000 men, women, and children, mostly minor children, dying of fentanyl poisoning. China sending these drugs over the Mexican border, people, illegal aliens coming in from all over different parts of the world, and we want legal immigration, want to be clear about that. But when you have criminals coming over this border and causing horrible deaths, what do you say to the family of Lake and Riley? How do you replace these people? So many times we have preventable death because of these horrible policies on the part of the Biden administration.
On top of that, then we might have a possibility of non-citizens voting in our U.S. general election, which is just north of 100 days from now. So we've got a lot going on. We, in a way, desperately need these 20 promises to be enacted, and they will be within. He even says sometimes even before, as president-elect, he would be getting moving on this stuff.
Oh, there's no question. And I think we saw that too, that President Trump had the world respecting us again. He had our enemies fearing him. And I really believe too that Putin would not have invaded Ukraine had Donald Trump still been president of the United States.
Exactly. Great point there. Joining us now is Ryan Walters from Oklahoma. Sir, do you hear us? Are you there, sir?
Yes, sir.
Hello, Ryan Walters. You're an Oklahoma superintendent. That's correct, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about the latest news there. I mean, I heard in the great state of Louisiana, then there were the 10 Commandments being posted in each of the public school classrooms. What's going on in Oklahoma?
Yes, sir. You know, we are very proud to be the first state in the country to put the Bible back in the classroom. We announced last week that we're going to have the Bible back in every classroom, and we're going to teach from the Bible. Look, American history has shown time and time again that the Bible has had huge historical impact throughout different moments in our history. So we're going to make sure that in its historical context, the Bible's back in the classroom. The teachers' unions have driven it out, but we're going to put it back in to make sure our kids know our history.
And sir, why do you believe, or why have you seen the teachers unions, specifically in Oklahoma, trying to push out this kind of content? This, again, whether you believe it or not, it's historical fact.
Yeah, look, the teachers union has an agenda, and it is a radical left-wing agenda. It's a Marxist agenda. They want to drive any attack against the Christian faith they can. And here's the reality. Look, they can be offended. They cannot like it, but they can't rewrite our history. We are clearly teaching the history of this country. How do you teach why the Pilgrims came to America if you don't reference the Bible or Christianity? How do you give context to our rights come from our Creator? Well, what Creator were they talking about? I actually had a commentator one day tell me, well, how do you know they're not talking about a Hindu God? And I go, well, that's a great example of why we need to teach history in our schools, because our kids have to understand the background of this country. Why the founders reference God, why they reference the Bible. And again, that context is important to understand our background.
If you look at it from a very simple perspective, the other books that are being taught, and a lot of left woke books, and then a lot of history books and all kinds of books, why not have the greatest book on earth, in my opinion, be put in every classroom across the country, and if not the world?
Yeah. Look, here's another way of putting it too. I love how you said that, but look at this. It's the most read and cited book in American history. It was the most purchased book in American history. How can you claim it didn't have an impact on us historically? But yet the left wants to push books like Gender, Queer, and Flamer into the classroom. Well, last time I checked, Thomas Jefferson wasn't referencing, radical pornography. He was referencing the Bible. He was referencing his faith. And so that's where you've gotten this so far away from any kind of historical context that the left is pushing this radical left-wing agenda and indoctrination, yet they're blocking out a book that had a tremendous impact on us historically.
And how do you recommend people getting involved who, may want to not only explore this curriculum, but also share that with other counties, other school districts, perhaps other states throughout the union?
Yeah, look, all states should adopt this. We're pushing it here in Oklahoma. President Trump has said that he supports the work we're doing here in Oklahoma just a couple of weeks ago. And so, look, every state needs to be doing this. And look, they can follow me on Twitter, Ryan Walters, Superintendent on Twitter. We are actively out there pushing out the guidelines, pushing out what we're doing, because we want other folks to be able to follow this as well. It's a blueprint of how you get your schools back on track, how you make sure our kids understand this country, know our history, so we can continue to be the greatest country in the history of the world. We cannot back down to these radical leftists that are weaponizing every institution against our families, against faith, against our communities. So we've got to get our schools back on track, and this is a key way of doing it.
You know what I love about God and the Bible and what is going on here is whether someone's on the left, on the right, in the middle, upside down, or indifferent, God so loved the world that he gave his only son, Jesus, that whoever believes in him will not perish but have everlasting life. So interestingly enough, this book is for everybody anyway.
Right. I mean, again, you look at it and you go, well, why are the left so mad about read the 10 Commandments? What exactly upsets them? Right. Read the Bible. Why are they upset by these things? It is historical. And the founders talked about, look, there's a great quote from John Adams says the Constitution was made for a moral people. They talked about religion and faith, and the Constitution and maximizing those individual rights that God gave us is only successful if you have a moral, religious people. That's what the founders said. Lying to our kids and not telling them that full story is academic malpractice. It is time to get the Bible back in our schools.
And Bobby, before you ask a question, I just want to have a conversation with all of us here. We're talking about Marxism and other things that want to take God out of everything and be anti-God. Isn't this awesome that we've got a superintendent from Oklahoma that is leading the way for this? You got Louisiana doing the same thing. Let's bring the Bible back to every school.
Well, it is extraordinary because we were talking earlier, Mr. Walters, just about this concept of people asking, what do I do to make a difference in my community? And everyone has a sphere of influence, but one of the boldest things you can do is running for city council, running for school boards, being that voice of change in your own school districts where your children go to school, so you just know how to help influence that and being involved in the community.
Look, that's such a great point because, look, we deal with, the Federal Department of Education should be eliminated. We have seen that federal department push all of this onto those states. We've also seen states that haven't taken up their end to get our schools back on track. But ultimately, what you want to see is you want to see school districts, right, that have a great school board, that are very engaged, that represent their community, that make sure that their schools never get off track like this. And so I completely agree. Parents need to sign up to be more involved in their kids' school. We want to see school boards represent their community. We've got to get these radical teachers unions out and get back to a place where our communities were involved, our parents were involved, and our families were close and working together.
Ryan Walters, I can hear an echo of mama bears across the country agreeing with you right now.
Well, thank you guys very much for your time today. Thanks for having me on. And again, we're going to keep getting schools back on track here in Oklahoma, and we will have the Bible back in our classrooms.
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you for your work. And just before you go, where can our followers find you on social media and your entire movement that's happening throughout Oklahoma?
Yes, sir. Thank you for that. It's Ryan Walters, SUPT on Twitter. So Ryan Walters, Superintendent on Twitter, and then Ryan Walters for Oklahoma.com. We give regular updates there of the work that we're doing here. Thank you guys so much, and we're going to keep leading the fight here in Oklahoma.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your time, and thanks for all you're doing in the wonderful, beautiful state of Oklahoma.
Thank you, guys.
So Ryan Walters there out of Oklahoma, superintendent. That was pretty awesome to interview him. But also, you think about Oklahoma, and was it in 2016 and 2020 that every single county voted red?
Right, and that's an extraordinary thing in and of itself, just the unity that the President Trump MAGA populist movement has brought to not only Republican politics, but the culture. You know, politics is simply downstream of where the culture is, and right now we're in a culture war. There's no question, and so much of it is focused on Charlie Kirk, founder and president of Turning Point USA, spoke on this last night. Gen Z can shape this election because it's our schools, it's our education system that sees this battle probably more than any other aspect of society and culture right now in the United States. And there's another great organization that is doing a lot to make America great again.
That's right. It is 53 minutes until session number 3 starts in day 2. 5:06 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Bobby McNeely. We are here live, and obviously it's going to be a great day because a lot of other speeches to hear from, whether it's everyday speakers in the sense of everyday Americans, and also the RNC speakers from Matt Brooks. He's the CEO of the Republican Jewish Coalition. Diane Hendricks, she's the owner of ABC Supply. You've got U.S. Senator Tom Cotton, may have spoke yesterday. I don't recall. I don't think he did. But we've got, of course, the U.S. Senate candidate Kari Lake will be speaking. MTG spoke yesterday. We've got a huge crowd. You know who I'm really looking forward to is Hung Cao out of the state of Virginia. He's running for Senate there. Talk about a guy that's strong and going for the MAGA movement.
Oh, no question, and a veteran as well. You know, these are fighters. These are people that really love the country. They don't need these roles. They don't need these positions, but they're experts in their field. And I think it's going to be a broad coalition of what's discussed tonight because, again, the focus is making America safe once again. And this gentleman put himself on the front lines in order to do so. And I'm especially excited about the Republican Jewish Coalition. They've been wonderful people in actually my neighborhood just outside of Atlanta because we have a lot of Jewish neighbors and friends who don't feel safe, quite frankly, within their own neighborhood. And with Jewish students going to school now, they've seen so much of this, pro-Hamas retaliation. And again, we want to protect free speech, but we do it peacefully and patriotically. No one should be intimidated nor threatened because of their religious or cultural backgrounds, and especially due to the color of their skin. It's horrible what's happening on America's college campuses, and I hope with the fall we'll see a change in that.
And we will talk about that one promise there that's within the 20 promises. That is that exact point that you just made there, Bobby, before we get to our next points here. And we did not use the J.D. Vance interview yet, did we? Or the speech?
We did not show that clip, and that would be a lot of fun to throw back to that. Bernie Moreno was speaking on behalf of his friend, of course. Mr. Moreno is running for the United States Senate, and you can see the excitement of the Ohio delegation nominating one of their own for Vice President of the United States, and to hear the resounding cheers and yes voice vote by the delegates on the floor, really a special moment at the convention and an important piece of business for the convention.
Exactly, and that speech is tomorrow, actually, the VP speech, of course, with J.D. Vance, and then the big day, Thursday, Make America Great Once Again. Before we move on to our next topic of discussion and possible interviews to join us live here, the wellness company, ivermectin, amoxicillin, Z-Pak, and other great medicines that you can get through MakeCareGreatAgain.com. I mentioned this the other day, but I'll mention it again. A couple years ago, my wife and I had COVID during Christmas. It was the worst. Wish I had something like this. The wellness company's emergency kit, ivermectin, Z-Pak, and more right there. So MakeCareGreatAgain.com. And Bobby, you know what's awesome too? The code RSBN. Right away. Use that code. You get 15% off.
And it's easy to remember. Sometimes these codes are, oh gosh, what did I do? Or I didn't get to take a picture of it quick enough on the screen. That's why we keep it up for you nice and long. And even as we're doing our commentary, our analysis on political and cultural events, you'll see these sidebars, of course, to see our wonderful sponsors, and we thank them for all that they do for this wonderful network. But that is MakeCareGreatAgain.net. I'm just a big fan of Dr. Peter McCullough, Dr. Drew Pinsky, who have put this together. These are leaders and experts in their field who did not cave to the Washington, D.C. bureaucrats, to Big Pharma, who wants to keep America sick all the time. It's not health care in this country. It's a sick care industry on the part of the big pharmaceuticals. So let's follow the lead of Dr. McCullough, Dr. Pinsky, MakeCareGreatAgain.com. I'll be sure buying one. It's nice to have access to that because I like to go hiking a lot too, and sometimes you need these medications on you. You don't know what might happen.
And speaking of hiking real quick, Western Colorado, if anybody's been out there in the Grand Junction area, right there next to Arches National Park and Utah. Beautiful area for hiking.
Oh, it is.
Of course, there's great hiking anywhere you go around this country, but I just remember that being pretty awesome. Did a family vacation years ago, but love hiking. We also love good books.
We do. I'm a big fan of reading, and some people ask too. It's like, how does this, all this information you're just flowing and talking about this in the history of our country? Well, it's coming from studying where we came from. We don't know where we're going. We don't have that North Star, that compass, without investigating these things. And that's why the free Trump book is just essential to get for your family, especially the young American patriots in your life. freetrumpbook.com. You saw what Mr. Walters is fighting for in Oklahoma with so many great patriots to just get the 10 Commandments in school. And again, whether or not you believe it is the Word of God, these are historical documents that have changed the world, and we thank people like former Governor Mike Huckabee, who has a show in Hendersonville, Tennessee, doing amazing work with the freetrumpbook.com, a great guide to not only learn about the presidency of Donald Trump and the future presidency of Donald Trump, but also the historical stuff that has led to this amazing moment, a time for which we have been born.
That's right, freetrumpbook.com. And of course, before we were talking with Ryan Walters about the Bible being put in schools, and a great thing for believers out there. Matthew Alvarez alongside Bobby McNeely. We are here at the Right Side Broadcasting Network studios. As you see, we're approaching a great number there, 47 minutes until that gavel rings in. The delegates should be pouring in right now to the Fiserv Forum, getting ready for Session 3, Make America Safe once again. Live 2024 coverage of the Republican National Convention from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Thank you for being with us, and we will be right back.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I'm the host of the Let It Be Heard show here on RSBN channel. I would love for you guys to check me out. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, YouTube. We release episodes every single week regarding culture, Bible, social issues, politics, current events, anything. So if you're into any of that stuff, I highly recommend you check me out. God bless you guys, and stay safe out there.
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale, and here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, you get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My Slippers and Sandals as low as $25 a pair. And for a limited time, when you order $75 or more, your entire order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda, Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I'm the host of the Let It Be Heard show here on RSBN channel. I would love for you guys to check me out. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, YouTube. We release episodes every single week regarding culture, Bible, social issues, politics, current events, anything. So if you're into any of that stuff, I highly recommend you check me out. God bless you guys, and stay safe out there.
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale. And here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, you get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My Slippers and Sandals as low as $25 a pair. And for a limited time, when you order $75 or more, your entire order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. We know that, of course, today is day 2 of the RNC, 41 minutes to go until we toss it out there to Milwaukee. We might get a live shot, too, in the sense of a live video screen there showing the Pfizer Forum. News that came into our newsroom just about an hour and a half ago is in Grand Rapids, Michigan. There will be a Michigan rally this Saturday. President Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance to be there in Grand Rapids. It's at 5 o'clock on July 20th. So, of course, Right Side Broadcasting Network will be there with wall-to-wall coverage. That's this Saturday, a Michigan rally. So, Michigan, get ready. We're going to have a great time there as President Trump will speak, as well as J.D. Vance. So that just announced by the Trump campaign within the past couple hours. So big news there, of course, as we gear up for that rally. And, of course, we also want to thank BelleWood Designs. This is a great company, Bobby.
Oh, no question. And the response time in America by our wonderful men and women in blue is an average time of 6 minutes. Sometimes it's not enough time if you're in the face of danger, if there's an intruder who's entered your home, God forbid. So BelleWood Designs is a great American company where you can keep that firearm not only safe, but in close access to protect you and your family.
Exactly. So you see that information on your screen there, BelleWoodDesigns.com. Use that RNC promo code. You'll get 10% off. It's beautifully designed, a great box right there, a great thing to put the firearm inside, but also to have that efficiency of getting to your firearm quicker than maybe in some other cases. So BelleWoodDesigns.com, use that RNC promo code 10%. And I was just mentioning J.D. Vance being in Michigan this weekend with President Trump at a rally there, and a pretty interesting day yesterday as well.
Oh, no question. It was one of my favorite moments was Congressman John James of Michigan, and he was joking around that he's probably the first Michigander to vote for a Buckeye in a while. So I hope that the Michiganders will welcome this Buckeye with open arms. I'm sure they will. And, it's a nice spot because I think some of my Chicago friends might take that drive right around Lake Michigan to go see President Trump and Senator J.D. Vance, the now official Republican nominees for president and vice president. And Mr. Producers, I believe we have that video from yesterday where U.S. Senate candidate from Ohio, Bernie Moreno, introduces his friend, Senator J.D. Vance, and we have the voice floor vote to nominate J.D. Vance for Vice President of the United States. We'll go to that now.
Pursuant to Rule 40A, a motion to nominate by acclamation is now in order. The chair now recognizes Delegate Bernie Moreno, Senate candidate from Ohio, for the purpose of making a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Bernie Moreno. I'm honored to be the Republican nominee for the U.S. Senate from the great state of Ohio. I know firsthand that my dear friend JD is a selfless and brilliant fighter. He is a patriot who loves America. He loves Ohio. He loves his family. He's a great father. He's a great man. And that's what we need in this nation today. To JD Vance, America First is not just a slogan. It's his North Star. He has followed it every moment of his life and career. He knows what it's like to live in poverty, forgotten by Washington politicians. He is dedicated to ensure that no American is ever forgotten again. Madam Chair, it is a great honor to move that J.D. Vance be nominated by acclamation by this Republican National Convention as its candidate for the office of Vice President of the United States of America.
And a powerful moment for the Ohio delegation, and a strong floor vote, voice vote for on the behalf of Senator J.D. Vance by the delegates at the Republican National Convention. And it just struck me as well that there's been discussion about, was this the right pick? Why did this direction happen? And there's a lot of sometimes overanalyzing of a situation where we could see the left is clearly very upset by it, by some of the commentary coming out of Washington, D.C. But clearly the delegates, the Patriots, who are the backbone of the Republican Party, very happy with Senator J.D. Vance as a pick. And I see three things here: geographic location, fighting for those Midwest states, fighting for the Rust Belt. J.D. Vance is a champion of that. The youth aspect, a millennial Republican being on the ticket, a young Republican being on the national ticket with President Donald Trump, and then finally a Marine veteran, a gentleman who was very upset by 9/11 and what took place in the early 2000s and went to serve his country as a Marine. J.D. Vance is not only a smart and accomplished man, but a very balanced pick for the Republican ticket.
And also yesterday's picture that we have as well, where President Trump is standing next to the vice presidential pick, J.D. Vance, at the arena there at the Pfizer Forum. President Trump was not only saluting, he was also doing that right there, pointing and the fist pump.
The fist pump. The fight,
there's so many things going through my mind, thinking about Saturday and also the salute, but also you see there President Trump next to J.D. Vance. I mean, an awesome moment last night as we gear up for J.D. Vance to speak tomorrow night in Milwaukee. And then, of course, President Trump taking the stage on Thursday, one of the most widely watched speeches, most likely of all time.
Oh, no question. It's something that there's been speculation as well that it's a totally brand new speech given what happened on Saturday. We definitely saw this solemn reflection coming from the President of the United States just last night as he walked into the arena in the Fiserv Forum, and to see the unity and the excitement amongst the delegates. It harkens back to what took place in 2017, but this was such a heartfelt presentation, something so genuine that something only President Donald Trump could produce and have the courage to do.
So that speech will be right here live on Right Side Broadcasting Network on Thursday. Of course, we'll have day 3 coverage tomorrow. Vanessa Broussard will be here tomorrow and Thursday, but also the big speech will be right there at the RNC. And then only a couple days later, on Saturday, July 20th, President Trump and J.D. Vance will hold a rally in the great state of Michigan.
And the ticket will be on the road and in Grand Rapids already on Saturday together. Clearly not living in fear, clearly moving forward. Will be interesting to see the security protocols that go into place. Will there be a glass barrier? Will there be different procedures, given that what we saw on Saturday was a clear failure. There was miscommunication. We're going to learn more in the coming days. Formal investigations are set to happen. The director of the Secret Service will be before the House Oversight Committee for testimony on Monday of this upcoming week. It's an extraordinary time for our country, and I had brought up yesterday, and you brought up today, Matthew, just that President-elect Obama had that glass encasement around him, and maybe we need to now do that for a former president who could be the future president.
Exactly. So we'll have some answers, hopefully, to those questions when you see that video of the shooter on the roof and people pointing out that there's a shooter. You got all these people yelling at, hopefully that was law enforcement right there, and still nothing really was done in that situation within that framework. But obviously, you and I weren't there. We don't know if they were talking to law enforcement. Who are they yelling for?
Right.
But we just hope that we'll get some answers soon with that situation. Obviously moving forward, as we have to keep everything safe and protected, but also you have, as people call it, divine providence, God, angels, and then on top of that, we have responsibility as well to be as safe as possible. So when you have that 1-2 tag team, and God steps in, things are going to be okay. But boy, that was such a tough moment, as many of you watched here on Right Side Broadcasting Network as we went live for several hours that day. A beautiful crowd, though, in Butler, Pennsylvania. I mean, so many beautiful people.
Absolutely.
A sea of red in the sense of people there with red MAGA hats on, and Vanessa Broussard and Nikki Stanzione, they were live there, right? And
I texted them. I made sure that everything was okay. It was a scary moment. 2 very brave ladies. It's a pleasure to work with them. And they had excellent coverage on Saturday, given what a stressful moment for everyone there. And see these rallies, if you have not been to a MAGA rally and a Trump rally, even Congressman Dean Phillips, a Democrat of Minnesota who ran for president in the primary, spoke about how great the people are at these rallies. They celebrate America. They're not the type of people who go down and tear down statues, burn businesses like we've seen in recent years. These are patriots. These are people who didn't necessarily get involved in the political process until President Donald Trump came on the scene, and these are truly love fests. And it's just such an honor to bring this to you via RSBN, where we cover every inch of every moment of these great events where President Trump visits. And I'm sure Saturday will be a historical and an exciting one for the books, but not for the reasons of what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania on Saturday.
Well said right there. I mean, number 20 in the GOP promises of the platform is unite our country by bringing it to new and record levels of success. Number 20, part of the GOP platform, just adopted officially yesterday. So President Trump's 2024 campaign and his promises, there are 20 of them right there. And it is all about Agenda 47 as well. So there's so many truths and common sense policies, both domestically and in foreign policy, that we see under President Trump, starting no new wars back in 2016 through 2020, and so many other new things I believe that he would take care of right now in a way that he did in those 4 years. He didn't do anything that was not right. He did a lot of right things, correct things then.
And remember, 8 years ago, it was, what have you got to lose? Now we have a record. We have two records of two presidents, two administrations, one an incredible success story, the other really a failure. And so much of what makes up the American presidency is just the ability to make crucial decisions under immense pressure. And who is going to be the person who picks up that phone between the hours of 11 o'clock and 2 in the morning when most people are sleeping? I mean, it was amazing because the White House press pool asked that of Karine Jean-Pierre, the press secretary for the president. She literally walked out when they asked, oh, he's good until 8 o'clock. It was a statement by her office. What happens when 11 o'clock comes around? And you could say it was a snarky question, but it was realistic given what the White House had put out. At 11 p.m., if there's a nuclear weapon shot at the United States, does Dr. Jill Biden, does she pick up the phone? Where's the Secretary of Defense? You have to ask those questions, and President Donald Trump has proven that he will be ready for action come day one, January 20th, 2025.
Exactly right. Tax Network USA, one of our great sponsors here, we would like to thank them because at the end of the day, if you have any filing problems or missed some taxes or any issues there, it's something that's not so fun to deal with, but that's what's cool about Tax Network USA. 800-357-1415. These guys are going to help people go along that process, and especially even if you overpaid, they're going to help you.
Well, and look at what the Biden administration has done with the hiring of thousands more of these IRS tax agents who we've seen what big government has done to families in Virginia with the investigations of if you go to a school board meeting and they start looking into your personal finances. I mean, how un-American, how unconstitutional. So it's good to have tax consultants who believe in the same values, who believe in a constitutional republic, who believe in your right to privacy, and can give some good advice because sometimes, quite frankly, we have a very complicated tax system. We talk about this as a broken tax system, and we need folks who are going to help us, the experts, make sure we're not overpaying in taxes.
Exactly. So it's Tax Network USA. 800-357-1415. Let's go over to another great company, Angel Paste, which is based in Spring, Texas, hiring great veterans. A great product there as well, especially after you were mentioning you were out on a boat hanging with some friends and got some sunburn. You got to have good kind of products to help that.
And that was my big thing. I went over to the local CVS. I got some aloe. I was all excited, but then I looked at the ingredients. I looked at the yellow 5s, the blue 4s, all those goofy colors and numbers that I don't know where they come from. I just wanted straight aloe. Here's the thing. We got an American-made company producing a high-quality product, hiring veterans in a beautiful place in the country, Spring, Texas, a great, great community. So give them a shot and see what it does for your skin. Be wrinkle-free, be scar-free, and don't do what I did. Go out in the sun in the deep south. But it was fun. It was a great day with friends and a good Christian brotherhood and breaking of bread. And you need days like this or days like that when we're facing the things we're facing as Americans right now.
We're going to get to that point in just a second. angelpaste.com/RSBN for a discount. angelpaste.com/RSBN. You're saying we need to have that kind of thing. And we talked about that yesterday, whether it's prayer, whether it's hanging out with family and friends, and also the laughter aspect. That's what President Trump's awesome because he still makes you laugh, even at the various rallies. As we take a live look right there in Milwaukee.
Oh, it's fantastic. Delegates coming into what will be session 3 of the Republican National Convention 2024, the edition that is in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, a homecoming for the Republican Party, a party formed from abolitionists. They were against slavery. They wanted to do something about it. So in 1854, they came to Ripon, Wisconsin, and their 2 policy platforms were abolition and then also the fight against polygamy, which was spreading throughout the United States in the mid-19th century. It has now become a party, a big tent party, focused on making America safe again, making America strong again. Of course, yesterday, make America wealthy again, ultimately making America great again behind a populist backdrop. A wonderful 20 promises. This reminds me of Newt Gingrich's 1994 contract with America. Of course, then Congressman Rick Santorum worked on that. Many people who have come behind the fold of the MAGA movement and have helped President Trump in shaping and crafting these policy issues.
And about 30 delegates there in Wisconsin for the delegation of that great state, the Badger State, I believe, right? And a lot of delegates there throughout the country and 6 territories. So 56 in all in Milwaukee at the Pfizer Forum. Wonderful time here. 24 minutes away, Bobby. What do you think about the speeches tonight after, being on the heels of a powerful night last night?
Right. It's hard to, really anticipate what can happen in day 2 because it was so electrifying yesterday. But I think you're going to have realistic calls not only for peace through strength but prosperity. I'm very excited for the president of the Republican Jewish Coalition. Again, we've seen our Jewish brothers and sisters, our friends who have been discriminated against on college campuses, who have been hated by, in some cases, pro-Hamas protesters. They have the right to protest under the freedom of speech, but they do not have the right to harm individuals. And that's why you've seen university provosts, deans, presidents who have been removed from certain universities, certain donors of private universities who have ceased in giving because you've had a very anti-Jewish environment on campus that has been unacceptable. People need to be safe on college campuses. These are impressionable young people. And like we saw at the University of North Carolina, it was frat boys saving America. It sounds cliche and silly, but to see those brave young men standing up, holding up the American flag, holding up the Israeli flag in defense of their Jewish brothers and sisters, it was very moving for me, and I think it's exciting to see Gen Z and their influence. Perhaps we'll learn more tonight on how they're going to shape the 2024 election.
And we are hearing that group of students from the University of North Carolina will be in attendance there in Milwaukee. So that'd be a great moment, especially if any of them take the stage and speak.
Right, and this is a president. I've got to see it myself, whether it be at a Turning Point conference or a MAGA rally covering that, where he talks about the crowd, he talks about we the people, and he brings up the everyday American. He especially brings up young people and says, many of you will be standing here one day. And I think that's a large part into why he chose Senator J.D. Vance, 39 years old, in a couple of weeks here, turning 40 years old. He is the youngest Republican vice presidential nominee since General, then President Dwight D. Eisenhower selected Richard Nixon to be his running mate. So definitely a passing of the baton, definitely a looking forward to what is beyond President Donald Trump's tenure. It's a unique situation because legally he can only hold one more term if elected, and he is from day one a lame duck president, but I think he will have that vigor as he did day one, that January 20th, 2017. This will be January 20th, 2025, when he is sworn in as the 47th President of the United States.
All right, so now we know the ticket is set, and of course we have J.D. Vance, the vice presidential nominee, speaking tomorrow at the RNC. Then on Thursday night, President Trump takes the stage in Milwaukee at the Pfizer Forum in front of about 20,000 people there. Obviously, yesterday was a very celebratory kind of feel, as many of you watched right here. Thank you so much for joining us. Those of you that are just tuning in, I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Bobby McNeely. We've got 21 minutes until session 3 starts for day 2 of the Republican National Convention. So we know that we're looking for unity in the sense of check out number 20 once again. This is a promise on a platform from the GOP. Unite our country by bringing it to new and record levels of success. And that is the retribution that President Trump also spoke about. Success.
Right. He said our success will be at the ballot box. And it's really interesting to watch some left-wing media outlets who claim that even when he said fight, 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 that was somewhat antagonistic, or they'll skew or edit certain speeches to make it seem like he hates one group of people. Then you play the whole line, and it's just not the case. It harkens back to when he had one of his first press conferences in the Trump Tower, and the Charlottesville incident happened. But look at again, Sean O'Brien, the Teamsters president, hit on this theme last night of we need to avoid the extreme right, the extreme left, the hard voices in society, and really come together, regardless of political affiliation, regardless of religious background, of skin color. And that's the whole thing. It's go to the grocery store, you go to church on Sunday, and people of all different backgrounds, they love each other. And there's something, particularly special, being that you're here in Alabama, I'm a resident of Georgia. It's just good people make up our communities, and it reminds me of the song Luke Bryan talking about, I believe most people are good, and there is an optimism in America, even in difficult times, even with inflation and skyrocketing groceries and gas prices. This agenda will make America great again. And this platform is very straightforward for anyone to get involved in the political process.
Exactly. Speaking of country music, Chris Jansen yesterday played Buy Me a Boat. It's a great country song. We love country music. We love rock music. We love some rap music too out there. Tom McDonald and others. Even 50 Cent was saying, you know what, I might have to jump on the Trump train. It's happening everywhere. And then speaking of music, John Rich came out with a great song called Revelation. It's an awesome video that he has and a great song. So we are 19 minutes away from tossing it there to Milwaukee. We've been live here since 3 p.m. Eastern. So we thank you so much for sticking with us. Some of the other speakers we were looking at here, of course, Donald Trump Jr. will speak. Eric Trump, co-chairman Lara Trump, Kimberly Guilfoyle will speak. As we mentioned, Matt Brooks is CEO of the Republican Jewish Coalition. We heard from Amber Rose last night.
Right.
We heard from David Sachs, the CEO of Yammer. So a whole list of U.S. Senate candidates from Bernie Moreno, Dave McCormick, Hung Cao, Tim Sheehy, Sam Brown, Mike Rogers, Kerry Lake, of course. So a lot of speakers to get to. So we're going to have that all here live for you. This is what's awesome about Right Side, right? We bring you the live coverage from the beginning to the end. And you got to listen to us for a little bit. But hey, it's all right. But we love bringing up the topics that you guys resonate with and share with you the amount of news that we know, including that this Saturday will be a huge rally in Michigan. The Trump teams passed that press release out to the media just about 2 hours ago, saying that in Grand Rapids at 5 o'clock there will be a rally this Saturday. And
exciting news. It's really just coming on the shoulders of the shirts that are being sold, the Trump campaign putting out Fear Not, a great image, a great iconic photo, perhaps the historical photo of our time, this generation, of President Trump literally being shot in the ear, standing strong, telling the Secret Service to wait, and then saying fight, fight, fight with the fist pumps. Even the delegates echoed that last night as he was going to his seat coming through the Fiserv Forum. So an exciting moment, a tender moment of people really feeling called to duty to mission, doing what our founders really envisioned.
Exactly, a great point, and that's exactly what they were chanting is fight, 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 and that's not a scary word, especially after Taylor Budovich said, and I repeated this yesterday, I'm going to share it once again with you here. He said, quote, "By the grace of God, President Trump survived a coward's bullet, and before leaving the stage, he roared, fight. He says, so we shall. We will fight by mobilizing the most epic political movement in history." This is Taylor Budovich with MAGA Inc. He said, "We will fight by prosecuting the case against the worst president in American history, Joe Biden, and we will fight by delivering President Trump an electoral landslide to provide him the opportunity to unite our divided country and make America great again." A wonderful statement there by Taylor.
Oh, absolutely. And you really have to look at the policies that are being put forth by certain congressmen. And there's a gentleman gentleman we really have to call out, and that's Benny Thompson. If you remember the J6 committee, former Representative Liz Cheney was on there. They were pushing to remove Secret Service detail for former presidents. That was, of course, targeted at President Donald Trump. Completely unnecessary, ridiculous piece of legislation. And let's hope that there is unity in D.C. for protecting of elected officials, for a harmonious nature between them, even though they disagree. But we can't have any more of that nonsense coming from the deep state and inside the swamp. But clearly, this agenda is going to bite the hand that feeds those Washington bureaucrats, whether they're elected officials or whether they're entrenched people who have been in Washington for 50 years. I mean, we talked about Robert Gates, the Secretary of Defense for George W. Bush and Barack Obama. He said in his memoir, his autobiography, Joe Biden has been on the wrong side of history and the wrong side of foreign policy for the last half decade, or half 100 years here, 50 years of being on the wrong side of history. He's been in government for too long. And you have an outsider like President Donald Trump, Senator J.D. Vance, who are looking to completely drain the swamp.
Beautifully said. The deep state and draining the swamp is exactly what President Trump ran on in 2016. We know the daily theme so far. It's wealthy, safe, strong, and great. We're on Make America Safe once again today. And we love the fact that the campaign has decided to have everyday Americans as some of the highlights of the speakers. So that'll be great to hear tonight. Also, American Financing is a great, great company that is there to help with any kind of debt or any kind of, and I know a number of us go from check to check. We got to pay the bills. I get it. But having that financial assistance by someone like American Financing to help save money any way you can, why not call them up right there? You see that number on your screen, American Financing. And, yesterday was Make America Wealthy once again. That's one way to do it.
Oh, it is. I mean, look, $854 a month potential savings with this group. Great American company. It's worth looking into because everyone's a bit cash strapped right now with Biden inflation, with the current economic times. We're printing money like crazy and sending it over to Ukraine. That's been something that has been heavily debated, heavily contested. I think American, you hear this when you go and cover these MAGA rallies. What's one of the most upsetting things to you? It's the inflation, the skyrocketing nature of it, not putting American citizens first. Charlie Kirk of Turning Point USA hitting on that theme about returning President Donald Trump to the White House and giving Gen Zers a chance at the American dream. And this is a great company, American Financing, who can help make that happen.
And they do that, this $854 a month, by tapping into your home's equity and wiping out high interest credit card debt. So $854 a month is like a $10,000 raise. So credit card interest rates are insane, and most of us are still carrying a balance from month to month. So American Financing is your go-to for some financial peace of mind as we get ready for session number 3. How excited are you, Bobby?
I'm very excited.
Yeah.
I can't wait for it. I think it's just neat to see all of the excitement and entertainment last night, the somber nature and the reflection. Lee Greenwood's beautiful words. He was so excited that the MC had to say, well, President Trump is coming out. So that was really a moment. And what a great band, Six Wire, who's playing in between these interludes. So you see the festive nature of it. But this is going to be, I think, probably the largest foreign policy component to the convention, making America safe once again. So many of these issues, from an open border to what's happening in Ukraine, what's happening in Israel, all intersecting and affecting the American ethos and how we move forward, because we know under President Trump there were no new wars started. You can't say that about recent presidents.
Exactly. So you parlay today with tomorrow with Make America Strong once again. And of course, you might as well throw in the greatest one of all when it comes to Make America Strong and also Make America Great once again. So obviously we are 11 minutes and 11 seconds away from throwing it there to Milwaukee. We'll be enjoying this coverage because, again, these are everyday Americans sharing their mind, sharing their heart, and sharing their situation of what it was like under President Trump and what it's like under Joe Biden.
And rarely do you have an opportunity where you have two distinct records, to be decided on. It's a historical moment for America because on a few occasions, I believe it was 5 different occasions, a former president has attempted to return to then become president again. Only one has been successful. That was Grover Cleveland as the 22nd and 24th president of the United States. And none of us living now got to see that. So you look at this now, a very successful record from President Trump 4 short years ago, a policy, a group of policies, a platform that put America first, put American citizens first, versus really, I think, what is a dying ideology, a globalist ideology that serves NATO first, that serves other folks around the world first, and puts America last. And really, that's part of the MAGA doctrine, the Trump doctrine. One of his greatest speeches in 2019 to the United Nations was, put your citizens first, care for your citizens first, and then let's do business, let's talk. We want free and open trade, we want fair trade, but you need to take care of your citizens first.
Sounds like an outsider to me, Bobby.
Oh, absolutely, and that's what outsiders do. They change the world. Remember his inspiring words saying that, do not be afraid to be the outsider. It's the outsider that makes the difference, who makes the real change and the everlasting peace.
Yep, and basically looking at the word impossible and not letting that get you deterred or letting that take you down.
Exactly.
You know, we see that President Trump has done great things for this country, and he's created, as I mentioned earlier, it's such an inspiration to so many people, not only in this country, whether somebody's running for office, whether you own a business, you have that encouragement that, hey, he has done it. He has shown us how to be strong. You know what? I can do it. And I can also be that outsider when it comes to running for elections and running for office. And it's also really expanded to the free world as well.
Oh, exactly. And again, it just, it is what we are, our founders' vision. We're their ancestors. They wanted this to be a government of, for, by the people. And as you've mentioned the last couple of days, that Abraham Lincoln's immortal Gettysburg Address, that we shall not perish from the earth. But that's only determined by if we're involved in our constitutional republic, if we're running for city councils and school boards. If you don't want to run yourself, go and volunteer for a campaign. There is no better way to meet your neighbors. And sometimes it can seem daunting because some of these districts are pretty big, and there's discussion about that. Should we have smaller districts? Should we have more of an ability to know neighbor by neighbor? But it's worth going out there. It's worth knocking on doors and making phone calls to make that difference, to do it peacefully and patriotically. And we have so many great examples, not only in the present day, but I think about our region of the country and the freedom we now enjoy in the southeast United States. Not long ago, there was Martin Luther King. There was even John Lewis, who passed, relatively recently, who was a Democrat, but they linked hand in hands together and said, "We shall overcome." Martin Luther King, a Christ-like figure, no doubt, doing it peacefully and patriotically, not being judged by the color of their skin, but rather the content of their character. And that's what Right Side Broadcasting is all about, bringing these historical moments to you. The 2024 Republican National Convention from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, in about 7 minutes here. They will gavel in for Session 3. And Matthew, what are you most excited about from today's Make America Safe once again?
Law and order. At the end of the day, we see President Trump taking photos with so many people in law enforcement. My dad actually worked in law enforcement. He was a police officer. He was a detective. He unfortunately passed away in 2007. But I know he's looking down now with a smile on his face because, life is like a vapor, But we do know that tonight is going to be great because I'm sure we're going to hear some great speakers. Of course, the everyday Americans are going to be there speaking and sharing their heart. And you can't really write a script for these guys, Bobby.
No, you really can't. It's really from the heart. I really connected with the gentle lady yesterday who came out. I think she was the first of the everyday Americans, and a single mom talking about how the Biden economy has just made it so hard for her to raise her children in this economy versus when President Trump was in office. And it resonates with me because that was my own experience. experience. My mom sacrificed so hard working 2 to 3 jobs at a time to make sure my brother and I had the American dream. And I'm blessed to be here with you, Matthew, covering what is history with Right Side Broadcasting Network, a wonderful network committed to bringing you the front row of history in real time. We don't cut away. We're showing you everything. It's a lot of content. You might have to take a break a time or two, but we're showing you every aspect so you get to determine what is heard and seen at a political convention as grand as this Republican National Convention 2024 from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It's just a really special moment, and I think we're going to see many of the hard policy points presented tonight with making America safe once again.
All right, we've got 5 minutes, 15 seconds until we toss it out there to Milwaukee. But also, before we do that, text Trump to 989898. This is the Birch Gold Group. You can protect your savings with gold, silver, precious metals. Get that info kit, kind of figure out, okay, is this something for me? You can simply text Trump to 989898. But also, you're doing something that's kind of anti-BRICS, which is kind of cool. I mean, think about it. I mean, Brazil and Russia and India, China and South Africa and other countries trying to devalue the dollar by using their local currencies. Well, say to them, you know what? No, I'm going to spend my dollar and I'm going to text Trump to 989898.
And we have many smart viewers. I'm sure you have robust 401ks, IRAs. This is also a way to diversify that, whether you want to transfer those programs into tangible gold, silver, precious metals, but also if you just want to have a backup as well, because it doesn't hurt at all. In case there's something that is cataclysmic, you have a currency that can be exchanged really anytime, anywhere, any place. Birch Gold, text Trump to 989898 and be financially secure.
So last night, it was quite awesome to see President Trump obviously there in the arena. And one of my favorite parts, as I mentioned at the top of the broadcast about 3 hours ago at this point, was the fact that at the end, the priest was, before the benediction, kind of did an impromptu improv of President Trump, so impersonated President Trump. If you didn't see that, please go on Rumble or YouTube, scrub back on yesterday's broadcast, and he did a good job saying, you know, you'll be almost so sick of being blessed. Go ahead, Bobby, you do it.
There'll be so many blessings, so sick of that, but that's all I'll do. I can't do it justice because it was a very special moment, completely. I think unanticipated, just given that sometimes we see our clergy and it's very stoic. They have the collar, it's all of this. And he gave a beautiful benediction and then blessed the entire crowd with the cross. It was a special moment, but just to have that humor and then to see the sparkle in President Trump's eye when that happened, because I do the impression myself. Sometimes it can get a little bit old hearing yourself characterized or having a caricature, but it was just such a warm, unanticipated moment that there were laughs and smiles clearly in the hall, and President Trump seemed to have, after what he experienced on Saturday, after what his family experienced, wasn't there a sense of this lightness of, oh my gosh, I'm here, God protected me, the angels protected me, and I'm ready to serve my country stronger, bigger, and bolder than ever before.
1,000,000% right there in agreement, Bobby. I mean, because yesterday his smile was so genuine.
Right.
And you usually don't see that perspective in the sense of usually he's the guy on the stage talking.
Right, exactly. And just to have him not say anything in that moment, but just walk in to take it on in, to do another fist pump, and then for the crowd to not only chant USA, but chant fight, fight, fight. This is a united Republican Party. And whether or not you're Republican, Democrat, Independent, whatever your political affiliation is, and we hope that so many are watching at home, we know the great patriots are watching at home, what a unifying moment for the country. Strength, peace through strength, courage, security, fortitude, fidelity to the Constitution. That's what I think about when I think about President Donald Trump.
1 minute, 44 seconds until we toss it out there to Milwaukee. Of course, it's going to be great to see the RNC chair out there, and then also hear from a number of speakers, well-known speakers, some you might not heard of, but at the end of the day, it's We the People. This is a We the People week for the RNC.
And I'm really excited because I've heard yesterday that Lara Trump, the RNC co-chair, will close tonight's session. So that will be a highly anticipated speech, given what the family has experienced in the last several days and her fortitude through all this, and how neat of a daughter-in-law to give what is sure to be a remarkable speech, not only serving her country, but speaking so highly of her father-in-law. What a special moment that will be.
100%. You know, we've got these phrases out there. They say things like must-watch TV. Well, this is must-watch TV, must-watch streaming this week with the RNC here on day 2, as we are just 40 seconds away from throwing it out there. Bobby, any words before we throw it out?
Just excited to see all of the policies enacted tonight from this beautiful platform. Again, it's 20 promises, much like the 1994 contract with America. We're down to 27 seconds. I think tonight will be a strong focus on national security and how we can close our borders and make sure you at home are safe and that your family can prosper. But how about you, Matthew? What are some of the takeaway from today?
Well, I think that making America safe once again is a great step that we have to take, because we've been seeing the crime statistics throughout the country go up in various cities. So what we're looking for is to have law and order restored in this country, and that's not a bad thing. It's a good thing, especially there's a number of almost 100% of these guys are legal, law-abiding law enforcement, right?
Exactly.
You're talking 99.9%.
Right.
So that's what we want back in this country. So any second now, we'll be going there live to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. As soon as we see that countdown board that usually pops up in the middle of the screen on the right there on the actual stage, we'll be throwing it out there live. So awaiting session 3 to begin. It is now 6 o'clock Eastern Time. 5 o'clock here on the East Coast, and of course out there, those of you watching in California, right? And Washington State, and even the Mountain Time Zone, of course, out there in Phoenix as well. It's 3 o'clock, and we're so glad you're joining us here. Bobby, how can people follow you on Truth Social?
Yes, you can go to Robert B. McNeely, at Robert B. McNeely. That is at Truth Social, and that's my favorite platform to use. And I used to work for them. I had one of the first actual platforms there, so it was an exciting time when we brought free speech back to the internet and really got to fight for our Bill of Rights online.
Exactly, and I'm at Matthew Alvarez on Truth Social. Thank you for following, but also, you know what? I love hearing from the messages and the replies and all of that to various content that Bobby posts, I post, Vanessa Broussard, Nikki Stanzione, Paul Ingrassia. There's actually somebody at Right Side, they are behind the scenes, so I won't share names, but has the account that opened up on February 15th, 2022.
Wow.
Those of you guys at the Truth Social followers out there and those that are on it, you know what I'm talking about. Usually you see February 22nd, 2022.
Right. Exactly.
So Bobby here has a February 15th, and so does somebody else here at the network. We saw that yesterday. I thought that was kind of cool. So obviously a wonderful social media platform. And speaking of social media platforms in the sense of the RSBN app, if you'd like to get that app, go ahead and download it, RSBN, the app. You can also bookmark or save to your homepage the rsbnetwork.com. Also that/newsletter. You can get a newsletter by RSBN. And also go ahead and follow RSBN on Truth Social at RSBN. And then we're on like Locals, Getter, Telegram, so many out there.
Oh, absolutely. And it's wonderful because once you subscribe, you'll get so many of our posts, our blogs, actual newsletters going out. So it's one of the most active media sites that's out there, and it's bringing you everything in real time, all the developments in the political world, and especially things that are happening within our culture. And then again, our wonderful sponsors who give us access to not only American-owned, but American-made products that are high quality, hiring veterans, protecting your finances, protecting your future security, which the last 2 days have been about. And I think, to add something I'm also excited about is, like last night, we've seen legal immigrants take the stage, talk about their family stories of coming here to America, becoming Americans. I'm also very excited just to see former Ambassador Nikki Haley. She will address the convention tonight, and we'll see that unity message spread loud and around the entire Fiserv Forum.
And we're going to be tossing it out there. As you see, there are 5 seconds until we send it out there. One of the numbers here on the promises, large tax cuts for workers and no tax on tips. 2, 1, and let's send it out there to Milwaukee.
This is NPR. According to a new poll, 1 in 4 Americans now say they live in fear of being attacked in their own neighborhood.
Tonight, terror fears mount after arrests of border crossers linked to ISIS.
Crimes against children are increasing rapidly, according to the FBI.
It's not just big cities. Rising crime is a problem everywhere.
The CDC reports over 250,000 Americans are now dead from fentanyl, coming across the southern border under the Biden-Harris administration.
The suspect in the murder of a Georgia nursing student entered the U.S. illegally, according to ICE.
The FBI director confirmed the border crisis poses a major homeland security threat.
Delegates and alternates, ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you all to the second night of this historic Republican National Convention. I have to ask, did we have a great night last night? Do we have a great nominee for Vice President in J.D. Vance? And do we have a great nominee for the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump? Are you ready for a great night, too? I hereby call this session to order.
Ladies and gentlemen, for tonight's invocation, please welcome Pastor Neil Jackson from North Carolina.
Tonight's theme is to make America safe again. That is an impossible task without divine assistance. Would you join me in prayer as we call upon the Lord to make our country safe once again? Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the blessings upon the United States of America. Thank you for your provisions upon this land, your protection of this land, and your promotion of this land, which is undeniable. Your word says, "Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord." Tonight, we claim that for America, believing that you desire to bless and prosper our country as we honor you and your ways. Father, forgive us for when we have strayed from your commandments, and grant us mercy. Tonight, we ask that you would protect our country from those who would do us harm. Thank you for protecting President Trump from the many attacks leveled against him, but especially the attack this past Saturday. Tonight, we pray for our military leaders and officers. Pray for our police officers, our firefighters, our first responders, as they risk their lives so we can continue to be the land of the free and the home of the brave. You commanded Joshua to be strong and courageous. Tonight, all across this country, I pray that you would raise up a generation of courageous leaders who follow you with their whole heart and govern with integrity. We ask these things in the name that is above every name, the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the presentation of colors. The colors are presented by the professional firefighters of Wisconsin Honor Guard. Let's give them a warm welcome.
Left, right, left, 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 right, left, 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 right, left, 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 right, left, 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 right, left, you left, you left, right, you left, left, right. Left, face.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and our national anthem.
Present arms.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mary Ann Taylor to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Hello, Patriots. Are you ready to pledge this American flag and give them our loyalty? Yes. Well, we're going to do this the Southern South Carolina way, a little bit slower. If you are military, and I'm looking out, and a lot of you already are poised, if you're like me from a military family but not military, we're going to stand at attention, place your right hand over your heart, and pledge with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage Grammy Award-winning singer and U.S. Army veteran, Milwaukee native, Daniel Irby, to perform our national anthem.
Daniel.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. On the rock as red glare that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Please remain standing while the colors are retired.
Right face. Forward march. Your left, lift, right. Your left, lift, right. Your left, 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 right. Your left.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chair of the Republican Party Committee on Arrangements, Anne Hathaway from Indiana.
Good evening. My name is Anne Hathaway, and on behalf of the 168 members of the Republican National Committee, the Committee on Arrangements, and the amazing staff of the Committee on Arrangements, I'm honored to welcome you tonight and pleased to be among Republicans from every U.S. state and territory and visitors from over 80 countries from around the world. Over the next few nights, you are going to hear from the best and brightest that our party and our movement have to offer, from candidates and elected officials, to entertainment leaders, the business luminaries, grassroots activists, and the everyday Americans who power our party, united in our common goal, to make America safe again, to make America wealthy again, to make America strong again, and to make America great again. Teddy Roosevelt famously said, "It's not the critic who counts. The credit belongs to those who are actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust, sweat, and blood." Ladies and gentlemen, this is the arena. Just by participating in this convention, whether you're a speaker, a delegate, or a viewer at home, you have an opportunity to engage in the fight for a better future for our children. So I ask you, as you watch this convention and hear these incredible speakers over the next few days, to listen, to share the message that resonates with you and your friends and your family, and to help us channel the incredible energy of this convention into a resounding victory in November up and down the ballot, starting with electing Donald J. Trump as president and J.D. Vance as vice president. Make sure your friends, families, and neighbors are registered to vote. Get your yard signs. Make a plan to get to the polls. The fate of the free world depends on us giving everything we've got and ensuring that we elect American first candidates up and down the ballot to every office. Thank you, and God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Governor of the State of Tennessee and Chair of the Republican Governors Association, Governor Bill Lee.
Thank you. Thank you. It is an honor to be here tonight to add my voice to yours and our fellow Americans who understand the magnitude of this moment. We have gathered here to guard and protect and defend the fundamental tenets of our free society. After all, we do still live in the most remarkable country in the world, with freedoms and liberties and opportunities that most of the world has never enjoyed. Now, we know that our freedoms are granted by God, but they are preserved by the people. Generation after generation of Americans have defended their essential freedoms from the encroachment of the federal government. As Republican governors, we are on the front lines of that fight, and we have banded together to preserve freedom and right the wrongs of the last 4 years. The Biden and Harris administration unleashed inflation on this country, making it hard for Americans to make ends meet. Republican governors pushed back by cutting taxes for our people. They opened the border, endangering our country. Republican governors sent the National Guard to the border to protect it, to crack down on cartels and fentanyl and human trafficking. They tried to let the Chinese Communist Party buy our farmland. Republican governors banned it. They attacked parental rights. Republican governors fought back for a parent's right to choose their own child's education. President Trump was right when he said that school choice is the civil rights issue of our time. In the storm stirred by Washington, Republican governors across this country have stood as anchors of courage, their states as harbors of hope, and their people as models of freedom. But governors can only do so much. We need strong leadership in the White House. We know what that looks like. We had it before, we need it again. And that's why we, as Republican governors, are joining together, unifying in support for Donald Trump for president. I count it as a great blessing to take my place on the wall, to stand where those before me have stood beside people like you, each guardians of our shining city on a hill. May we as a people call out to the Lord, seek his wisdom, ask him to heal our nation, and bless this country we call America. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of the National Federation of Republican Women, Julie Harris.
Milwaukee. I am honored to be here representing the nation's largest grassroots Republican women's organization in our country. I'm the proud mother of 5, the grandmother of 11. My husband and I are family business owners. We work hard for everything we have and to give our children every opportunity to achieve their dreams. Parents across the country know what it's like to have a pro-family president in the White House. Under President Trump, gasoline and food were affordable. He won huge tax cuts for the middle class and created great high-paying jobs. He worked to keep crime low and to keep drugs out of this country. He's a businessman. He understands what it's like to build something of your own. Joe Biden has never built anything of his own. He uses a government to destroy things and to make it impossible to give your children the life you dreamed of for them. On day 1, Joe Biden declared war on families. He made it harder for people to support themselves, to start families, and to raise children. He's robbed families of affordable homes, energy, and food. As our supply chains broke and inflation exploded, Biden's press secretary blamed us. She implied we should buy less. After destroying the economy and flooding America with illegal immigrants, Biden still wants to raise our taxes. The American dream means more than just scraping by. But under Biden, 65% of Americans say they're living paycheck to paycheck. When it's this hard to provide the basics, the other things we want to provide for our families get wiped out too. Piano lessons, summer camp, braces, family vacation, Christmas gifts. This is not the America that we have worked so hard for. Biden wants us to barely scrape by. President Trump wants us to thrive. We need a pro-family president in the White House again. And that, and that president is Donald J. Trump. From the National Federation of Republican Women, thank you, Milwaukee.
Close your eyes and I'll kiss you. Tomorrow I'll miss you. Remember, I'll always be true. And then while I'm away, I'll ride home every day, and I'll send all my loving to you. I'll pretend that I'm kissing the lips that I'm missing, and hope such a feeling that my love, I get high, I get high, I get high. There's something you'll understand when I hear there's something I wanna hold your hand. I wanna hold your hand. I wanna hold your hand. And when I touch you, I feel happy inside. It's such a feeling that my love, I get high, I get high, I get high. Yeah, you got that something I think you'll understand. When I hear that something, I wanna hold your hand. I wanna hold your hand. I wanna hold your hand. I wanna hold your
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Young Republicans Chairman Hayden Padgett.
I'm Hayden Padgett. I'm the chairman of the Young Republican National Federation and a proud son of the great state of Texas. More importantly, I'm a husband and the father of two wonderful children who are under 2 years old. This election, I'll be fighting to build a better country for them, my kids. America has always been a place where the promise of tomorrow is brighter than the trials of today. But for young Americans, that future is diminishing as quickly as, well, Biden's cognitive ability. In 2 years, America will celebrate her 250th birthday. But for Americans celebrating their 25th birthday now, they see a future where their dreams are increasingly out of reach. The rising cost of education keeps us in debt. The rising price of groceries and fuel keeps us living one paycheck to the next. The rising cost of childcare keeps us from starting our own families, and the rising cost of rent keeps us from owning our own home. But we know that life can be better, that our lives can be more than making ends meet. Because it was better under Donald Trump. Making America great again means making groceries and gas affordable again, making education an investment and not a burden again, and making home ownership possible again. We just celebrated our Independence Day, where we were reminded that our founders did not promise us happiness, but the right to pursue it. The Biden-Harris economy has taken that all away from us. And this election, the young Republicans will be fighting to make the economy great again. We will help to throw Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and their legacies into the trash heap of history, and we will elect Donald Trump, a man whom grace and grit have saved for our time, and Senator J.D. Vance, the first young Republican who will be elected Vice President of these United States in almost 70 years. And together, we will restore the American dream for young Americans. I owe it to my children, just as we all owe it to our future, to make America great again. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Chief Executive Officer of the Republican Jewish Coalition, Mr. Matt Brooks.
Hello, Milwaukee! Let me hear you cheer if you support Israel. Let me hear you cheer if you support Israel. Now, if someone tried that at the Democrats' convention, they'd be booed off the stage. But here, at the Republican convention, we proudly and loudly stand with Israel. This election is a critical moment for the American Jewish community and for Israel. This is our chance to continue the incredible pro-Israel legacy of the most pro-Israel president in history, Donald J. Trump. President Trump, among his many accomplishments, many of which they said couldn't be done, but he did it. He moved the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem. They said it couldn't be done, but he weakened the Iranian regime. They said it couldn't be done, but he delivered the historic Abraham Accords, bringing us closer to peace in the Middle East. With President Trump, we will repair and rebuild the U.S.-Israel relationship that has deteriorated after 4 disastrous years under President Biden. Now, today, 9 months after the historic Hamas attacks, shockingly, President Biden is still withholding critical arms that Israel needs to defend itself. Boo. America must stand with Israel and against the terrorists, especially Iran. We must stand with the Israeli people. Now, my message here today to the Jewish community is clear. There is only one pro-Israel party, and it's the Republican Party. And here at home, under Donald Trump, we will put a stop to the rising tide of anti-Semitism. President Trump will bring back law and order so that American Jews can once again wear a kippah and walk the streets without fear. President Trump will stop the mobs on the college campuses so Jewish students feel safe when they go to class. The Jewish community is ready to help elect Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. The Jewish vote continues to increase for Republicans year after year, and I promise you 2024 will be no different. So let me ask all of you, who will best stand up to the Hamas sympathizers and the squad? Donald Trump! Who will best stand with Israel? Donald Trump. Who will make sure Jews feel safe and secure? Thank you, RNC, for the opportunity to speak today, and thank you, President Trump, for your commitment to elevating Jewish American voices. Together, unified, we will win. Am Yisrael Chai!
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former White House Chief of Staff to Donald J. Trump, Reince Priebus.
As a longtime Badger, let me say, welcome to Wisconsin. Partners throughout the city of Milwaukee and state of Wisconsin have been preparing behind the scenes for over 2 years to make this convention a reality. I couldn't be more appreciative of everyone who helped make this happen. Milwaukee is a world-class city, and Wisconsinites are some of the kindest people you'll ever meet. While you're here, make sure you experience the beautiful beaches of Lake Michigan. Order a basket of cheese curds, please. And I know you're all going to have a few beers while you're here, right? As the former chair of the Wisconsin GOP and chair of the Republican National Committee, I know firsthand that Wisconsin is the nation's premier battleground state. There's no better place to hold the GOP convention than right here in Wisconsin. And in November, you'll see Wisconsin stand with Donald Trump, and we will help send him back to the White House. I want to say and begin by saying my prayers are with the victims of the shooting in Pennsylvania, and our prayers are with President Trump. As White House Chief of Staff, I saw him right the ship after 8 years of Democrat failed policies, and I'm confident he'll do it again once more. Yet again, Democrat failures of the last 4 years have left many Americans feeling hopeless, unheard, and hurting. But when Donald Trump tells you what he'll do on the campaign trail, well, look out, because he will deliver when he walks into that Oval Office. Let's remember, while president, he decided to drill, baby, drill. He shut down the border. He confronted China head-on, made Europe pitch in on NATO, lowered taxes, put conservatives on the Supreme Court, and he defeated ISIS. Republicans can turn the tide in the United States and make America great again. We, together here, the Wisconsin GOP, we can make Wisconsin red again in 2024 and send Donald Trump back to the White House. Let's stand united as Republicans. Let's stand united as Americans. Let's make America one again. Let's get to work expanding our majority in the House and taking back the Senate, and let's re-elect Donald Trump president. Thank you, and God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chairman of the Forest County Potawatomi Nation, James Crawford.
Hello, everyone, and hello, Wisconsin. Good evening. I am James Crawford, the chairman of the Forest County Potawatomi community. I'd like to welcome all of you to not only Milwaukee, but also to an area of the state that is part of the homeland of the Potawatomi people. Milwaukee is a particularly special place for Potawatomi. It was once home to several Potawatomi villages, including a village close to where we sit today. Our ancestors occupied these lands for hundreds of years, fishing area rivers and lakes, hunting the land, tapping maple tree groves for sugar, and harvesting crops in fields each fall. The Potawatomi connection to Milwaukee continues. Today, our tribe is part of what makes Milwaukee a great place to live and work. And while we are best known for entertainment and tourism, our tribe is also a part of the fabric of this community through our construction, technology, and real estate business ventures, and the charitable work our foundation does with community nonprofits. Thank you. Potawatomi are just one of 11 tribes in Wisconsin and one of 574 in the United States. Even though each tribe is unique with their own histories, cultures, and distinct challenges and opportunities, the tribes still share many commonalities, especially a desire and need to keep our people safe. And right now, Native people are facing real threats to ensure our safety. The growing use and abuse of illegal drugs are claiming countless lives on reservations across this country. And Native American women and girls continue to be exploited, trafficked, and subjected to violence at reprehensible levels. So tonight's theme, Make America Safe Again, is especially important for us. I look forward to working with everyone here to make America safe again. To help us preserve, protect, and enhance our future generations. Miigwech, and God bless America.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome businessman Perry Johnson.
Well, what a group. Well, I'm Perry Johnson, and I'm a business owner of 81 companies around the world. And I'm going to ask you one simple question. Are Americans better off today than they were 4 years ago? No. In 2019, the median household income in the United States was $4,000 more than it is today. And on an average, things are 20% more expensive. Why? Joe Biden. When you go to the grocery store and you find that things are 30% more, you can thank Joe Biden. When you have to fill up your gas tank and it's 50% more expensive, thank Joe Biden. And when you buy a home and get a mortgage, your payments are almost double what they were 4 years ago. And I know because one of my companies is a mortgage company. Now, what do you say we fire Joe Biden? I live in Michigan, a state with grit in its veins, beautiful Great Lakes, and greatness in its soul. We built the auto industry. We win national championships. Go Blue! But under Joe Biden and Gretchen Whitmer, we can't catch a break. And Michigan isn't alone. Everyone worries about the economy. Do you know that right now, 66% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck? I think that stinks. But Biden says things are looking up. Well, the only person looking up is Joe Biden as he stares into space on the debate stage. In 2016, Americans elected Trump to fix Washington. He built the strongest economy in our lifetime. What do you say we give Trump a hand with no inflation? Joe Biden says he can't keep our borders safe. Did Trump keep our borders safe? Yes. Under Trump, we had virtually no inflation for 4 years. That is a fact. Under Trump, family income went up every year. That is a fact. Our borders were secure under Trump. That is a fact. And under Trump, we will have lower prices, affordable American energy, lower taxes, and a better quality of life. What do you say we re-elect Trump? Trump, when I brought quality to the auto industry, it was pivotal in saving the auto industry. And when Trump brings quality to Washington, he will save America. Joe, Carmela, and Gretchen, I have a message for you. Michigan is the state that gave Donald Trump the win in 2016, and Michigan will be the state that sends President Trump back to the White House in 24. President Trump is the toughest president since Teddy Roosevelt. When he was shot, notice, they were carting him his way and his arm was raised because nothing will stop him. Fight. For him, America is always first. He has the heart of a lion, the brain of a genius, and he's done it before. President Trump is ready to save our country, to make America great again. I am ready to do whatever is necessary to get Trump back in the White House. Are you with me? Yes! 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 Trump! 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 Let's do it! Trump! 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 Trump!
Somebody once told me the world was gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. She was looking kind of dumb with her finger and her thumb in the shape of an L on her forehead. Well, they just start coming and they don't stop coming. Bend to the rule and I hit the ground running. Then it makes sense not to let go far. Your brain gets smart and your head gets dumb. So much to do, so much to see. So what's wrong with taking the back street? You never know if you don't go. You never shine if you don't go. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get the game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on, get paid. All that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars break the mold. It's a cool place. Say it gets colder. You put on up now. Wait till you get older. a man beg to differ, judging by the hole in the satellite picture. Ice we skate is getting pretty thin. Water's getting warm and you might as well swim. My world's on fire, how about yours? That's the way I like it and I never get bored. Hey now, you're an all-star, get the game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star, get the show on, get paid. All that glitters is gold, only shooting stars break the mold. Get the show on, get paid. All that glitters is gold, only shooting stars. Somebody once asked, could I spare some change for gas? I need to get myself away from this place. I say, yeah, what a concept. I could use a little fuel myself, and we all could use a little change. They just stop coming and they don't stop coming. The moon and I hit the ground running. Till it makes sense not to live for fun. Your brain gets smart and your head gets dumb. So much to do, so much to see. So what's wrong with taking the back streets? You never know if you don't know. Go! Never shine if you don't glow. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on, get paid. All that glitters is gold, only shooting stars. That we've been lost. Maybe one last time it's all we need. Well, I can't really help it if my tongue all tied in knots. Jumping off a bridge is just the farthest that I've ever been. Anywhere you go, I'll follow you down. Any place with those I know by heart. Anywhere you go, I'll follow you down. Follow you down, but not that far. Though we're headed somewhere I can't see how far we've come.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next senator from Arizona, Carrie Lake.
Wow. Hello. I love you. I love you. I love you, Arizona. You guys are amazing. Wow, this is MAGA energy tonight, guys. Love it. Oh, wow. This room, America, I wish you were in this room with us. This is electric. Hello, America. Welcome everybody who's watching at home, and welcome everybody in this great arena tonight. We love you all. Actually, wait a minute. I don't mean that. I don't welcome everybody in this meeting, in this room. The guys up in the fake news, frankly, all right, frankly, you guys up there in the fake news have worn out your welcome, right? You've worn it out, guys. You have spent the last 8 years lying about President Donald Trump and his amazing patriotic supporters. Actually, guys, they lie about everything. They've lied about Joe Biden's health, the economy, the laptop, the border. I could go on and on and on. But the really good news is that every day more and more people are turning off the fake news. And they're... That's right. And Americans are waking up to the truth about the disastrous Democrat policies pushed by Joe Biden and his favorite congressman, my opponent, Ruben Gallego. These guys, they're full of bad ideas. Just last week, Ruben Gallego voted to let the millions of people who poured into our country illegally cast a ballot in this upcoming election. Gallego and the Democrats have handed over control of my state, Arizona's border, to the drug cartels. And because of them, criminals and deadly drugs are pouring in, and our children are dying. Our children are getting their hands on these drugs and dying. I'll tell you, the hardest thing I've had to do on the campaign trail is talk to moms and dads who come up to me and tell me that their 19-year-old son has died because of fentanyl poisoning, or their 22-year-old daughter took a half a pill and she's gone. We are losing a generation of young people to this fentanyl crisis, and it's got to stop. The Grand Canyon State has become the fentanyl state, and it's not okay with this mom. I'm not okay with that. I don't think it's okay with that mom. I don't think it's okay with that mom. It doesn't have to be this way. The problems we face are huge. The problems caused by the Democrat Party. But the solutions, guys, they're really simple. First of all, stop the Biden invasion and build the wall. Easy. And while we're building the wall, let's kick Bidenomics to the curb and bring back the MAGAnomics. Is that okay? I miss the strong Trump economy. And because I'm a mama bear, I want to replace this indoctrination, this psychological abuse they're inflicting on our children with a real, solid, quality education. It's all common sense. The great news is that we can solve these problems, and to be honest, we must solve these problems for the sake of our children, because that's really what this is all about, right? The next generation, the future of our country. I learned something watching, the Nature Channel, that the most dangerous place on planet Earth is between a mama bear and her baby cubs. Right? And that's exactly where the radical left have found themselves, and it's not going to go well for them. Because guess what? They have awoken a sleeping giant. Tens of millions of moms and dads from sea to shining sea, they're going to show up on November 5th, and they're going to be hearing from us on November 5th. That's right. Actually, I think I can think of one thing more dangerous than a grizzly bear, and it's a middle-aged, fed-up mother in Washington, D.C. And I haven't even started my hot flashes yet, guys. Just wait. Just wait. But seriously, I want every mother and father to know this, that we, the Republican Party, will fight. I will fight, not just for my kids and my daughters over here. Are you over there, Ruby? Wave to me. Wave to Mom. My daughter's over there. I want to fight for, selfishly, I want to fight for my kids, but I want to fight for your kids as well. They deserve a better future. They deserve a better future. But the really good news here, and the fake news the fake news wants us to believe we're 50-50 at each other's throat. They're creating division and anger. Americans are actually much more united than people believe, right? You see it. We see it. We want to make life better, and we want to create an incredible future for this generation and the next generation. And together, when we join together, we will make America safe again, and we will make America great again. God bless all of you here tonight. God bless you, America, and God bless President Donald J. Trump. I love you guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next senator from Wisconsin, Eric Hovde.
President Trump, Mr. Chairman, and delegates, welcome to Wisconsin. I'm Eric Hovde. I'm proud to be running for the United States Senate from the great state of Wisconsin, where my family has lived for more than 100 years. We're all here today for one reason: to make Americans safer, stronger, and more prosperous. We are blessed to live in the greatest country in human history, America, our home. But America is struggling under Joe Biden. And Senator Baldwin has been a rubber stamp voting with him 95.5% of the time. You can believe that. Biden, with Baldwin's help, has weakened us in every way, making Americans less safe. They've eroded us financially by racking up more debt in the last 3.5 years than our country's first 230 years, fueling massive inflation and leaving families wondering how they're going to pay the bills. They've made us less safe at home with their defund the police movement. And Biden, with his border czar, Vice President Harris, opened our southern border, allowing criminals and terrorists to enter our country. They've emboldened drug cartels to flood our streets with fentanyl, killing over 100,000 Americans every year. It is sad. I've talked to parents that have lost their child to this fentanyl poison. They've made us less safe and secure internationally with their incompetent withdrawal from Afghanistan. Our adversaries moved. Putin on Ukraine, Iran through their proxies, Hamas on Israel, and China getting more aggressive every day. Despite all of that, Tammy Baldwin called the Biden administration the most successful in generations. Can you believe that one? I mean, seriously. This shows how detached she is from everyday Wisconsinites. It doesn't have to be this way. Under President Trump, family budgets were more secure. Our border was secure. Our world was secure. Where Biden and Baldwin have failed, President Trump and I will get the job done. Our country has become too divided, though. Instead of putting on just the blue jersey or the red jersey, we need to put on the red, white, and blue jersey and come together as Americans. We need to heal this country from the division that the left has brought. And the media, you have to stop dividing us. If we can come together, we will win Wisconsin. We will restore America. But it's going to take everyone getting involved. Are you ready to go save your country? Are you ready to restore the American dream? Thank you, everyone. God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next senator from Ohio, Bernie Moreno.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Bernie Moreno, and I'm honored to stand before you tonight as the Republican nominee for the U.S. Senate from the great state of Ohio. Many years ago, my parents brought me and my siblings to America legally. They left Colombia because they wanted their children to live in a country where they could achieve anything. I will forever be grateful to them. I love America, and I've lived the American dream. I married my best friend, raised a family, built successful businesses, and created thousands of jobs for hardworking Americans. But the American dream that I lived is under attack from Joe Biden and his enablers in the Senate, like Sherrod Brown. They have encouraged millions of illegals to invade America. And Joe Biden's border czar, Kamala Harris, and the Democrat Senate have put the welfare of illegals ahead of our own citizens. They've destroyed our border. They destroyed our economy. They've destroyed our standing in the world. And they'll destroy America if we don't stop them. In November, we will fire Biden and Harris, and we will re-elect President Donald J. Trump. I'm so proud that my senator, my friend, J.D. Vance, will be the next Vice President of the United States. He represents the best of Ohio, the best of America, and will be an incredible leader and defender of President Trump's plan to always put America first. And he won't stop there. Sherrod Brown votes with Biden virtually 100% of the time. I don't know if I agree with my wife 100% of the time. But Sharon and Joe seem to have a very close relationship. Well, tonight, we've got a message for failed lifelong politicians like Sherrod Brown and Joe Biden. It's time to go home. A vote for Trump and Marino is a vote to put America first. We will end the invasion at our southern border. We will fix our economy, protect American workers, and rescue America's family from Biden's and Brown's inflation. We will end the wars and deliver peace. I will fight alongside Donald Trump to make America stronger, safer, and more prosperous. Thank you, and may God continue to bless the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next senator from Michigan, Mike Rogers.
Hello, America. I'm Mike Rogers, candidate for the United States Senate for the great state of Michigan. And I want to give a quick shout out to my fellow Michiganders, the hardest working people in the United States. God bless you right there. I said, because Joe Biden and my liberal opponents' runaway spending, American families have been crushed by inflation. High costs of groceries and gasoline and rent. I was talking to a grocery clerk just recently. She said, I got it when this carts got a little skinny at the beginning of Joe Biden's administration because of high costs. But what breaks my heart is at the end of ringing up an order, they have to reach up and pull something off the counter and put it back in their cart, thanks to the Democrats in Washington, D.C. The most expensive vehicle to operate in Michigan in 2024 is your grocery cart, thanks to the Democrats in Washington, D.C. And while pockets are pinched, Biden is trying to force you to buy an electric vehicle. Better get a long extension cord. Let me be clear. EV mandates will destroy American jobs. EVs require 40% less labor to build than gas cars. And here's the kicker. 85% of the critical minerals needed to build them are processed in China. It is impossible to build an EV without getting into bed with the Communist Party of China. Listen, my opponent even signed an agreement to use taxpayer money to bring a Chinese battery company to Michigan, your taxpayers' money. I'll tell you this, I will never put our children's future at the hands, or the matter of fact, the Michigan auto business in Michigan, in the hands of the Chinese Communist Party, and it's the Republicans that are going to stop them from doing that. I'm committed to keep Americans safe from threats both at home and abroad. As a former Army officer, FBI special agent battling organized crime, and chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, I've seen how dangerous the world can be. But in all my time working to protect America, I have never seen anything like the Biden-Harris open border policy. They are rolling out the red carpet for violent gangs, fentanyl, Chinese spies, individuals on the terrorist watch list. And listen, our adversaries aren't stupid. They know that all they need to do is wait until nap time at the White House to push the limit. Does anyone really believe that another 4 years of Biden, Harris, and a Democrat Senate will make us safer or more prosperous? I certainly don't. And I don't think Michigan does either. Listen, it is long past time that we restore law and order. We make groceries affordable again. We make America respected again. We make America safe again. we flip the United States Senate and elect Donald Trump and make America great again. Thanks. Get fired up. This is the election to do your work. God bless.
Hey.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next senator from Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick.
Pennsylvania. Hello, Milwaukee. Who's ready? Who's ready to retire Joe Biden and border czar Kamala Harris and send her back to California? Who's ready for that? And who's ready to make Donald Trump our 47th president? Are you ready for that? And who's ready to make J.D. Vance our new vice president? And who's ready to send Chuck Schumer packing? I'm ready. I'm ready. My name is Dave McCormick, and I'm running to be the Pennsylvania's next United States Senator, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And I want to first acknowledge what transpired just a few days ago in my home state, where I witnessed firsthand from a front row seat in Butler, President Trump's remarkable strength and resolve in a terrifying and unpredictable moment. The president rose brilliantly to the challenge. But what a sad and frightening day for the families of those who were injured or lost, and for our great country. And we all thank God that President Trump is okay. I'm a seventh-generation Pennsylvanian from the great Keystone State, born and raised. A West Point graduate, a former Army wrestler. I'm a combat veteran of the 82nd Airborne Division. All right, 82nd. And I'm a business leader who helped create hundreds of jobs in Western Pennsylvania. But most important, I'm a dad to 6 daughters, and I'm a husband to the love of my life, Dina, wherever she is. Now my opponent's name is Bob Casey. But you probably don't know him because he does nothing. For 18 years, Bob Casey has been warming a chair and drawing a paycheck. He is a do-nothing, out-of-touch, liberal career politician. And when he votes for Joe Biden's tired old ideas. Casey's been around so long that the #1 song when he was first elected was the Macarena, right? Does everybody remember the Macarena? But sadly, this is no joke, because politics is about choices. And the policies of Biden and Bob Casey are dangerous for Pennsylvania and America. They won't keep us safe. Drugs have poured across the Biden-Harris, Casey wide-open borders, killing 100,000 Americans, including 4,000 Pennsylvanians last year alone. Illegal immigrants have victimized innocent young women who could easily be your daughter or mine. And time again, Casey has voted for pro-criminal judges who have made our streets across Pennsylvania more dangerous. Biden and Casey's failed policies have crushed working families with sky-high prices for gas and groceries and rent, and regulations to kill Pennsylvania natural gas. Under President Trump, America's future was strong and prosperous, and our adversaries feared stepping out of line. My friends, the choice this November is clear. It's a choice between strength and weakness, a choice between America's greatness or its sad, disgraceful decline. This is, my friends, the most important election of our lifetimes. And we deserve a president and a Senate that will go to the mat to fight for America. A president and a Senate that will unite America. And in Pennsylvania, that means voting for Trump and McCormick in November. Thank you all for leading the charge. God bless our United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome West Virginia Governor and the next Senator from West Virginia, Jim Justice, and Baby Dog.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jim Justice, and I'm from West Virginia. And I absolutely believe with all my soul we've got the greatest people in the world in West Virginia. And we want you to come and try us out someday. Now, with all that being said, I know that a lot of you want to meet my little buddy. So if Baby Doll could come on out here. Now, as the world watches, you didn't really expect that, did you? But with that being said, let me just say just this. She makes us smile, and she loves everybody. And how could the message possibly be any more simpler than just that? Now, I've got to tell you just this. The foundation of my life is the truth. I've got to tell you just this and tell you this right now. I challenge the media all the time to find something that knowingly I've told them it's not the truth, and they can't do it because I'm not going to do that. Now, I want you to listen to this and pay really close attention. The bottom line to why we're here, the bottom line to every single thing that's going on in this great country today is one thing. We become totally unhinged if Donald Trump is not elected in November. I want to talk to you tonight about my relationship with President Trump. I want to talk to you about an incredible man. I want to tell you the truth about him and his family. He's tough. He's super smart. He's a business guy. But maybe there's something that you've missed, and that is he genuinely cares. He cares about all of us, every last one of us, and he loves this nation beyond good sense. He has amazing kids. I've hunted and fished with Don Jr. He's an incredible outdoorsman and a really treasured friend. Now imagine this. Eric and I have been so far back in the woods on top of a mountain, and I blew the tire out on the back of my 4x4, and who was under the vehicle right then? Eric Trump. Eric Trump changed the tire. Donald Trump has taught his kids the very best. He's taught them absolutely to respect the military. He's taught them to respect our first responders. He's taught them absolutely to treat our working men and women with love and respect all across this land. Let me tell you just this. I was in the green room with President Trump, and there was a MAGA hat laying there. I picked it up. We had just had our first grandbaby, a boy named JC. JC absolutely was just not old at all. And all of a sudden I asked President Trump if he would sign that hat for our grandbaby JC. He took it. You know what he wrote on it? He wrote, JC, always work hard. Now let's review. Donald J. Trump, my friend, my close friend. He's tough. He's super smart. He's a business guy. He loves America. He taught his kids the right values, and he's a hard worker. Sure sounds like a leader to me. Sure sounds like a president to me. then ask yourself, why does Donald Trump fight every day for us and continue to take this senseless persecution? Why? And I know the answer: because we're worth it. Now, Baby Doll's got a prediction for everybody here, and here's the prediction. Baby Dog says we'll retain the House, the majority in the House. We're going to flip the United States Senate. And overwhelmingly, we're going to elect Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance in November. And Baby Dog says, what is the reason that she knows why we're going to win? And the answer is one thing: because we're worth it. God bless you. God bless this great country. And God bless Donald J. Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome the next senator from Indiana, Congressman Jim Banks.
Thank you. I don't know about you, but thank God Baby Dog's a Republican. Thank you, fellow Republicans, and thank you to the great state of Indiana for making me your nominee to be the next United States Senator. Only in America could a kid like me, who was born in a trailer park, the son of a factory worker and a nursing home cook, end up here. I'm Jim Banks, and I have lived the American dream, and I'm proud of it. But the biggest difference today between Republicans and Democrats is that we believe America is the greatest country in the history of the world. But they don't. I got to tell you, as an Afghanistan war veteran, I've never been more ashamed than when Joe Biden's disastrous withdrawal left 13 American heroes dead, and then he lied about it. Americans want a president who is proud of their country and who they can be proud of. Joe Biden is an embarrassment. We went from the strongest president of my lifetime in President Trump to the weakest president in history in Joe Biden. We need President Trump back in the White House if we're going to make America great once again. But ladies and gentlemen, he's going to need backup in the United States Senate. This is no time for wimpy Republicans. That's why I'm running. We'll start by securing the border. If you came here illegally under Joe Biden, you're going back to where you came from under Donald Trump. My dad was a Union Democrat for most of his life. Today, he's a Trump Republican. Because my dad knows that President Trump will always put American workers first. Trump was the first president of my lifetime to hold China accountable for taking our jobs. He brought manufacturing back to Indiana and boosted wages for hardworking Hoosiers. Ladies and gentlemen, Trump saved the American dream. But if we have Biden for 4 more years, that dream won't be there for my 3 daughters. So we are going to take our country back for them, for your children, for your grandchildren, for every American. My friends, I can't wait for November 5th at 6:01 p.m. Eastern Time, when the great state of Indiana is once again the first state on the board to give our Electoral College votes to the greatest president of my lifetime, my friend, Donald J. Trump. Thank you. God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome Captain Sam Brown, the next senator from Nevada.
Thank you. I want to start by thanking my God for my life. I want to thank my wife for her strength, for her courage and her support in this race. And back home, I want to thank my children. I do this for many reasons, and you are part of that mission. Tonight, I offer a message of hope because I know the importance of hope in difficult times. On September 4th, 2008, my Humvee ran over a roadside bomb in Afghanistan. The explosion left me drenched in diesel and burning alive. As I neared death, I felt the flames being smothered and heard a voice say, "Sir, I've got you." Through the pain and anguish of recovery and the years that followed, I never lost hope. And I stand before you. I stand before you today as a Republican nominee for Senate from the great state of Nevada. America, I served you as a soldier, and I want to serve you again. As a U.S. Senator, I will proudly stand alongside Donald Trump to make America affordable, safe, and strong again. We have a tough fight ahead, but it won't be my first. Nevadans are suffering right now. The unemployment rate in Nevada is nearly 25% higher than the national average. The Biden-Harris economy might be fine for millionaires like Senator Jackie Rosen, but it's terrible for Nevadans struggling with inflation and high prices. Yet Jackie and Joe want to raise your taxes while dodging their own. I'll work with President Trump to cut taxes for working families and end taxes on tips for struggling Nevada service workers. Because life must be affordable for millions, not just millionaires. Finally, look at my face. This is the high cost of war. If Joe Biden stays in office, more service members will pay this price. He has brought our nation humiliation, defeat, and to the brink of more war. I've been through the fire. President Trump has been through the fire. But hope has not been extinguished. It is reignited. And we are more united than ever to save America's future. On November 5th, I ask Nevadans to vote Sam Brown for Senate and Donald Trump for President. Together, we will put America first again. I want to close with those same words I heard on the battlefield that gave me hope. America, I've got you. May God bless President Trump. God bless you. And God bless the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next senator from Montana, Tim Sheehy.
Hey, Montana, how's it going? Hey, everybody, my name is Tim Sheehy. Those are also my pronouns. I've been a he-she for 38 years, and I can promise you going to elementary school with that name in the 80s was not fun. That is a joke, but it also shows the lunacy we're living with in Joe Biden and John Tester's America. I'm a former Navy SEAL. My wife was a Marine. We both fought in our nation's longest war in Afghanistan. I was wounded there, served hundreds of missions there. We came home to live the American dream in Montana, the great state of Montana, I might add. And we started an aerial firefighting company in our barn. We created hundreds of jobs protecting our public lands and protecting fellow Montanans from devastating wildfires. I fight wildfires for a living, so take it from me, the world is on fire under Joe Biden. Consider for a minute Biden's disgraceful retreat from Afghanistan, when he let our enemies steal billions of dollars of our equipment and kill 13 brave American service members.
To this day, there has been zero accountability, none. And that's why I'm running for the United States Senate in Montana, to bring back accountability to our government and beat John Tester, the liberal Washington politician who votes with Biden and Kamala every single time it matters. And some of you may not know who John Tester is, but John Tester is the deciding vote for Biden's America Last agenda. He's got an F from the NRA. He's voted to open our borders, unleash inflation, and he even put a liberal judge on the Supreme Court who can't even define what a woman is. And even drives a Prius in D.C. Yeah. Priuses don't work in Montana, do they? John Tester doesn't represent Montanans. He's a rubber stamp for Biden's failed presidency and extreme liberal agenda, and it's time to retire them both. And listen, I'm an optimist. You can't jump out of planes at night into enemy territory if you're not. And I truly believe America's future will be better than our past. But that future is not given. And we need political outsiders like President Trump to return common sense to our nation. And what Montanans think is common sense is pretty simple. It's not complicated. They want a secure border, safe streets, cheap gas, cops are good, criminals are bad, boys are boys, girls are girls. And I'm ready to retire John Tester and take back the United States Senate. And I'm ready to join you in sending President Donald J. Trump back to the White House. Let's save America. We got a lot of work to do.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next senator from Virginia, Hung Cao.
That's the scariest sound you'll ever hear when you live in a communist country. That's the last sound my parents heard when their fathers were taken away in the middle of the night, and they never saw them again. That's my family's real-life story. We escaped from Vietnam just days before Saigon fell to the communists. We were given a new life in the most generous country on earth. My name's Hung Cao, and America saved my life. I grabbed onto the American dream. I graduated from the United States Naval Academy, but I paid back every dime of that American dream with 25 years of service in Navy Special Operations. I saw combat in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Somalia. I retired as captain of the United States Navy, and now I stand before you as a Republican nominee for the United States Senate in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Only in America, ladies and gentlemen, only in America. But we're losing our country. Under Joe Biden, millions of illegal aliens flood our borders. They fly Hamas flags on our campuses, and they shout death to America. As an immigrant to this great country, let me be very clear to everyone who comes here. Don't ask for the American dream if you're not willing to obey the American laws and embrace the American culture. Because I did. I love this country so much that I wrote a blank check up to and including my life. I'm running against Hillary's running mate, Senator Tim Kaine. Kaine is a weak man in a dangerous world. We only have one thing in common. The American taxpayer signed our paychecks for 30 years. Except Kaine is a career politician with millions of dollars to show for it. I've been a warrior with scars to prove it, and I'm damn proud of it. In November, the left will vote for the hatred of one man. We will vote for love. Love of God, love of family, and love for the greatest nation on earth. And Virginia will elect me and President Trump, and together we will save America. My name is Hung Cao. I'm the next senator from the Commonwealth of Virginia, and I'm not done fighting for us. May God bless you, may God bless President Trump, and may God bless the United States of America.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome United States Senator Rick Scott of Florida.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. You can tell I'm from the great state of Florida. Well, the Democrats couldn't stop him. The media couldn't stop him. The liberal judges couldn't stop him. A bullet from a madman couldn't stop him. Can anything stop Donald Trump from becoming the next president and making America great again? I've known Donald since before each of us ran for office, and it's an honor to be here to do everything I can to get him reelected back in the White House where he should belong every day going forward. Now, like all of you, I'm blessed. I was born to a single mom. I grew up in public housing. I started working at the age of 7. I enlisted in the U.S. Navy at the age of 18. Go Navy. But only because I grew up in America, I was able, like many of you, to come from absolutely nothing to build one of the biggest companies in the world, be the 45th governor of Florida, a U.S. senator, where we have to fight every day to stop the radical Democrats from absolutely destroying our great country. They will lose, we will win. USA, USA. We will win. Now, let me tell you about a dream I had recently. I had a dream and I did some time traveling. I traveled into the future to an imaginary world where actually Joe Biden got reelected. Yeah. So, remember the Christmas Carol, the ghost of Christmas past? Well, in my dream, I met the ghost of Biden future. So I got to see a Biden second term. Now, it wasn't a dream, it was a nightmare. Mortgage rates skyrocketed to 15%. Only rich people could buy groceries. Gas was $10 a gallon. In my nightmare, Biden and the Democrats erased our southern border and flew so many illegals into our country that the Mexican cartel started getting frequent flyer miles. It was easy for Democrats to rig the elections. They simply allowed all the non-citizens to vote. America did nothing to protect Israel from terrorists or to stop China from invading Taiwan. Now, do any of you think this is far-fetched? No. If you do, you haven't been following it. Biden and the Democrats are doing everything they can to tear down this great country and rebuild it in their woke, radical image. Their dream's not new. It's an old, evil idea that has failed every time it's been tried. It's called socialism. And Donald J. Trump will not let socialism happen in this country. Think about it. Under Trump, we had a booming economy. We weren't at war. Our enemies feared us. Our allies respected us. We had a secure border. Inflation and mortgage rates were low. And families had money in the bank. Donald Trump has given up a lot for this country. His family's been slandered. He's been impeached, censored, treated as a criminal, all because he never backs down. This week, he's shown the courage all of us should display as we rally around him to rescue our great country. So, let's fight, 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 and make sure Donald Trump gets reelected. Have a great night. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Congressman Jeff Van Drew of New Jersey.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jeff Van Drew. Tonight I want to tell you my story. I am a proud Republican, but I haven't always been a Republican. I was elected to several offices in South Jersey and eventually was sent to the United States Congress, all of them as a conservative Democrat. Along the way, I noticed that I didn't like what the Democrats had become as a party. But more importantly, I didn't like what the Democratic Party was doing to our great United States of America. To the independents, and especially to the forgotten Democrats out there, for a moment I want to speak to you. I know how you feel tonight, because that's how I felt back in 2019. You feel like your party has left you behind, because it has. You feel like your party doesn't care about American workers and American working families, because it doesn't. And you are worried that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are hurting our country, because they are. I felt the same way. So after being a Democrat to vote against impeaching Donald Trump, I took a long walk with my chief of staff. I remember saying to her that perhaps my time in elected office was done. And you know what?
I was okay with that. There was no way I could be a Democrat anymore. But then I received a call from the White House. President Trump asked me to meet with him. We spoke about family, faith, freedom, and friendship. He has been my good friend ever since that day. He said that I should be a Republican. I said, Mr. President, I will be a Republican. He said he would stick by me, and he always has. Ladies and gentlemen, after the tragic shooting last Saturday, we need to come together. All of us, Republicans, Democrats, and independents, we need to be the shining city on the hill, a nation that empowers us to do extraordinary things. We will conquer new challenges. We will reach new heights. And we will blaze new trails of greatness. We will make America great again. And we will elect Donald Trump this November. Now I have a question for you, and I'll give you the answer. The answer is yes, but we want to hear your answer from the East Coast to the West Coast and around the world. Can you do this? Will we win in November? Will we win in November? God bless you. God bless Donald Trump. And God bless the greatest country that ever existed on the face of the earth, the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chair of the United States House of Representatives Republican Conference, Congresswoman Elise Stefanik of New York.
Good evening, Milwaukee. We always say that this is the most important election in our lifetime, but we know deep down this one truly is. Our Constitution and the soul of our very nation are on the ballot. Under Joe Biden, the American people have suffered crisis after crisis. From the Biden border, the most wide-open border in our nation's history, to Bidenflation, the highest rate of inflation in my lifetime, devastating hardworking families with skyrocketing prices for groceries, gas, and utilities, to Biden's violent crime crisis, fueled by Democrats' pro-criminal sanctuary cities and defund the police policies like we have seen in my home state of New York. All while corrupt Democrat prosecutors and judges wage illegal and unconstitutional lawfare against President Trump in an effort to do Joe Biden's political bidding. And around the world, the feckless and failed Joe Biden has caused chaos, weakening our national security. From the catastrophic withdrawal from Afghanistan, to Putin's invasion of Ukraine, to Hamas's terrorist attack against our most precious ally, Israel. And let me ask you a question. What has been the response from the radical left on our college campuses? Vile anti-Semitism, chanting death to Israel, death to Jews, death to America. This is Joe Biden's Democrat Party. Who saw that congressional hearing with the college presidents of so-called elite universities? Oh, wait, they are former presidents. You know, I asked one simple question at that hearing. It was not a political question, it was a moral question, and that was this. Does calling for the genocide of Jews violate your university's code of conduct? And one after the other, said it depends on the context. Let me tell you, America knows it does not depend on the context. President Trump will bring back moral leadership to the White House, condemning anti-Semitism and standing strong with Israel and the Jewish people. President Trump will once again deliver the most secure border in our nation's history and unleash the American economy. And he will bring peace through strength as Commander-in-Chief, standing with our allies and causing our enemies to fear us. President Trump has done it before, and he will do it again. This November, we are counting on you, we the people, to save America by electing President Donald J. Trump. It is clear for the whole world to see nothing, absolutely nothing will stop President Trump from standing and fighting for our great country. And I have been proud to always stand in the breach during the toughest moments for President Trump, from leading the charge against illegal impeachments, to standing for election integrity, to unifying House Republicans, to proudly being the first member of Congress to endorse him for re-election. And as we embark on the difficult path ahead to save America, call upon Galatians 6:9. And let us not grow weary of doing good, for in due season we will reap if we do not give up. We the people will never give up on President Trump, and we will never give up on the United States of America. God bless you, God bless President Donald J. Trump, and God bless the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Majority Whip of the United States House of Representatives, Congressman Tom Emmer of Minnesota.
How about that, Stefanik? Thank you. Thank you. I'm Tom Emmer, a proud American and a proud Minnesotan, and the Majority Whip in the United States House of Representatives. In 2022, Americans elected our House Republican majority to stop the Biden-Harris agenda. In spite of having one of the smallest majorities in history, House Republicans have held the line. We fought back against the Democrats' reckless spending that imposed record-breaking inflation on the hardworking Americans. We passed bills such as the Lower Energy Costs Act and the Rein in Inflation Act to counteract Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's failed economic agenda and to restore some fiscal sanity to Washington. We ended the vaccine mandate in our military. We passed over a dozen bills gutting specific Biden-Harris regulations. We passed the Parents' Bill of Rights. We investigated the Chinese Communist Party. We stopped the D.C. crime bill that would have made our nation's capital simply too dangerous to visit. And we passed the strongest border security bill in decades. Get ready, because when we grow our majority, when we flip the Senate, And when we send President Donald J. Trump back to the White House, we won't just be holding the line anymore, we'll be moving forward. We will turn America First principles into law. I know firsthand that Minnesotans can't afford 4 more years of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. That's right. Which is why I'm confident that we will make history this November when we turn Minnesota red for the first time in 50 years. The Democrats' disastrous record on crime, trade, and regulation has ruined the lives of countless Minnesotans. When Minneapolis was in flames and businesses were in ruins, Kamala Harris encouraged and enabled the criminals and the rioters. Oh, it gets worse. She even promoted a fund to release the criminals from jail. It doesn't get reported much in our media, but one criminal Kamala Harris freed in Minneapolis went on to murder a man in St. Paul, Minnesota. Donald Trump stands with the people and the police, our men and women in blue, not with the criminals and the rioters. Donald Trump also fought for Minnesota workers and farmers, fighting back against Chinese trade abuses, ending NAFTA, and replacing it with the USMCA. Joe Biden voted for NAFTA and China's entry into the WTO, devastating Minnesota's economy. And Kamala Harris, she opposed tariffs on China. Of course, when they aren't outsourcing our jobs through bad trade deals, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are destroying them through taxes and regulation. They are America last. But next year, Donald Trump, with the support of Trump majorities in the House and Senate, will put America first again. Thank you. And I'm confident that together we are going to make America great again. God bless you. May God continue to bless Donald Trump and his family, and God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Majority Leader of the United States House of Representatives, Congressman Steve Scalise of Louisiana.
God bless each and every one of you. I'm House Majority Leader Steve Scalise from the great state of Louisiana. Now, I was born in New Orleans, so I've seen some crazy things in my time. But New Orleans has nothing on Washington, D.C. these past 4 years. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have spent your tax dollars trashing America's finances in ways no sane or sober-minded person ever would. Let's talk energy. They've eroded the American energy dominance that President Trump delivered. Joe Biden approved the Nord Stream pipeline for Russia, but he killed the Keystone pipeline here at home. Thousands of American jobs gone. It doesn't end there. Biden let Iran and Venezuela export their oil, but he stopped liquefied natural gas exports here in America. President Biden's not done. President Biden waived taxes on Chinese solar panels, but he raised taxes on Americans. When we elect Donald Trump as our next president and expand our Republican House majority, we will end the Democrats' assault on American energy once and for all. Now let's look at taxes.
Biden and Harris want a $5 trillion tax hike. In our first 100 days, President Trump and a Republican majority will make the Trump tax cuts permanent. And yes, we will end taxes on tips and deliver another tax cut for working families. On the border, Biden and Harris opened it up to the entire world. Prisons are being emptied. President Trump and a Republican majority will repass H.R. 2, the strongest border security bill in decades. We will lock down the border, and yes, we will finish building the wall. On voting, our most sacred right as citizens, voting. Biden and Harris want illegals to vote now that they've opened up the border. Republicans will repass the SAVE Act to block illegal aliens from voting in our elections. On foreign policy, Biden and Harris brought us weakness and war. President Trump and a Republican majority will begin rebuilding our military and will end the woke indoctrination in its ranks. We will restore American power and peace. On education, Biden and Harris oppose school choice. They actually investigated parents at school boards. President Trump and a Republican majority will pass legislation expanding school choice and will repass the Parents' Bill of Rights. Parents should be free to choose what their children are taught and where. Now, lastly, I need to say something about Saturday's attempt on President Trump's life. Many of you know I was the survivor of a politically motivated shooting in 2017. Not many know that while I was fighting for my life, Donald Trump was one of the first to come console my family at the hospital. That's the kind of leader he is. Courageous under fire. Compassionate towards others. Let's put Donald Trump back in the White House this November so we can make America great again. God bless you. May Donald Trump continue to receive God's blessing, and God bless these great United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Mike Johnson of Louisiana.
Good evening, my friends. What an amazing crowd, and what a great time it is to unite our party and to send President Donald Trump back to the White House. That's what we're going to do. But we're not just uniting as Republicans. We're uniting today as Americans in the wake of the assassination attempt on the life of President Trump. Everyone hear me clearly and listen to me at home and make no mistake. The House is conducting an immediate and thorough investigation of these tragic events. And that work has already begun. The American people deserve to know the truth, and we will ensure accountability. I promise you that. I promise you that. This has always been an important principle to us. We in the Republican Party are the law and order team. We always have been, and we always will be, the advocates for the rule of law. And we all know that that principle, as well as many others, is in serious jeopardy today. See, we've come to a moment in America where the basic things that we once took for granted are being openly challenged like never before. My friends, we are no longer just in a battle between two opposing political parties. We are, but it's not just ours versus D's anymore. We're now in the midst of a struggle between two completely different visions of who we are as Americans and what our country will be. The Republican Party stands for the foundational truths that made America the greatest nation in the history of the world. We are the most free, the most powerful, the most benevolent nation that has ever been. It's not even close. It's not even close. But we have no guarantee that this grand experiment in self-governance can endure unless we respond to the call to keep it. 248 years ago, we boldly proclaimed in our Declaration that all men are created equal, not born equal, created equal, and that we're endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights. See, we understand that our rights do not come from government, they come from God. There's another thing that we recognize. We recognize that we are made in His image. And because of that, every single person has inestimable dignity and value. And your value is not related in any way to the color of your skin, what zip code you live in, where you come from, what your talents are, or what you can contribute to society. Your value is inherent because it is given to you by your Creator. That's what we stand for. I speak a lot about what I call the 7 core principles of American conservatism. What do we stand for as Republicans, they want to know? I think it boils down to a few things: individual freedom, limited government, the rule of law, peace through strength, fiscal responsibility, free markets, and human dignity. Indeed, those are the 7 core principles of American conservatism, but they're actually the core principles of our republic itself. And while they resonate in our hearts and in the hearts of most Americans, listen to me, the radical, woke, progressive left has disdain for those principles, all right? They have a very different vision for what America should become. They want to tear down those foundations and remold us into some sort of borderless, lawless, Marxist, socialist utopia. We're here to say, not on our watch. We will not allow that to happen. It was just 3 weeks ago that Kelly and I dropped off our oldest son at the Naval Academy. That's right. In 4 years, he'll graduate and he'll join the 1.3 million active duty service members who bravely defend our country. We're so proud of Jack and all our children, but like most parents today, we're concerned about their future. America can't risk 4 more years of Joe Biden's weakness that has invited so much aggression by our enemies. We can't survive the dramatic increases in violence, crime, and drugs that the Democrats' policies have brought upon our communities. And we cannot allow the many millions of illegal aliens they've allowed to cross our borders to harm our citizens, drain our resources, or disrupt our elections. We will not allow it. My friends, we're watching the principles of faith, family, and freedom that once defined our nation now being trampled underfoot by the radical left. As President Trump raised his fist and gave a rally cry on Saturday, now is our time to fight, and we will. We're in a fateful battle of ideas, my friends, and we have to recognize that. But in this battle, and in November, the American people will reject the party of self-destruction, and they will elect the party of peace and prosperity and opportunity. The GOP will grow our House majority, we will take back the Senate, and we will return Donald J. Trump to the White House. Standing arm in arm, we will make America safe again. Listen, we reach out tonight to everyone watching at home. We invite all Americans who believe in the promise of our great nation to join us in this fateful battle. We can and we will reverse this current decline. We can restore our founding principles, and we can preserve this exceptional nation that God has entrusted to us and what Abraham Lincoln referred to as the last best hope of man on the earth. Thank you so much. God bless you. God bless our troops. And God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome businessman Vivek Ramaswamy of Ohio.
Love it. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the warm welcome. It's good to be back in Milwaukee. This time last year, I was a candidate for U.S. president, and I'm proud to say that I achieved the impossible, which is that most of you actually know how to say my name by now. So thank you for that. It's good to be back. We're in the middle of a national identity crisis right now. Faith, patriotism, hard work, and family have disappeared, only to be replaced by race, gender, sexuality, and climate. But we're not going to win this election just by criticizing the other side. We're going to win this by standing for our own vision of who we really are. What does it mean to be a Republican in the year 2024? What does it mean to be an American in the year 2024? It means we believe in the ideals of 1776. It means we believe in merit, that you get ahead in this country not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character and your contributions. It means we believe in the rule of law, and I say this as the kid of legal immigrants to this country. That means your first act of entering this country cannot break the law. That is why we will seal the southern border on day one. Thank you. It means the people who we elect to run the government ought to be the ones who actually run the government, not unelected bureaucrats in the deep state. These are not black ideas or white ideas. They are not even Democrat ideas or Republican ideas. They are American ideas that we fought a revolution to secure. And the man who will revive these ideals in the United States of America is your next president, the 47th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump. If you want to seal the border, vote Trump. If you want to restore law and order in this country, vote Trump. If you want to reignite the economy in this country, vote Trump. If you want to revive national pride in this country, vote Trump. If you want to make America great again, vote Trump. But there is one more reason I'm going to ask you to vote Trump, and it's the most important one. It's the one the media won't talk about, but it's the truth. Donald Trump is the president who will actually unite this country, not through empty words, but through action. Because you know what? Success is unifying. Excellence is unifying. That's who we are as Americans. That's who we've always been. To those of you watching this at home tonight, I'd like to deliver a message that the media doesn't want you to hear from the Republican Party. Our message to black Americans is this. The media has tried to convince you for decades that Republicans don't care about your communities, but we do. We want for you what we want for every American. Safe neighborhoods, clean streets, good jobs, a better life for your children, and a justice system that treats everyone equally, regardless of your skin color and regardless of your political beliefs.
Our message to every legal immigrant in this country is this: you're like my parents. You deserve the opportunity to secure a better life for your children in America. But our message to illegal immigrants is also this: we will return you to your country of origin, not because you're all bad people, but because you broke the law. And the United States of America was founded on the rule of law. Our message to millennials, speaking as one myself: yes, it's true. Our government sold us a false bill of goods with the Iraq War and the 2008 financial crisis, loading up our national debt that falls on our generation's shoulders, telling us that if we took out college loans, we'd somehow get a head start on the American dream, when it hasn't worked out that way. But we can't just be cynical about our country, because the United States of America is still the last best hope that we have, and we deserve a better class of politician, one who actually tells us the truth, even if it comes with some mean tweets from time to time. And our message to Gen Z is this: you're going to be the generation that actually saves this country. You want to be a rebel? You want to be a hippie? You want to stick it to the man? Show up on your college campus and try calling yourself a conservative. Say you want to get married, have kids, teach them to believe in God and pledge allegiance to their country. Because you know what? Fear has been infectious in this country, but courage can be contagious too. That too is what it means to be an American. And you know what? If you're at home and you disagree with everything I just said, our message to you is this: we will still defend to the death your right to say it, because that is who we are as Americans. We are the country where we can disagree like hell and still get together at the dinner table at the end of it. That is the America I know. That is the America we miss. We do not have to be ancient Rome. We don't have to be this nation in decline. We can still be a nation in our ascent. A nation whose best days, not in some fake politician way, but in a true way, a nation whose best days are actually still ahead of us. Still on our way to that shining city on a hill, that country where no matter who you are, or where your parents came from, or what your skin color is, or how long your last name is, that you will still get ahead in this country with your own hard work, your own commitment, your own dedication, and that you know what? You are free to speak your mind at every step of the way. That is the American dream. That is what won us the American Revolution. That is what reunited us after the Civil War. That is what won us 2 world wars and the Cold War. That is what still gives hope to the free world. And if we can revive that dream over group identity and victimhood and grievance, then nobody in the world, not a nation, not a corporation, not a virus, not China, is going to defeat us. That is what American exceptionalism is all about. And that is what we will revive this November when we send Donald J. Trump back to the White House. Thank you all. God bless you and your families. And may God bless our United States of America. Thank you. Thank you. Thank
you. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome American icon, singer-songwriter Lee Greenwood.
They say love is a gamble you can win or lose. Well, life dealt me a queen the day I found you. Now the cards are in my favor, boy, and I'm gonna play them right. You're the one I waited for, I'm gonna hold on tight. Hey, holding a good hand, come on. I bet my life on you, I'm not gonna let go. twice, but there ain't no doubt, hey, that my luck came through. You came along and I reached out for you. Come on, country, holding a good hand. I bet my life on you. I'm not gonna let go. Now that I found a heart that's true, I just want a full house and a little piece of land, and I walk through life holding a good hand. Hey, holding a good hand. I bet my life on you. I'm not gonna let go. Now that I found a heart that's true, I just want a full house and a little piece of land, and I walk through life holding a good hand, holding a good hand. I bet my life on you. I'm not gonna let go. Now that I found a heart that's true, I just want a full house and a little piece of land, and I walk through life holding a good hand. I just want a full house and a little piece of land, and I walk through life holding a good hand. Let's re-elect Donald Trump, the next president of the United States. God bless the USA.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome television personality Savannah Chrisley.
Good evening. 726-00019 and 726-01019. These may be just numbers to you, but to me, they're my whole heart. These numbers are my parents' identification numbers in our federal prison system. My name is Savannah Chrisley, and you may have seen my family on TV, but for the past decade, we've been consumed with a different kind of drama. My family was persecuted by rogue prosecutors in Fulton County due to our public profile. I know, Fulton County, they know how to do it, don't they? Due to our public profile and conservative beliefs. They accused my parents of fraud, when really, we were defrauded by a dishonest business partner who, let's not forget, the government gave full immunity to. We suffered warrantless raids and harassment. One of the officials even had my father's face on a dartboard in his office. My parents were sentenced to a combined 19 years. I know. And let me tell you, I got custody of my brother and sister, 10 and 16 at the time. And you don't know heartache until you look two children in the eyes and say, I don't know when mom and dad are coming home. I'll never forget what the prosecutor said in the most heavily Democrat county in the state before an Obama-appointed judge. He called us the Trumps of the South. Yeah, hey, it's fun. He meant it as an insult, but let me tell you, boy, do I wear it as a badge of honor. We live in a nation founded on freedom, liberty, and justice for all. Justice, it's supposed to be blind, but today we have a two-faced justice system. Just look at what they're doing to President Trump. All while, let's face it, Hunter Biden is roaming around free and attending classified meetings. Oh, and let's face it, look at what they're doing to countless Christians and conservatives that the government has labeled extremist or even worse. Meanwhile, the Democrats are releasing actual violent offenders who have hurt innocent people. A lawyer of mine, Brett Tolman, who's a former U.S. attorney, he told me about a plaque that hangs in the Department of Justice, and it reads, "The hallmark of fairness in the administration of justice is consistency. The only thing consistent about Democrat justice is how they consistently punish their enemies. That's not justice. Look at what they've done to Steve Bannon. I mean, the man should be at home. Proverbs 24:16 says, "For though the righteous fall 7 times, they rise again. But the wicked stumble when calamity strikes." It's about time we start seeing people stumble. We need to rise above the persecution. We need to hold rogue prosecutors accountable. There should be no immunity. We need to expose the Democrats' corruption, and better yet, the Biden family's corruption. And guess what? I know just the man for that job. Donald J. Trump has only one conviction that matters, and that is his conviction to make America great again. Thank you, and God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, the mayor of Dallas, Texas, Eric Johnson.
Four years ago, progressive activists stood on my front lawn with the stated goal of intimidating my family. They wanted me to defund the police. I said no. Folks, I grew up in high crime neighborhoods. What we wanted was more and better policing, not less. As mayor, I knew we needed to increase support for our police department and prioritize violent crime reduction. I'd been a Democrat my entire life, albeit a conservative one. But when those activists tried to scare my kids, my fellow Democrats were silent. It was Republicans who offered their support both privately and publicly. Party affiliation didn't matter. They cared about doing what was right. Today, I'm the proud Republican mayor of Dallas, Texas. The largest city in the United States led by a Republican. I wanted to say I didn't leave the Democrat Party because they left me first, but the truth is, on matters of public safety, the Democrats were never actually there for me, for Dallas families, or for the American people. With their words and their actions, and sometimes with their silence and their inaction, Democrats in power demonstrate they don't care about stopping the killers or the thieves who terrorize Black and brown communities. They don't care about securing our border. And they don't care about dangerous homeless encampments. No, the heart of today's woke Democrat Party is with the criminals, not with their victims. Democrats are good at using safe words, but terrible at building safe neighborhoods and safe cities. But there is a better way. Dallas bucked national trends and achieved a remarkable 3 straight years of violent crime reduction. Today, Dallas is viewed as America's safest large city, and Republicans lead 11 of the top 15 safest cities. And that's because Republicans won't be silent about public safety. Folks, let's make our city safe again by supporting Republicans who will stand up and fight for our safety. That's my focus as chairman of the Republican Mayors Association. And you know what else? Together, let's make America safe again by retiring Joe Biden and electing Donald J. Trump. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Vice Presidential nominee, Senator J.D. Vance.
Why don't we liberate these United States? We're the ones who need it worst. Let the rest of the world help us for change, and let's rebuild America first. Our highways and bridges are falling apart. Who's blessed and who has been cursed? There's things to be done all over the world, but let's rebuild America first. Who's on the hill and who's watching the valley? Who's in charge of it all? God bless the army and God bless our liberty. That comes the rest of it all. Yeah, men in position are backing away. Freedom is stuck in reverse. Let's get out of Iraq, get back on the track, and let's rebuild America first. Once more. Why don't we liberate these United States? We're the ones who need it the most. You think I'm blowing smoke? Boys, it ain't no joke. I make 20 trips a year from coast to coast.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
This is the man responsible for your family's safety. And he's failed you terribly. Biden made one of the worst mistakes of any president in history when he told illegals to come here and surge our border.
I would, in fact, make sure that we immediately surge to the border.
And surge they did. 10 million, more than the population of 40 U.S. states. And Biden's open border became an open invitation for violent Venezuelan gang members, sex traffickers, and now confirmed, ISIS terrorists entered through Biden's wide-open southern border, putting America on high alert for an attack, and your family at great risk.
We immediately surge to the border.
But it gets even worse. Biden's incompetence has led to a horrific 300,000 Americans now dead. Not from a nuclear bomb, but from lethal fentanyl brought in through Biden's wide-open border. And on Biden's watch, enough illegal fentanyl has crossed our borders to kill every single American. That's terrifying. This weak man has been great for the Mexican drug cartels, while being a death sentence for over 300,000 Americans, including young children. That's approaching the number of soldiers that were killed in World War II. Yet what's Biden's message?
surge to the border.
The Biden surge has also led to a surge in violent crimes committed by illegal migrants. Horrific crimes, murders, gang attacks against our police, child sex crimes, and the brutal killing of a nursing student on her college campus. Countless families will never forget the pain and tragedy, and America should never forget who was responsible. Joe Biden.
Surge to the border.
And America's border czar. President Trump had our borders secure, our families safe, and he'll do it again.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome United States Senator Ted Cruz of Texas.
God bless Donald J. Trump. And let me start by giving thanks to God Almighty for protecting President Trump. And for turning his head on Saturday as the shot was fired. Together we lift up in prayer all of our leaders for protection. And our prayers are in particular with the family of Fire Chief Corey Comparatore and the others injured on Saturday. Never before has an election mattered so much. We are facing an invasion on our southern border. Not figuratively, a literal invasion. 11.5 million people have crossed our border illegally under Joe Biden. Look around you. This arena holds about 18,000 souls. Now imagine 639 arenas just like this, filled to the brim. That is 11.5 million people, larger than all but 8 states in the nation. But the numbers don't show us the true price that our country is paying. Every day, Americans are dying. Murdered, assaulted, raped by illegal immigrants that the Democrats have released. Teenage girls and boys wearing colored wristbands are being sold into a life of sex slavery. This is evil and it's wrong. And it is happening every damn day. Think of Kate Steinle. She was 32, walking with her father on a San Francisco pier when a bullet tore through her heart. The man who fired that gun, he'd been deported 5 times. Every damn day. Think of Laken Riley. Just 22 years old, a nursing student with dreams of healing others. She went for a jog and never came home. Her life taken by someone who should have never been here. Every damn day. Or Rachel Marin, a beautiful mother of 5, raped and murdered in suburban Maryland by an illegal immigrant the Democrats released. Every damn day. Or Jocelyn Nungary, only 12 years old. It was just 1 month ago today that she was brutally raped and murdered in Houston by by two men who were supposed to be detained and monitored, but instead released and allowed to roam free. Every damn day. These aren't just stories or statistics. They're our daughters, our sisters, our friends. The families don't care about the empty numbers. They care about the empty chairs at the dinner table, about the voices they'll never hear again, about the laughter lost, and about the dreams that will never be fulfilled. I've sat with these families in living rooms where the silence is so loud that it hurts, where photo albums are opened with trembling hands. How did we get here? It happened because Democrats cynically decided they wanted votes from illegals more than they wanted to protect our children. Today, as a result of Joe Biden's presidency, your family is less safe. Your children are less safe. The country is less safe. But here's the good news. We can fix it. And when Donald Trump is president, we will fix it. We know this because he's done it before. I know this because I worked hand in hand with President Trump to secure our border, and we achieved the lowest rate of illegal immigration in 45 years. It's real simple. He's done it before, and he'll do it again. So tonight, I speak for Kate and Laken and Rachel. Tonight, I speak for Jocelyn. And let us go forward together and keep our sacred oath to defend the Constitution and to protect the American people. Let us secure our borders, enforce our laws, protect our children, and restore the future. Because when we do that, when we remember who we are and who we love, and we act to protect them, then and only then will we truly make America great again. Thank you. God bless Texas, and God bless the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former law enforcement officer Randy Sutton.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Hello, America. My name is Randy Sutton, a police lieutenant. I was a police officer for 34 years.
I was one of the most highly decorated officers in the history of my department. And then I founded the Wounded Blue, an organization dedicated to helping injured and disabled law enforcement officers. I've dedicated my life to law enforcement. And I'm here to tell you one thing, America. Donald Trump is the best friend we will ever have. Ladies and gentlemen, we're experiencing a plague of crime across America. The endless tsunami of illegal aliens, no consequences for violent crime, the abuse of our criminal justice system. It's all made America more dangerous than ever before. Police are the thin blue line between criminal predators and their victims. Donald Trump and Republicans stand that line with our police. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, well, they stand with the criminals. The last few years have been devastating for our police. The war on cops is very real, and it's getting Americans killed. Last year alone, more than 70,000 law enforcement officers were physically assaulted. They were shot, they were stabbed, they were beaten, they were hit with bricks, and in the last 5 years, 1,834 made the ultimate sacrifice and gave their lives in the line of duty. But all of this will end on the day we elect Donald J. Trump president. But my friends, it's not just the physical violence. It's the relentless effort to divide the people from the police. This is about the soul of America. Make no mistakes. If the radical left succeeds in defunding and destroying policing as we know it, they will break apart the cornerstone of our system, law and order. Well, amazing. Thank you. But I'm going to tell you, there's one man that these pro-criminal, anti-police extremists fear most. And that is the once and future president of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Before I finish my remarks, I want to do one thing, and that is salute our president. America, I make this promise. Our police will never waver from their mission to serve and protect, even at the risk of their own lives. But they need a true leader who will have their backs. Donald J. Trump is that leader. Thank you. May God bless you. May God bless those that walk the line. And may God bless America.
From the very first day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, I believe that we're going to have 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. I will once and for all secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going to have same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win, and we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat, and frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Iowa Attorney General Brenna Bird.
Good evening, Milwaukee. My name is Brenna Bird, and I am the Attorney General of the great state of Iowa. A few years ago, I was a local prosecutor locking up bad guys. But in 2022, I ran for Attorney General and beat the incumbent Democrat who was first elected when I was just 2 years old. We won because Iowans were ready for an Attorney General who would protect them, not the criminals. An Attorney General who would stand up to Joe Biden and the radical Democrats. And an Attorney General who would defend our constitutional freedoms. But perhaps more than anything, Iowa voters wanted an Attorney General who would back the blue. Unfortunately, Democrats like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have made life miserable for law enforcement. They treat police like criminals, and criminals like victims. And tragically, many crime victims feel abandoned by a justice system that doesn't seem to put their interests first. They deserve better than what these defund the police Democrats deliver. Yet the radical left believes in handouts, not handcuffs. Democrats like Harris use words like reimagine the police. They're probably imagining more DEI programs for the police. Harris even said that putting more cops on the street wouldn't make communities safer. American families disagree. Never forget. The Democratic Party is the party of defunding the police. They said it, they mean it, and they can't wiggle out of it. Republicans get justice for victims, and we put criminals where they belong, in jail. That's why we need to elect President Donald J. Trump. President Trump knows that keeping Americans safe isn't a 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. job. And rank and file cops know that President Trump, he has their back. It touched our hearts when earlier this year, President Trump attended the wake of a fallen New York City police officer. We all owe heroes like Officer Jonathan Diller a debt we can never repay. President Trump knows this, and he shows his gratitude. Joe Biden was also in New York City that day, but instead of honoring our heroes, he attended a glitzy fundraiser with Barack Obama and Bill Clinton. None of them went to pay their respects. That day, we saw Democrat priorities, and we saw Donald Trump's priorities, and we saw that Trump's values are our values. I urge everyone listening to stand with law enforcement and vote to make America safe again. I urge you to vote for Donald Trump on November 5th. Thank you, Milwaukee, and God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former Governor of South Carolina and Ambassador to the United Nations, Nikki Haley.
My fellow Republicans, President Trump asked me to speak to this convention in the name of unity. It was a gracious invitation, and I was happy to accept. I'll start by making one thing perfectly clear. Donald Trump has my strong endorsement, period. Our country is at a critical moment. We have a choice to make. For more than a year, I said a vote for Joe Biden is a vote for President Kamala Harris. After seeing the debate, everyone knows it's true. If we have 4 more years of Biden or a single day of Harris, our country will be badly worse off. For the sake of our nation, we have to go with Donald Trump. But there's more to it than that. We should acknowledge that there are some Americans who don't agree with Donald Trump 100% of the time. I happen to know some of them. And I want to speak to them tonight. My message to them is simple. You don't have to agree with Trump 100% of the time to vote for him. Take it from me, I haven't always agreed with President Trump. But we agree more often than we disagree. We agree on keeping America strong. We agree on keeping America safe. And we agree that Democrats have moved so far to the left that they're putting our freedoms in danger. I'm here tonight because we have a country to save. And a unified Republican Party is essential for saving her. For those who have some doubts about President Trump, I want to tell you a few things about the Commander-in-Chief I know and worked with. As ambassador to the United Nations, I had a front row seat to his national security policies. We sure could use those again. Think about it. When Barack Obama was president, Vladimir Putin invaded Crimea. With Joe Biden as president, Putin invaded all of Ukraine. But when Donald Trump was president, Putin did nothing. No invasions. No invasions, no wars. That was no accident. Putin didn't attack Ukraine because he knew Donald Trump was tough. A strong president doesn't start wars. A strong president prevents wars. Then look at the Middle East. Every problem in that part of the world can be laid at the feet of Iran. The dictators who chant death to America are the bankrollers and weapons suppliers for Hamas and Hezbollah. They're behind the barbaric massacres and the hostage-taking. Once again, compare Trump and Biden. Trump got us out of the insane Iran nuclear deal. He imposed the toughest sanctions ever on Iran. And he eliminated the arch-terrorist Qasem Soleimani. Iran was too weak to start any wars. They knew Trump meant business, and they were afraid. And then there's Joe Biden. He lifted the sanctions. He begged them to get back into the nuclear deal. He surrendered in Afghanistan. He sent every possible sign of weakness. Even now, while Hamas is still holding Americans hostage, Biden is pressuring Israel instead of the terrorists. Between Israel and Hamas, Donald Trump is clear about who is our friend and who is our enemy. Then look at the border. It's the single biggest it's the single biggest threat Americans face. Under Joe Biden, migrants are coming into our country by the thousands every day. We have no idea who they are, where they end up, or what they plan to do. And let me remind you, Kamala had one job, and that was to fix the border. Now imagine her in charge of the entire country. Under Donald Trump, we didn't have the border disaster we have today, and we won't when he is president again. I was proud to serve America in President Trump's cabinet. And I'll tell you something you won't hear from the critics. He appreciated advice and input. Americans were well served by his presidency, even if they didn't agree with him on all things. Now, to my fellow Republicans, we must not only be a unified party, we must also expand our party. We are so much better when we are bigger. We are stronger when we welcome people into our party who have different backgrounds and experiences. And right now, we need to be strong to save America. This is a defining moment, not only for our party, but for our country. Our fellow Americans are fearful right now. Families are suffering from inflation and wages that don't keep up with prices. Young people are being indoctrinated to think our country is racist and evil. The Jewish community is facing an obscene rise in anti-Semitism. Too many minorities are trapped in communities devastated by crime. Our foreign enemies win when they see Americans hate each other. They see that today, whether it's on college campuses or in a field in Butler, Pennsylvania. But we can conquer those fears with strength and unity. No president can fix all of our problems alone. We have to do this together. America has an amazing ability to self-correct. In this moment, we have a chance to put aside our differences and focus on what unites us and strengthens our country. Let us join together as a party. Let us come together as a people, as one country, strong and proud. Let us show our children and the world that even on our worst day, we are blessed to live in America. God bless you. Thank you. God bless the United States of America.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis.
My fellow Republicans, let's send Joe Biden back to his basement and let's send Donald Trump back to the White House. Life was more affordable when Donald Trump was president. Our border was safer under the Trump administration, and our country was respected when Donald Trump was our commander-in-chief. Joe Biden has failed this nation. As a veteran, I was appalled when 13 of our service members were killed in Afghanistan due to Joe Biden's dereliction of duty. As a citizen, as a husband, and as a father, I am alarmed that the current President of the United States lacks the capability to discharge the duties of his office. Our enemies do not confine their designs to between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. We need a commander-in-chief who can lead 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. America cannot afford 4 more years of a weekend at Bernie's presidency. But let's be honest here. Biden is just a figurehead. He's a tool for imposing a leftist agenda on the American people. They support open borders, allowing millions and millions of illegal aliens to pour into our country and to burden our communities But just don't send any to Martha's Vineyard, then they get really upset. They have unleashed progressive prosecutors across our nation who care more about coddling criminals than about protecting their own communities. They use the unelected bureaucracy to impose their will on us without our consent, and they weaponize political power to target their political opponents like they've done to our own nominee. They want to ban gas automobiles, eliminate Second Amendment rights, and impose gender ideology on everyone from our infantrymen to kindergartners. They stand for DEI, which really means division, exclusion, and indoctrination, and it is wrong. They mandated that you show proof of a COVID vaccine to go to a restaurant, but they oppose requiring proof of citizenship to cast a vote. They can't even define what a woman is. Now, Donald Trump stands in their way, and he stands up for America. Donald Trump has been demonized, he's been sued, he's been prosecuted, and he nearly lost his life. We cannot let him down, and we cannot let America down. It is the values of this Republican Party that reflect our nation's founding principles. We believe schools should educate, not indoctrinate. We stand for parents' rights, including universal school choice. We support law and order, not rioting and disorder. We seek a strong, focused United States military, not one distracted by a social agenda. We reject entrenched political class, and we demand term limits for members of Congress. We stand for fiscal sanity, for low taxes, and for reduced debt. We seek to reclaim the constitutional government as envisioned by our founding fathers by bringing the administrative state to heel once and for all. We believe that you must be a citizen in order to vote, and that photo ID should be required before casting a ballot. We stand for strong borders and believe that our nation must have a shared civic culture, and we oppose any immigration that stands apart or in contrast to our American values. We believe in the principles articulated in the Declaration of Independence that our rights come not from the generosity of the state, but from the hand of the Almighty, including the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now, none of this is easy, but it can be done. For decades, my home state saw elections determined by razor-thin margins. Today, due to bold leadership, the Democratic Party lies in ruins. The left is in retreat. Freedom reigns supreme. The woke mind virus is dead, and Florida is a solid Republican state. Now, electing Donald Trump gives us the chance to do this all across America. And we have a responsibility to step up and make it happen. We have a responsibility to preserve what George Washington called the sacred fire of liberty. This was a fire that burned in Independence Hall in 1776 when 56 men pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor to establish this nation. It's a fire that burned at a cemetery in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, when our nation's first Republican president pledged this nation to a new birth of freedom. It's a fire that burned at the foot of the Berlin Wall in 1987, when our nation's 40th president stood in front of that wall and said, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." This is not a responsibility we should fear. It's a responsibility we should welcome. After all, if not us, who? And if not now, when? Let's make the 45th President of the United States the 47th President of the United States. Let's elect Republicans up and down the ballot, and let's heed the call of our party's nominee to fight, fight, fight for these United States. Thank you. God bless you. Let's win in November. Thank you so much.
It's the mayor of Magaville, baby. Hey, you know who we voting for? We voting Donald Trump, baby. America needs saving. America needs saving. We voting Trump, Trump, baby. November 5th, we going crazy. November 5th, we going crazy. Red pill poppin', swerving in the Trump. Republican 4G, Antifa knows what's up. Red, white, and blue, MAGA nation, throw it up. Black, white, and brown, all about a Trump. Democrat party gon' take your freedom. Indicting our president cause they can't beat it. It's a two-tier justice system. Put America first, we the victims. FJB, 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 FJB. Let's go, Brandon, sing it. We voting Donald Trump, baby. Donald Trump, baby. America needs saving. America needs saving. We voting Trump, Trump, baby. Trump, Trump, baby. November 5th, we going crazy. November 5th, we going crazy. Now I pledge allegiance to vote for Trump. There's a red wave coming, you gon' surf for what? And God I trust to take the devil away. Lock Joe Biden up and throw the key away. Your propaganda ain't gonna work on me. Bidenomics is like you working for free. I demand reparations from every idiot that voted for Joe Biden, boy, period. Period, Sleepy Joe is a fraud. And the bloodbath in the Oval Office. The media is the enemy of the people. The Democrats and the fake news always cheat. FJB, 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 FJB. Let's go, Brandon, sing it with me. We voting Donald Trump, baby. Donald Trump, baby. America needs saving. America needs saving. We voting Trump, Trump, baby. Trump, Trump, baby. November 5th, we going crazy. November 5th, we going crazy.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome United States Senator Eric Schmitt of Missouri.
Hello, Milwaukee. Hello, America. I'm Eric Schmitt from the great state of Missouri, the Show Me State. It's not lost on me how unlikely my presence is on this stage. As the grandson of a butcher, the son of a man who worked 7 days a week in the midnight shift, my blue-collar roots run deep. And I'm proud the Republican Party is the party of working families. Missouri is home to cities named Liberty and Independence, and towns called Freedom and Defiance. So it should come as no surprise that we are sick and tired of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And I am here with a simple message. Enough is enough. We're ready to take our country back. Under Joe Biden, the rule of law has disintegrated. Crime is rampant. Our communities are under siege, and our brave law enforcement officers are constantly being vilified. He stood idly by as liberal DAs and mayors pushed a defund the police agenda and empowered criminals, all while endangering law-abiding citizens. Kamala Harris shares in these failures. She campaigned as a progressive prosecutor and even called for us to reimagine public safety. Americans don't need to reimagine safety. We know exactly what safe communities look like. But the weakness and the wokeness of the Biden-Harris administration has made us less safe. Biden and Harris opened our border to terrorists, to criminals. They allowed drug cartels to flood our communities with Chinese fentanyl that's killing more than 200 Americans each and every day. It doesn't have to be this way. As Missouri's former Attorney General, I went toe-to-toe with the radical defund the police crowd and had the backs of our men and women in blue. When Soros-backed officials refused to prosecute violent criminals, I stepped in and put those dangerous felons behind bars. And I know President Trump will do the same. He'll restore law and order. He'll unapologetically back the blue. And President Trump will secure the border once and for all. I believe in an America where our best days are ahead of us. I believe in an America where moms and dads can raise their kids in safe communities. And I believe in an America where we defend the police, not defund the police. President Trump will make that dream a reality. And that's why we need him back in the White House. Ladies and gentlemen, a vote for President Trump is a vote to make America safe again. Thank you. God bless you. And God bless the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome United States Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas.
I want to share two stories about immigration and two presidents. Manuel was a house painter in Arkansas and a green card holder from Mexico. He couldn't vote in 2020 yet, but his family could. Manuel proudly told his contractor that they had just cast their first votes for president. For whom? Donald Trump, of course. When asked why, Manuel gestured to the parking lot and responded, "Have you seen my new pickup? And did you know that my brother and sister both have full-time jobs? With Trump, we've had more work than ever. Things are good." Manuel became a citizen last year, and he's excited to vote for the first time for Donald Trump. By contrast, after Joe Biden and the border czar, Kamala Harris, reversed President Trump's immigration policies and welcomed a third world invasion, I traveled to our border. What did I see? The body of a migrant drowned in the Rio Grande. Human traffickers on the southern bank taunting the Border Patrol. migrants huddled under a bridge. I asked them why they came. None said persecution. Most said for a job. A few admitted because they could get in. Another answered with one simple word: Biden. My flight home the next day was full of these migrants. And you, all of you, paid for their tickets. That's our choice. A secure border and an immigration system that works for all of our citizens, whether your ancestors bled with George Washington, or like Manuel in Arkansas, you just took the oath of citizenship, or Joe Biden's chaos. Donald Trump said, you can't have a nation without borders, and he defended those borders. Joe Biden thinks borders are racist. Donald Trump will secure our border once again. Donald Trump banned travel to America from terrorist-infested countries. Joe Biden allowed ISIS to smuggle terrorists in. Donald Trump will protect America once again. Donald Trump insisted that immigrants must stand on their own 2 feet, the oldest principle of American immigration. Joe Biden gave migrants welfare, free hotels, and more. Donald Trump will stop migrant welfare once again. Donald Trump ended bogus asylum claims. Joe Biden created an app to let illegals schedule their arrival. Seriously. Donald Trump will stop this migrant fraud once again. Donald Trump cracked down on hiring illegals. Joe Biden let illegals take American jobs. Donald Trump will protect America's workers once again. So what choice will we make? Will we choose Joe Biden, open borders, amnesty, and chaos? No, of course not. We'll choose Donald Trump and his record of security, prosperity, and stability. As Manuel said, things were good with Donald Trump, but everything has gone to hell under Joe Biden. But this Biden chaos will end soon, because it's time for us to elect President Trump to secure our border and to make America great again. Thank you all. God bless you. God bless the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Michael Coyle from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Good evening, Milwaukee. My name is Michael Coyle. I'm from Philadelphia, in an area of Kensington, one of the worst neighborhoods in America. Kensington has long struggled, but in the last few years, things have gotten much worse. Our streets are plagued by drugs. You'll find human feces in front of your business or someone lying dead on your front steps. Politicians say nice things or clean up the streets for a couple weeks in an election year, or when someone famous visits, or even when there's bad news. But as soon as the politicians are no longer afraid for their jobs, we are no longer afraid for our lives. Our children grow up seeing this, thinking it's normal. But there is nothing normal about this. This should not be the norm happening in the richest nation on earth. As a dad and small business owner, I had to do something. I started a nonprofit to improve the neighborhood I love and shared videos online of the horror we live with. In just one day, in one park, where our kids passed to reach the public library, we picked up over 1,000 needles. 1,000. This is unacceptable. Philadelphia is not just my home, but the birthplace of the nation, where our founding fathers signed the Declaration of Independence. This is not a tragedy for just my city, but for our nation. My city and all cities deserve better. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are the ones who opened our southern border and allowed Chinese fentanyl to pour in unconditional. And life is only getting worse. Philadelphians aren't dying off fentanyl. They are dying off fentanyl as well. They are now using something called tranq, which is literally rots the flesh of the users. Do you know what the smell of rotting flesh smells like? The people of my city do. In Donald Trump, I see a leader who will end the urban nightmare. I ask you to join me in supporting him this fall, because a vote for President Trump is a vote to restore our cities and to make America safe again. Thank you. Kensington Beach for Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Aaron Coper from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
That's right. Good evening. My name is Aaron Coper. I'm a grassroots organizer, a proud Republican woman, and a longtime resident of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I'm here to urge Americans to re-elect President Trump and make America safe again. But I'm also here with a warning, because in recent years, I've had a front row seat to the chaos caused by Democrats and their soft-on-crime policies. Democrat Mayor Ed Gainey, Congresswoman Summer Lee, and especially Socialist County Executive Sarah Innamorato have demoralized and disrespected our police while unleashing criminals into our communities. The Pittsburgh Police Department has shrunk from 991 officers in 2020 to 750 at the end of last year. Response times are soaring. One city worker got mugged at gunpoint and raced to a police station, but no one was there to help. The Democrats have given Pittsburgh defund the police on steroids. The result is crime and chaos. There were 122 murders in my county in 2022, one of the deadliest years on record. Drug deaths are also near record highs. But statistics don't tell the full story. I've been chased by drug dealers on my own street. I've seen filthy tent cities pop up on my block. I've talked to business owners who find human waste, used needles, and shell casings outside their shops. I've felt the chill of fear as a woman when I'm alone in a parking garage or on the street. What the Democrats did to San Francisco, they're doing to my city. But law-abiding citizens are fighting back and saying no more. I saw this when Pittsburgh Republicans, independents, even Democrats came together to beat Soros prosecutor last November. It can happen again this November. If we stand together, we will beat the soft-on-crime Democrats and make our streets safe again. We can re-elect President Trump, and we can save our cities. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome American mom and funder.
Hi, my name is Ann Fundner, and I am the wife and mother of 4 children. I'm standing here today to share the tragic reality of open borders. I'm here to share the story of my firstborn son, my everything, my Weston. My family and I were living in Southern California when President Biden took office and opened our borders. My Weston was 15. He was an amazing big brother to his 3 younger siblings. Weston attended church twice a week, played football and hockey, and he loved to surf. He had a big heart, and he lived to make people laugh. He had so many good friends. And I was always vigilant to be the best mother that I could be. I was room mom, school ambassador, and I attended all of his sports. We had family dinners and barbecues at the beach. And like most teenagers, Weston wanted to fit in. And in a moment of peer pressure, he tried something that someone gave to him, and it took my baby's life. We did everything right. I had those conversations with him, and fentanyl still found my son. And on February 27th, 2022, our lives were shattered, and our baby was gone. This was not an overdose, it was a poisoning. His whole future, everything we ever wanted for him was ripped away in an instant. And Joe Biden does nothing. I hold Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, the border czar, what a joke, and Gavin Newsom and every Democrat who supports open borders responsible for the death of my son. Thank you. And the tens of thousands of American innocent children. For that alone, they should be voted out of office. The highest number of fentanyl deaths during the Biden-Harris administration, and fentanyl is now the #1 killer of Americans ages 18 to 45, and it is quickly becoming the leading cause of death for teens, with 14 and under being the fastest growing demographic. We need President Trump back in office. We need a president who will seal the border, aggressively prosecute drug dealers, and stop Communist China from poisoning our children. This is not a red or blue issue. This is a red, white, and blue issue. And fentanyl doesn't care if you're black or white. It does not discriminate. This is an American issue. We need a president who will call the drug cartels what they are: terrorist organizations. This fight is not for me. My son is gone. This fight is for your children. We owe it to our children to elect a president who will win the war against fentanyl once and for all. It's too late for my son, Weston. Say his name, Joe Biden. Weston. Thank you. Thank you. But we can change this for your children. We need President Trump back to save the lives of our kids. Thank you. Thank you. God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Morin family from Maryland.
Last year, we lost my beloved sister, Rachel. She went for a walk in one of our family's favorite places. This beautiful trail was to us a safe place where we pushed our babies in strollers, where we walked together as a family, where my wife and I got married, near what would later become the spot where my sister's body was found. Rachel, a joyful, accomplished athlete and mother of 5, was raped and murdered by a suspected illegal immigrant. This was described as among the most brutal and violent offenses that has ever occurred in Harford County, Maryland history. Open borders are often portrayed as compassionate and virtuous. But there is nothing compassionate about allowing violent criminals into our country and robbing children of their mother. My sister's death was preventable. The monster arrested for killing Rachel entered the U.S. unlawfully after killing a woman in El Salvador. Joe Biden and his designated border czar, Kamala Harris, opened our borders to him and others like him, empowering them to victimize the innocent. Yet, to this day, we have not heard from Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. They never apologized. But when Rachel was killed, President Trump called my family to offer his condolences.
He wanted to meet with us. He cared. That is leadership. And we need real leadership back in the White House. What has gotten us through this unthinkable loss is our faith in Jesus Christ. And as brutal as the murder of my sister was, I pray that her killer will find Jesus Christ. For all the affected by senseless tragedy, I pray for peace, knowing that all things work together for good to those who love God, to those who are called according to his purpose. I pray that we hold worldly leaders accountable for safety and justice for innocent people. I pray that we make our country safe and secure in the memory of my sister Rachel, who loved life. Thank you. God bless America. Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Madeleine Brame from New York.
Good evening, everyone. My son, Sergeant Hassan Korea, an Afghanistan War retired veteran. He received enemy fire from the Taliban, only to be murdered with a knife on the streets of New York City. The 4 assailants responsible for his death initially were facing justice, but that changed when District Attorney Alvin Bragg was elected. Suddenly, 2 of the homicidal maniacs responsible for my son's death had their gang assault and murder charges completely dismissed. One of them received 14 months time served. Alvin Bragg charged her with assault with a shoe. And another one was sentenced to 7 years. I later learned that Alvin Bragg often dismisses and reduces dangerous criminals. He wants to clear the jails and return violent felons onto our streets every day. The injustice was devastating for me and my family. I don't want anyone else to experience the senseless pain that many other victims across this United States of America have to live with every day. So I decided to use the voice that God gave me to be the voice for the voiceless across America. We need justice for victims, and we need accountability for prosecutors who fail in their duty. Soft on crime prosecutors like Alvin Bragg in New York, Kim Foxx in Chicago, and George Gascon in Los Angeles have turned our great country and cities into war zones. Poor and neglected communities like mine are suffering. And who else in here is sick and tired of being sick and tired? The Democratic Party that poor minorities have been loyal to for decades, including myself, all right? They betrayed us. They stabbed us in the back. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, who claim to represent us, have abandoned us. They neglected the poor minority communities across America. But mine eyes have been opened. Just like so many other poor minorities across America. Donald Trump shares our values, love of God and family and country. He's been a victim of the same corrupt system that I have been and my family has been. He is committed to providing economic opportunities, helping those suffering from addiction with long-term inpatient drug programs, rolling back deadly bail reform policies that are getting our children killed every single day, and supporting our police. We back the NYPD. We back the blue. Back the blue. NYPD, black the blue. Trump was right when he said, they're after us. He's just standing in the way. And guess what? He always will. That's why I'm standing with him today. Let's make America safe again. Donald J. Trump. Thank you, and good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
Thank you. What a powerful story to follow. Good evening. I'm Sarah Huckabee Sanders. And before I get started, I want to say I have always been proud to stand with President Trump, but never have I been more proud than to stand with him right now, tonight. Not even an assassin's bullet could stop him. God Almighty intervened because America is one nation under God, and He is certainly not finished with President Trump. And our country is better for it. I am here tonight as America's youngest governor, the first woman to lead the great state of Arkansas. and most importantly, a mom to 3 amazing kids, Scarlett, Huck, George. When I was President Trump's White House press secretary, the best job, I got the chance to take my 4-year-old son, Huck, to Bring Your Kid to Work Day. Much like Jill now drags Joe to bring your husband to work day. And while I was briefing the president on the upcoming event in the Oval Office, all of the kids who were attending that day gathered in the Rose Garden, getting ready to meet him. And we were walking out onto that beautiful, perfect colonnade. And I saw out of the corner of my eye that my son Huck was running full speed directly at the President of the United States. Being the gracious person he is, President Trump bent down to give him a big hug. And right in front of everyone, Huck sidestepped the president, completely ignoring him in front of everyone, and ran straight into my arms. For my 4-year-old son, the most powerful man in the world had nothing on his mom. But because he's the amazing man he is, President Trump didn't mind at all. After all, he's a dad to 5 unbelievable kids and a grandfather to 10. And while that story is certainly a special memory for my family, it's an even greater reminder why I support President Trump, not for me, not for him, but for my kids and for yours. Under President Trump, America was safer. The world was safer, and it felt like the next generation would have a chance at the American dream. President Trump did the job that Kamala won't and Joe Biden simply can't. When we're honest, every American knows that we were so much better off under President Trump. So tonight, I don't want to just speak about President Trump's successful policies. While there are many, I want to talk about the man that I know. When the president hired me, I was the first mom and only the 3rd woman to ever serve as the White House press secretary. And in that role, I endured relentless attacks from the left. I was insulted as a guest at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. My family was denied service and kicked out of a restaurant. And a parent at my 3-year-old son's preschool spit on my car. And in those moments, it was President Trump who defended me. And when an MSNBC host, the author of several books on empowering women, said I was unfit to be a mother, and another MSNBC host said I was vile, not even human, and that I should be choked, MSNBC again did nothing. But our president pulled me aside, looked me in the eye, and said, "Sarah, you're smart, you're beautiful, You're tough, and they attack you because you're good at your job. Never let them stop fighting. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. That's the Donald Trump that I know. And that's the Donald J. Trump I will always respect. The left doesn't care about empowering women. Biden and Harris can't even tell you what a woman is. They only care about empowering themselves. But we have a president who believes in empowering every American and that our country is worth fighting for. For the last 4 years, Republican governors have been leading that fight and doing what Joe Biden refuses to do. We've deployed the National Guard to the border. We've cracked down on crime and drugs. We cut taxes to give hardworking Americans a break from Bidenflation. And we empowered parents with universal school choice across the country. Donald Trump was the very first president in my lifetime to take a hard line against China, and I'm proud to be the first and only governor in the country to kick communist China off our farmland and out of my state. President Trump is a leader, and he's the leader our country needs. And if ever there was a doubt, earlier this week, we saw just how tough, resilient, courageous, and daring this man is, and we can't get him back in the White House fast enough. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not called to stand still in the face of great danger. You and I were put on this earth at a moment in time to charge boldly ahead. We cannot know what the future holds, but we know damn sure who holds the future in his hands. God spared President Trump from that assassin because God is not finished with him yet. And he most certainly is not finished with America yet either. With God as our guide and President Trump back in the White House, we will show the world that America is the place where freedom reigns and liberty will never die. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, let us not leave here just excited about a great few days, but let us leave here energized and committed to making sure that we protect our freedom and we have the ability to pass it on to the next generation, because America is the greatest country that the world has ever known, and our kids and our grandkids deserve to enjoy it the way each of us did. And we will with President Trump back in the White House. Thank you so much. God bless the great state of Arkansas and the amazing United States of America. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former United States Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Dr. Ben Carson.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. You know, Sarah Huckabee always says to me, I hate to follow you. But I think she turned the table on me tonight. I want to thank you all for being here and for being involved. Like many of you last week, I watched with horror as the events unfolded in that Pennsylvania field. I saw President Trump, a dear friend, escape death by mere inches, and my thoughts immediately turned to the book of Isaiah, that says, no weapon formed against you shall prosper. Well, let me tell you the weapons that they used. First, they tried to ruin his reputation, and he's more popular now than ever. And then they tried to bankrupt him, and he's got more money now than he had before. And then they tried to put him in prison, and he's freer and has made other people free with him. And then last weekend they tried to kill him, and there he is over there alive and well. You know, I have no doubt that God lowered a shield of protection over President Trump. And I join millions of Americans in thanksgiving for President Trump's safety. And I encourage you to join me in praying each day for his continued protection. You know, our hearts go out to the victims in the audience. Let's also pray for them and their families. These events have brought unusual clarity to the times we are living in. We have all harbored the nagging feeling that everything we love is slipping away. All you have to do is turn on the television. The free press, a pillar of any free society, has abused the public trust and resorted to lies, deception, and disinformation. They divide us along lines of race, class, and gender, rather than uniting us around our shared bond as Americans. Our government has been no better, shredding our Constitution and upending the rule of law. We have a wide open border, a broken education system, and chaos breaking out around the world. And on top of it all, we have a president who, well, if you can't say anything good, don't say anything at all. But ask anyone around the world, what does it mean to be an American? Most will tell you that it means unlimited opportunity. That where you begin in life doesn't dictate where you will end. That's the America I grew up in. In no other country could a poor inner city kid raised by a single mom make it to an Ivy League school, then to medical school, become a successful neurosurgeon, run for president, and eventually become a member of the president's cabinet. You know, and as a member of his cabinet, I had a chance to work closely with him. And I got to tell you, this is a man who is a gift to us as a nation. He is very gifted, he is very smart, he is very compassionate, he cares about people. And I'll tell you, the first time I met him was before either of us got into the political arena. And we were at Mar-a-Lago, and someone came up to him and said, "Mr. Trump, Rod Stewart just walked in." And he said, "I don't care, this is Ben Carson." But I feel blessed that I've been able to live the American dream. But my story is moving further out of reach in America today. The lessons my mother taught me, like hard work and the value of well-rounded patriotic education and faith in God above all else, are being forced out of the public square. But we're all here today because we know we can bring these things back. By God's grace, we live in a country where the people rule. We have the power to choose the kind of nation we will be and the kind of men and women that will lead us. And today the choice could not be more clear. The most repeated phrase in the Bible is this: "Do not be afraid," or "fear not." It appears 365 times in Scripture, a reminder to live each day with faith, hope, and joy as joyful warriors for Christ. And when God is with us, nobody can stand against us. With this assurance from the Almighty, even the face of evil itself cannot shake our resolve. We will keep fighting, we will keep praying, and by the grace of God, we will save our country and re-elect President Trump together with Vice President Vance this November. And I want you to remember this. In 1831, Alexis de Tocqueville came to America to study our nation because the Europeans were fascinated. They wanted to know, how could a nation barely 50 years old already compete with them on virtually every level? So he looked at our government and he was duly impressed by our checks and balances and separation of powers. And then he looked at our business environment. He was duly impressed by how we encourage entrepreneurship and innovation. And he looked at our educational system, and he was blown away by the fact that he could find a mountain man in the middle of the woods who could read, who could tell him about the Declaration of Independence. But the thing that impressed him the most was when he went to our churches, and he heard those inspirational sermons from the pulpits that inspired a ragtag bunch of militiamen to defeat the most powerful army in the world and gave the American people a moral base. And he concluded his 2-volume set, Democracy in America, with these words. He said, "America is great because America is good. And if America ever ceases to be good, she will cease to be great. It is our job to make America good, and let's do this by re-electing President Trump so we can make America great." Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome United States Senator of Florida, Marco Rubio.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Don't say polo. Don't say polo. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. The last few days remind us that the life of every living thing and the breath of all mankind is in the hands of God. We were brought to the precipice of the abyss, and by the hand of God, reminded of what truly matters in our lives and in our country. This thing we do called politics, it matters. It's not unimportant. But it is our people who must always matter the most in everything we do. By giving voice to everyday Americans, President Trump has not just transformed our party, he has inspired a movement. A movement of the people who grow our food and drive our trucks, the people who make our cars and build our homes, the people whose taxes fund our government, and whose children fight our wars. Americans like Corey Comparatori. He was a former fire chief and a loving husband. He was described as the best dad a girl could ever ask for. As a man of God who loved Jesus fiercely and looked after members of his church. Corey was one of the millions of everyday Americans who make our country great. He wasn't rich, he wasn't famous, and the only reason why we know his name and story now is because last Saturday, he shielded his wife and daughter from an assassin's bullet and lost his life the way he lived it, a hero. For those still wondering who are in the press and many watching at home, these are the Americans who wear the red hats and wait for hours under a blazing sun to hear Trump speak. And what they want, what they ask for, it is not hateful or extreme. What they want is good jobs and lower prices. They want borders that are secure, and for those who come here to do so legally. They want to be safe from criminals and from terrorists. And they want for our leaders to care more about our problems here at home than about the problems of other countries far away. There is absolutely nothing dangerous or anything divisive about putting Americans first. Those who are offended, anyone who is offended about putting America first has forgotten what American is and what American means. American isn't the color of our skin or our ethnicity. Americans are people as diverse as humanity itself. But out of many, we are one. Because as the life story of our next Vice President, J.D. Vance, reminds us, we are all descendants of ordinary people who achieved extraordinary things. Who do we come from? We come from pioneers who ventured west to chase their dreams. and slaves who overcame bondage to claim their right to the promise of America. We come from exiles who fled tyranny in search of freedom, and of immigrants who left behind all they had and knew because they could not be or achieve God's purpose for their life in the nation of their birth. That is an American. And putting Americans first must be what this election is about. When President Trump was in the White House, Americans had more money and lower prices. Our borders were secure and our laws were enforced. Iran was broke, the Taliban stopped killing Americans, and Putin didn't invade anyone. Now, under Biden, high prices devour paychecks. Criminals and drugs are allowed to flood into our country and terrorize our people. And Iran has money to support terrorists. The Taliban humiliated us in Afghanistan, and not one, but two major wars have broken out. My fellow Americans, the only way to make America wealthy and safe and strong again is to make Donald J. Trump our president again. Our country has been injured by the bad decisions of weak leaders. But now, though bloodied by our wounds, we must stand up and we must fight. Fight not with violence or destruction, but with our voices and our votes. Fight not against each other, but for the hopes and dreams we share in common and make us one. And fight for an America where we are safe from those who seek to harm us on our streets and from abroad. And we will not be alone in this fight. For leading us in this fight will be a man who, although wounded and facing danger, he stood up and raised his fist and reminded us that our people and our country are always worth fighting for. It is time to put our country and our people first again. And if we do, together, we will make our people wealthy again. If we do, together, we will make our country safe again. Together, we will make Donald Trump our president again. And together, we will not just make America great again. We will make America greater than it has ever been. Thank you. God bless
you. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Lara Trump.
I don't feel like I actually have to ask this question, but is anybody in this room ready to send Donald Trump back to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue? Well, it may not be a surprise that I actually had a very different speech that I was prepared to give up here tonight. That all changed at 6:11 on Saturday evening. Nothing prepares you for a moment like that. Our family has faced our fair share of death threats, mysterious powders sent to our homes, tasteless and violent comments directed towards us on social media, but none of that prepares you as a daughter-in-law to watch in real time someone try to kill a person you love. None of that prepares you as a mother to quickly reach for the remote and turn your young children away from the screen so that they're not witness to something that scars the memory of their grandpa for the rest of their lives. The prayers and well wishes we've received over the last 72 hours have been overwhelming, to say the least. And my heart goes out to the family who lost a husband and a father because of this senseless act. All of you here tonight and watching at home mean the world to all of us in the Trump family. If Donald Trump has shown us anything, it's that when it feels impossible to keep going, those are the times we must keep going. I don't know how many people here watching at home have ever been to a Trump rally, but if you've never been, let me tell you about them. Oh, some of you have been. Oh. Regardless of how the media have painted these rallies, you would be hard-pressed to find and to join a happier group of people coming together over their love for the greatest country on earth, the United States of America. I dare anyone trying to leave a Trump rally without leaving with some new friends. You always make friends out of Trump rally, right? Veterans, teachers, blue-collar workers, white-collar workers, active duty military, police officers, firefighters, small business owners, Latino supporters, Christian supporters, Jewish supporters, black supporters, white supporters, Asian supporters, gay supporters, Republicans, independents, and yes, even Democrats. At a Trump rally, you're not viewed as your profession, your religion, or the color of your skin. You're viewed as one thing: an American. Last Saturday was a jarring reminder that we, as Americans, must always remember: there is more that unites us than divides us. We all want this country to be great, even if we don't always agree on the best way of doing that. And with every bone in my body, I can tell you that all Donald Trump wants to do and has ever wanted to do is make this country great again for all of us. Proverbs 28 reads, "The wicked flee, though no one pursues, but the righteous are as bold as a lion." And that truly epitomizes Donald Trump. He is a lion. He is bold, he is strong, he is fearless, and he is exactly what this country needs right now. Let's not forget what life actually looked like under President Donald Trump. Trade deals across the world that benefited our economy, allied countries paying their fair share, a safe and secure southern border, Record low unemployment rates for African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, and women. Record investment in historically black colleges and universities. The creation of the United States Space Force. The most comprehensive prison reform in decades. How about the peace agreements in the Middle East that they said would never happen? The largest tax cuts in American history, our energy independence, massive amounts of red tape cut, and no new wars when Donald J. Trump was president. Maybe, most importantly though, you could actually feel it in your everyday life. Now, you didn't have to love everything that he tweeted, but you cannot deny you were better off when Donald Trump was in office. Americans were finally able to start saving money. Home prices were affordable, and gas hit a low of $1.87 a gallon. As I speak here tonight, many of our fellow Americans don't know how they'll pay for their next trip to the grocery store, new clothes for their children, or this month's rent. Many of our fellow Americans worry that we are on the verge of a major terror attack here on American soil. Many of our fellow Americans don't think their own children will be able to establish a better life than they themselves currently have. Many of our fellow Americans are right now sitting and wondering how on earth this country could have moved in the wrong direction and so quickly. The Democrats and the media know that they cannot convince you, the American people, that your life is better off now, because it's not. So what will they do? They'll try to sell you on some outrageous narrative about the terrible things that Donald Trump will do if he becomes president. But you don't have to imagine what it would be like. All you have to do is remember what it was like. I know. Oh, yeah. I know what you hear out there about Donald Trump. I know what you read, what the media tells you, and what out-of-touch celebrities on the left say about this man. But when I look at Donald Trump, I see a wonderful father, father-in-law, and of course, grandfather to my two young children, Luke and Carolina. I know that I'm lucky enough to get to call him my father-in-law and see him a little differently than all of you. But it's through that lens that I sometimes wish more people could see him. This is a man who has sacrificed for his family and a man who has truly sacrificed for his country. Donald Trump didn't need to run for president for fame or money. Trust me, we all know he already had plenty of that. I'll tell you why he did it and why he continues on, even in the face of the unthinkable. Because he loves this country. He did it for his grandchildren, for your children and grandchildren, and for the generations to come. I have seen this man dragged through hell and back, in and out of courtrooms, indictments, impeachments, mugshots, and even an assassination attempt. And yet, he has never backed down. I'll never forget watching my 2 children run up to him with their drawings and hugs for Grandpa, just moments before he took the elevator down in Trump Tower to address the media the day after his wrongful conviction. Despite everything else he had going on, he had no other focus in the entire world, just a man relishing time with his grandchildren. It's a side of Donald Trump that not enough people get to see. Maybe you got to see a side of Donald Trump on Saturday that you were not sure existed until you saw it with your own eyes. Martin Luther King Jr. once famously said, "The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of convenience and comfort, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy." There's no doubt that Saturday was one of the most frightening moments of my father-in-law's life. Millimeters separated him from life and certain death. And yet, it was in the midst of it all, as he was jostled off stage by Secret Service, that he knew how defining that moment would be for our country, and he hoisted his fist in the air. It was not just for the audience at the rally, not just for his supporters tuning in, but for all of America. And as a signal to the world that no matter what, America will always prevail. Though it's been strained and attacked, no enemy, no force, not even a bullet is strong enough to break our American grit and our American soul. We are the country whose founders gave their fortunes, freedom, and lives to pursue the dream of a free society. We are the country of Thomas Edison, Susan B. Anthony, Henry Ford, and Harriet Tubman. We are the country who fought and won 2 world wars. And we are the country who always rises to meet the moment, no matter how insurmountable the task. And in that split second, on Saturday, Donald Trump reminded us all of that very history and who we are at our core as a nation. That is the Donald Trump that I know. He is an American who conquered the business world, an American who made himself a household name, an American who was beloved by politicians and fellow celebrities for decades until he ran for office with an R next to his name. An American whom even Barack Obama admits people consider the American dream. And instead of sailing off into the sunset after an illustrious real estate and television career, he decided to give back. He decided to bring some of the things that had made him so successful in life to all of you in order to improve the lives of all Americans. Black, white, brown, gay, straight, all Americans, because that's the man that Donald Trump is. I can tell you that my personal experience with Donald Trump has shown me his heart. There wasn't a second that he made this small-town girl who was way out of her element in New York City feel anything but welcomed and part of the family. And if not for the support and encouragement of my father-in-law, I wouldn't be where I am today. It's been said by many that Donald Trump sees things in people that they don't even recognize in themselves. In 2016, when he asked me to help him win my home state of North Carolina, I'll be honest, I was terrified. I had no idea how I would make it happen, but he knew I would, and I did. When I was given an opportunity to join a television network as a commentator, it was the push and support of my father-in-law that gave me the confidence to take that job. Always the first one to call or text me after a TV hit and tell me, "Great job, keep going." Not bad, right? Or even a few months ago, when he called and asked me to be the co-chair of our party, he showed me potential in myself that I couldn't yet see. So tonight, to my father-in-law, I want to say thank you. Thank you for your resilience. Thank you for continuing on. Thank you for raising wonderful kids. Thank you for being an amazing grandfather. Thank you for never giving up on me. And thank you for never giving up on our country. Tonight, I come to you, not as the co-chair of the RNC, not as the daughter-in-law of the candidate. Tonight, I come to you as a mom and as a citizen of this country. For those of you watching who have never voted for Donald Trump, I know what the media and his political opponents have tried to tell you about this man. Believe me, I have seen and heard it all, but I have also seen the truth. I am proud to know Donald Trump, to campaign for him, to vote for him, and to raise his grandchildren. He will do what is necessary to protect you, protect your family, and protect this country. Because Donald Trump wants us all to be successful, to be safe, to be happy, to be strong, and to be great again. Tonight, I'm asking you to vote, not for the Donald Trump you see flashed on your TV every day, splashed across the headlines. Tonight, I'm asking you to vote for the Donald Trump that Luke and Carolina call Grandpa. I'm asking you to vote for the Donald Trump that my husband Eric calls Dad. I'm asking you to vote for the Donald Trump that I call my father-in-law. I'm asking you to vote for the Donald Trump who can and will make America great once again for all of us. Thank you. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. We love you. Thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back the chairman of the Republican National Committee, Michael Watley of North Carolina.
For tonight's benediction, please welcome Pastor Corey Brooks, Senior Pastor of the New Beginnings Church in Chicago and founder of Project Hood, an organization committed to fighting violence and poverty.
All right. If you wanted to end on a boring note tonight, with no emotion on a benediction or a powerless benediction, then you probably shouldn't have invited a black pastor from the south side of Chicago. Before I pray, let me say three things real quick. Number one, let me thank President Trump and the Republican National Convention for giving me a platform to lift up the name of Jesus and to pray for our great nation. Number two, I'd be remiss if I did not give the great state of Illinois and Chicago and the South Side a shout out. O Block, Opportunity Block. And number three, I want you to make the biggest noise in just a second. I want you to raise your signs, blow your whistles, and give God the loudest shout of praise on the count of three. And somebody may say, why? Because this week we could be having a week of mourning. But because God did not let any of those things be, this is a week of celebration and a week of life, a week of democracy and liberty. So I want to ask you on the count of three to make the loudest noise you can and let the world know that we serve an awesome God. Are you ready? Come on, are you really ready tonight? 1, 2, 3. Yes, yes, yes. Are you ready to call on God tonight? Heavenly Father, we come before you today with grateful hearts as we gather for this Republican National Convention. We thank you for this moment to seek your guidance. As I stand before you, many believe America is in trying, divisive times and has not been her best. We know this to be true. We have not been steady, firm, resolute. Too many of us have forgotten how to be Americans. I see this on the south side of Chicago where I'm from. But I refuse to give up. Why? Because I still see the yearning fire within us to be better Americans. Lord, we ask for your divine presence to bless every heart and mind. Grant us wisdom and courage and discernment as we chart the path of our beloved country. May our deeds reflect your will and bring glory to your name. We pray for strength to better our individual selves so that we may bless those around us. Let us be reminded that we are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Father, we lift up our citizens and leaders to you. Let them be guided by your truth. And may their actions honor the values upon which this great nation was founded. Let us remember the words of Isaiah chapter 40, verse 31. But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not faint. Empower us to rise, persevere, and to pursue excellence. Lord, bless our great nation, from Project Hood on the south side of Chicago to all four corners of the great nation, from the hills of West Virginia and Tennessee to Beverly Hills in California, all the way to the homies in Los Angeles and the homies on the west side of Chicago. May we renew our Americanness and strive to uphold your word. With you, Lord, all things are possible. I said all things are possible. All things are possible. In your mighty and matchless name, Jesus, we pray. Let everybody say amen. God bless you and God bless America.
Delegates and alternates, ladies and gentlemen, Senator Vance, President Trump, what a night. We have heard from the best of the Republican Party, members of the House, members of the Senate, governors, and candidates. But more importantly, we have heard from real Americans who understand that America needs to do better and will do better when Donald J. Trump is our 47th President of the United States. I would like to ask every single one of you to please raise your voice in thanks to all of those real Americans who spoke tonight about their families and their world and their vision for a better America. At this time, the chair recognizes the delegate from the state of Indiana for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Victor Smith from the great state of Indiana. And I make the motion that the convention now adjourns.
The question now occurs on the motion to adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Accordingly, this convention stands adjourned until 5:30 p.m. tomorrow.
What a powerful night tonight, Bobby McNeely. I'm Matthew Alvarez here. Thank you so much for watching with us on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Everything from that powerful, spirit-filled prayer to the powerful speech by Lara Trump and others tonight, Bobby.
It was very special to see Pastor Corey Brooks, being from Chicago, having worked with him on Project Hood. He's from the South Side. This man puts his money where his mouth is. I did not expect him to close tonight, so it was very special for me, being from Chicago, being from Illinois, just to share some of that project that he does. He'll sleep outside in the bitter cold, usually after Christmas, to bring awareness to homelessness. He has worked tirelessly to bring the love and compassion of Jesus Christ to those on the South Side, to the West Side, for hope and healing in the city of Chicago. And what a wonderful man to close out the evening.
Exactly, and a powerful moment when he counted to 3 and had the place praise God for what happened in the sense of Donald Trump surviving on Saturday, and a number of other great moments today. The speeches by that you speech, if you any of those speeches, at least a few of them, right, even a number
policies created coming out right before co-chair and thing tonight. Such wonderful law and the
perspective. Jones' daughter-in-law. Now, we also heard again from a powerful.
It was with the delegates in the room. This is truly more than a Republican moment. Way to honor her. Thousands are lost per this through the southern border, and the Republican Party committed to stop and that do not lose any members as a result.
Exactly. So number one of the platform projects adopted by the GOP platform, the make a list here.
Joe Biden, Kamala, the border, what every Democrat who supports
there in Milwaukee after this session. You can see the tears in everybody's eyes there. At the end of the day, we know that the border needs to be sealed. The fentanyl is a problem, the crime is a problem, and now possibly non-citizens voting. Of course, we would want to end on an up note, which we will get to, but at the end of the day, we know what we're facing right now in this country, and we desire for our love for God, our love for family, our love for our friends, and the Constitution of the United States to continue on. So that's why we're here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and of course at the RNC. A lot of unifying moments tonight.
Oh, very much so. And Dr. Ben Carson sharing, "Be not afraid, fear not," and mentioning that it is in the Bible 365 times, once a day, reminding us, be not afraid. This is our American moment.
Exactly. So that wraps up day 2 of the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. Of course, we will be here tomorrow for day 3. Vanessa Broussard will join me here in the studio. But before we get to some more of those details and programming notes, including the fact that President Trump and J.D. Vance, the vice presidential nominee, will be having a rally in Grand Rapids, Michigan this Saturday at 5 o'clock. The Trump campaign announced that several hours ago. As Lara Trump said there, her Donald Trump will not stop. He'll keep going, and that's what's happening. So, of course, we'll be there for that coverage at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We do want to thank some of our sponsors, Birch Gold Group. All you got to do is text Trump to 989898. You'll get some information and info kit on gold, silver, and precious metals. Once again, that's Trump to 989898.
We'd also like to thank American Financing, a great American company that can help you save an average of $854 a month. These are trying times with the Biden inflation. Inflation is hurting every American. We're talking about grocery prices, fast food prices, the gas pump. It's getting tougher for everyday Americans living paycheck to paycheck. Over 66% of us dealing with that situation. Look into American Financing so you can take some sweat off your back financially.
And definitely, and then also for the Tax Network USA, any filing issues or any situations there that you're concerned about, all you got to do is reach out, 800-357-1415. That's Tax Network USA.
And we have Angel Paste, another great American company. They hire veterans. They are based out of Spring, Texas, just outside of Houston, and a great way to remedy any wrinkles, any burns, any scars. And again, a great American company hiring veterans. So check them out, Angel Paste.
And also the Wellness Company. There's an emergency kit where you've got ivermectin, amoxicillin, as you see there, Z-Pack, and more. All you have to do is go to makecaregreatagain.com. Use that promo code RSBN for 15% off. Once again, it's makecaregreatagain.com.
And BelleWood Designs, another great American company. And tonight, again, the theme was Make America Safe once again. This company is dedicated to that. So not only do you have a lovely design in a safe box, a lock box for your firearm, but it's easily accessible. God forbid that there's an emergency in your home or overnight. In many cases, firearm owners, very safe. They lock their weapons, they put them away, but they don't have quick access. And the average response time in America by our police officers, we love our men and women in blue, is over 6 minutes now. So sometimes you need quick access to your firearm. BelleWood Designs, make sure it's fantastic. And on the screen there, you can see their We the People design, a great reminder of our Second Amendment and our Bill of Rights.
Exactly, and that's part of the GOP platform. One of them is about defending our Constitution and, of course, the First and Second Amendment and onward. So that is the GOP platform. We'll be diving into more of that tomorrow. Bobby McKeely, I do want to say one more thing, the freetrumpbook.com.
Can't forget about the freetrumpbook.com. Governor Mike Huckabee has worked so hard on this, has a wonderful show in Hendersonville, Tennessee, and a great way to teach against the lies and the rhetoric of the 1620 Project and other left-wing activists throughout our education system. freetrumpbook.com to not only learn about President Trump's policies, but the history that has made this 248 years of this grand American experiment relevant and extraordinary. We need to know where we're going, and the only way we could do that is by looking back at our history. So freetrumpbook.com.
Yep, that's it. That's all the sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We want to thank the sponsors. We also want to thank We the People, all of you watching right there. I know you felt like you were in that arena tonight in Milwaukee. We did too. And every time we go to events at Right Side Broadcasting Network, we hear you, we appreciate you, we love you, and also it's always great to hear USA, and sometimes, let's go Brandon.
And sometimes, fight, fight, fight. We have a few good chants at this Republican National Convention, and I'm sure we'll hear more tomorrow night as we hear from the vice presidential nominee, Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio.
And that's right. So we are 24 hours from that great speech from the VP pick, and then, of course, 48 hours from the main event, Make America Great Once Again, with President Donald J. Trump speaking on Thursday night in Milwaukee. For Bobby McNeely, I'm Matthew Alvarez. For everybody at Right Side Broadcasting Network, again, we love you guys. We'll see you tomorrow around 3:30. Check your listings on Rumble and YouTube for our start time, and that's Eastern. Once again, have a good night.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I'm the host of the Let It Be Heard show here on RSBN channel. I would love for you guys to check me out. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, YouTube. We release episodes every single week regarding culture, Bible, social issues, politics, current events, anything. So if you're into any of that stuff, I highly recommend you check me out. God bless you guys, and stay safe out there.
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale, and here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, you get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My Slippers and Sandals as low as $25 a pair. And for a limited time, when you order $75 or more, your entire order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.